Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Saudi Arabia, Turkey and Pakistan are putting their new defence pact into action, with joint drills and deeper defence ties now in the works. The US ambassador to Israel calls settler attacks terror, while Washington pushes back against a permanent Israeli military presence in Lebanon. And Japan's Prime Minister calls Putin's visit to a disputed island absolutely unacceptable. Saudi Arabia, Turkey and Pakistan are now moving to put their new defence pact into action. The agreement, which was signed last week in Mecca, includes bringing together senior ministers, holding joint military exercises and deepening defence industry cooperation. For more on this, I'm joined by Hanan Hussein, senior expert at Initiate Futures. Hanan, as always, great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. Let's just begin with how significant it is that Saudi Arabia, Turkey and Pakistan will conduct joint military exercises across land, sea and also air forces.
Thanks, Leigh Ann. So I think it's extremely significant. Number one, I think it provides for greater familiarity between very mature armed forces as well to look for that interoperability on multiple frontiers. Because as we have seen, for example, if you take a sample of the past about 4 months, their view to effective security has been multi-pronged, and that has called for a key, I think, consideration of maritime as well as the air and land dimensions of that. I think going forward, Turkey, for example, has expressed deep confidence. So, for example, when you look at the fact that, the Mecca agreement was signed, but there weren't a lot of bureaucratic hurdles in between. And then, the streamlining of cooperation tells you that it's going to be a building block to wider joint exercises going forward. So I think, yes, if you look at the regional optics as well, the fact that you have a cooperative mechanism which is trying to bring out these defense joint exercises going forward is a sign that the region has greater space for interoperability and greater preparedness for any sort of crisis management before the crisis comes to the fore.
And how important is the planned cooperation on drones, artificial intelligence, electronic warfare and autonomous systems? Because right now we do see warfare changing dramatically on the battlefield.
Absolutely. And I think this, multi-pronged view of having defense manufacturing setting up across sectors is offering a pulse of the fact that, any sort of cooperation has to be receptive to that transition going forward. So I think on the AI front, let's start one by one. So Turkey obviously has been using augmented AI as part of its world-class drone manufacturing. As far as Indonesia, we do know that Saudi Arabia's, desire to further indigenize its local manufacturing has also put a premium on some of those, tech-enabled expertise coming in from the US as well. So I think on that front, there is an ecosystem from where you want to build it. And Pakistan's recent experiences of, advancing these battle-hardened, conflict-tested, AI-enabled, equipment as well, something which was demonstrated at a recent expo as well, tells you that there's a lot of space to coordinate complementary strengths and bring them forward. Because if you would be talking about a coalition, let's just say about a grouping which was just stepping into this space, then we could have raised some red flags. But the fact that you have a track record of performance and joint production tells you that the ability to scale these things up as far as cutting-edge military equipment is something which merits a lot of optimism, yes.
And Hanan, could joint development and production of weapons allow the three countries to become less dependent on Western defense suppliers, do you think?
To some extent. So I think, for example, if you look at Saudi Arabia's case study, the fact that they'll be procuring a lot of the cutting-edge equipment from the US is something which I think is going to be a standalone and a fixture. But this helps in diversifying those defense partnerships even more, because if you look at all three countries, it's only practical for you to be able to source from a wide variety of exporters coming your way during crisis time. The supply chain bottlenecks would come into play. There are delay times as well between how things happen. And also, I think the greater premium on this front is that there's a desire for self-sufficiency. Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 puts a premium on that. Turkey is leading and investing in that. And Pakistan, since May 2025, has accelerated its efforts even more. So I think that self-sufficiency element of defense manufacturing is something which in the near term could limit some of those dependencies of Western suppliers to specific aircrafts and specific specialized equipment without outsized dependence on them, which I think is an asset.
And this agreement is primarily about deterrence. Do you think it could eventually develop into a former military alliance, almost comparable to NATO? Because lots of people have been trying to draw lines between both of them. Or do you think that that is too much of a far stretch at the moment?
I think it's reading a bit too much into it. So, for example, if you look at NATO's character, when you make this comparison, then you should be ready to, for example, strike synchrony between key elements which go forward. NATO, for example, has had quite a different track record and a way of sizing up threats. So, for example, when it goes forward, there's a lot of premium on military defense spending and elsewhere. I think this mechanism is consultative by design. It's open to expansion. It looks for diplomacy to go forward. Many of the elements of cooperation that we're talking about right now are the results of consultative diplomacy spread across military, foreign ministerial channels as well. So that tells you a little bit about the inclusive space, which tends to be lacking. But I think at the same time, we don't need to look at it from a comparative lens. In some ways, it does complement certain positions which have held within alliances. But I think the key strength of this particular grouping is that it plugs key spaces, for example, on consensus building, on crisis diplomacy, on interoperability. For example, the defense exercise, which we're yet to see, are going to be a series. So a culmination of defense strengths coming into play. So there's no offensive element to it. So I think even when you talk about collective security, NATO might decide on different lines, but Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey are clear that they'll first assess the nature of the threat. There's going to be consultative diplomacy going forward. And then based on mutual assistance, they'll size up threats. So the desire to size up a greater variety of threats is something which is an advantage unique to this grouping.
And how significant is Turkey's participation in efforts to establish an international coalition to protect Red Sea shipping?
I think it's really significant. So from a geostrategic point of view, we've heard from the Turkish foreign minister as well just recently that the interests of security of being, long-term intersects with those of Turkey's long-term interests. So I think that's quite an endorsement coming forward. Turkey as a naval presence is huge. We do see slivers of that in multi-year cooperation with Pakistan on joint manufacturing. The fact that the Red Sea is this artery which Turkey would be, willing to stick its neck out for outside guarantees on security, because as we do know that the Turkish, for example, foreign minister has also indicated in the past, there are a lot of high-end ambitions on future durable connectivity for which you need to temper down external spillovers and reduce the risks of escalation. That's precisely what this alliance is going forward. The fact that Turkey was a confident participant in technical talks recently gives us quite an early endorsement of a more powerful, more focused, more cooperative mechanism going forward into its thinking with this alliance on regional security on the Red Sea.
Hanan Hussein, as always, great to have you on. A pleasure a pleasure to you, and thank you so much for joining us once again. Thank you so much.
Pleasure, Leigh Ann. Always.
Thank you. Let's continue this conversation now with Camelia Entekabifard, Iranian-American political expert and editor-in-chief of the Independent Persian. Camelia, it's always great to have you on the show. Thank you so much. Just picking up from where Hanan left off there, how significant is it that Saudi Arabia, Turkey and Pakistan will conduct joint military exercises across land, sea and also air forces?
Thank you very much for hosting me. Greetings to you and to your viewers. These exercises from the three countries is very significant at this particular time, which there is a hostility between Iran and the US, and Iran doesn't shy to threat its neighboring country and even directly Saudi Arabia, and said if American attack Iran, they has an aim to target a few countries in the region that has been named, unfortunately, Saudi too. So for this particular agreement, the Mecca agreement, is not about any countries to threat any countries, but there is a significant threat to the national security and to the interest of that three countries, especially from the ultra hardline in Iran, which it makes this agreement very interesting at this very particular time. And I have to say that this agreement even now helping Iran in a way, let's say, rather than to threaten Iran, it may make Iran to recalculate again based on their own interest to see if it's better to sign an agreement with Americans or to confront the regional countries and its own neighbors. We hear Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Pakistan were saying rather than Iran use this opportunity and make the peace deal with American, there are some voices inside Iran which they like to continue the war, confrontation, and set the region in fire. And plus, Israelis can use these opportunities to expand its interests and influences in the region because of the Iranians not understanding the consequences of this continuation of the war in the region.
And let's turn our focus now to the Iran war, because we have been in the standoff between the US and Iran for months now. How long can the stalemate over the Strait of Hormuz, do you think, can realistically continue like this?
Now they reach in a place that we could say no longer closing the Strait of Hormuz can help the Iranians. Yes, for some degree it was very important, but as long as they are stretching this time and they are not signing this agreement, they are losing these upper hands, if we can say that was an upper hand in the Strait of Hormuz, because the regional countries developing their own different pipeline to can export the oil from different ports, different areas. We are seeing if America decided to confront Tehran over opening the Strait of Hormuz or over the nuclear deal, no longer Iran can threat and play the card of attacking its neighboring countries because of this Mecca agreement, which we discussed. And at the same time, inside Iran, the population, Iranian people, are not supporting the country for another confrontation, nor to be threatening the neighboring countries and tolerate this harsh economy inside Iran. Tehran is squeezed from Americans, regional countries, and its own people. And this Mecca agreement, I believe, that makes a very wise conclusion in bottom line among of those people who are not understanding the circumstances to come and accept the agreement. Otherwise, this agreement is actually, it will be much more stronger threats to the regime than Americans' threat against Tehran.
And Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has just been speaking and says the US can maintain the blockade on Iranian ports indefinitely. How sustainable is this strategy? And what will this long-term US blockade actually mean for Iran? Because I think what Donald Trump is saying is we can crush Iran economically and this will bring them to the table. Do you think that strategy will work?
It can crush Tehran economically. It can crush Iranian people to become poorer and poorer. But this is not an option for the regime to bring them back to the negotiation table. They will show a different headset towards their negotiations and towards solving the issues. We have two types of the people in Iran now. The diplomats, the politicians who are negotiating and who are keen to sign the deal to solve the issue. And then we have the hardliners associated with the Revolutionary Guards, which they say different things. And some of them are the member of the parliament. And their impact even makes President Trump said, we don't know who we are negotiating. And J.D. Vance exactly said what I'm saying. He said, we are hearing two voices from Iran that it makes us having doubt if finally we can reach this deal. But at the bottom line, yes, we like to have the diplomacy. But this diplomacy can be very, very costly for Tehran if another round of the confrontation begins between Iran and the US. It wouldn't be like the 40 days war back to last winter. That time would be much heavier, much stronger, and unfortunately, Iranian people would pay the heaviest prices and the regional country. We believe that with the good deed of Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and Turkey, Turkey. They want to save these radical people and the region from not making another confrontation in the region. And that would help the regime too. Otherwise, what is in the plan of United States and Israel is regime change inside Iran. So basically, the regional countries still in the favor of this regime, try to help them to change their path, and they understand they have to become a normal country if they want to stay in power and if they want to have a good relation with others.
And Camelia, Pete Hegseth has also been speaking, and he's been commenting on reports about conditions on board the USS Abraham Lincoln. He says they are being misrepresented. How serious are the concerns about the crew who haven't left the ship for 200 days? There's been a lot of talk about this in the US today.
You shouldn't say that is really the huge deal or a huge problem. The US is the biggest power on earth, and still there are possibilities for them to just re-gap these people, make any changes they are wishing for. Yes, they have to have all the fronts ready, and it takes more money and more time to changing the people on board with others. But in the bottom, it shouldn't be a huge gap and problem when it comes if they really want to launch another frontier in Tehran.
Camelia Enteka-Byford, it's always great to have you on the show. Thank you for your time with us today.
Thank you.
The US ambassador to Israel is condemning Israeli settlers who have surrounded Palestinian homes in the West Bank, calling their actions terror. Meanwhile, US State Department officials have told Arabiya English that Washington does not support a permanent Israeli military presence in southern Lebanon. The comments come after Israel's defense minister said troops were here to stay. For more on this, I'm joined by Republican overseas spokesman Errol Moorcouch. Errol, it's always great to have you on the show with us. Israeli settlers have trapped 3 Palestinian families in one home in the West Bank while soldiers stand by and just watch. How significant is it that the US ambassador Mike Huckabee called the settlers' actions terror, do you think?
I think not only is it significant, and thank you, by the way, for having me, but it's important to realize that Huckabee has done this before. Back in 2025, when there was attacks on a Christian church, I think from the 5th century, he condemned those actions. And a Palestinian-American man was beaten to death by settlers, and he condemned those actions. So I would say, Huckabee has been the most pro-settler ambassador the Americans had ever sent in recent memory that I could imagine. And President Trump removed the laws, or not laws, but the sort of regulations that the Biden administration had put on settlers and American support for Israel conditional to that. But when Huckabee sees, absolutely horrific things happening, and in this case, again, one of those people inside the house was a U.S. citizen as well, and Huckabee has a duty as our official there to protect all of our citizens. So it is critical, and it's important because it shows that we're willing to be honest with our allies and our friends. And just because the U.S. does give Israel a lot of leeway in certain things, there certainly is a line, and this kind of terror-type action, as the ambassador said, is not going to be tolerated by the Trump administration going forward.
And as you just said to me, Errol, Mike Huckabee strongly supports Israeli settlements. But do you think his condemnation suggests that things have just gone too far now for Washington? And do you think we could see stronger US criticism coming out now, maybe President Donald Trump or others in the Republican Party?
I think in regards to the settler issue, I don't expect to see much from President Trump other than standing with his ambassador in the general sense. He's already expressed dissatisfaction at the general concept of bombing an apartment building to get one Hezbollah member. So I think perhaps the condemnation, if you want to call it that, will probably become more towards the behavior in southern Lebanon and how Israeli troops are there rather than this issue, which I think Mike Huckabee has addressed seriously. Now, if the president is asked on it, I think he would, stand obviously with with the ambassador, but ultimately the narrative isn't a good look when America's best friend, of course, in America, I'm sorry, Israel's best friend in America is calling the kettle black when it is, and the Israelis might not like that, but it means again that we have a strong friendship. It's not a negative thing; it's a positive thing, and the Israelis should be condemning this as well and making sure that this gets out of their culture, because it looks very bad, and it is, as he said, terroristic act.
As you say, the US close friends with Israel, but of late, Errol, we've heard a lot of criticism towards Israel, and President Donald Trump has repeatedly opposed West Bank annexation. So how much leverage and pressure should the US be putting on Israel to stop the settlement expansion? Or do you think that Netanyahu now is just doing whatever he can to win the election?
Well, a lot of this is election posturing, but I would say that the United States is not supporting Israeli expansion whatsoever. You've seen the close relationship that President Trump has with President Erdogan in Turkey, and how he, obviously has explained that, we have many more allies in the world besides Israel, and the idea that expanding any farther or going in to take Syria's land isn't going to happen. So I think there is going to be some rebukes going forward in terms of maybe Israeli behavior, and some of the things that worked in the 20th century aren't going to work in the future. But again, Donald Trump is a deal maker. He's taking away certain options that they had while offering a road to peace and agreement throughout the Middle East with the Abraham Accords. And as we see new alignments being drawn in the Mecca agreement between Turkey and Pakistan and Saudi Arabia, you see other alliances growing that are able to counter Iran. So this is a chance for Israel to integrate. And obviously there might be some tears before bedtime as things change, but ultimately we're not going to abandon our partner as we perhaps redirect them during this. And I think Bibi Netanyahu knows this will be a very tough election for him, and he needs everything he can.
And Israel has rejected the US-backed Gaza ceasefire plan. It is now resisting parts of that big US-brokered Lebanon deal. Does this show that Netanyahu is increasingly willing to challenge Washington? Because this is not a good look, is it, for two friends to be fighting this way and for Netanyahu to be rejecting what the US has worked so hard on?
Yeah, it speaks to some structural differences in the way we see the region going, and probably that's going to also reveal itself inside of Israel going forward. Ultimately, the general Israeli concept that Hezbollah has to disarm is a very fair requirement, considering the history there. However, to disarm them, you effectively need to start a civil war inside of Lebanon, started, of course, by the actual elected government against Hezbollah. So you have brothers in some ways fighting brothers. So that's a very tough sell to make anywhere. So, asking the Israelis to leave ahead of time, of course, is something that they're not going to do. But in the case of this, we have a global arrangement, a bigger arrangement than is in this situation. And Iran uses it as leverage, and Israel is able to use it as some leverage to keep maybe America there. But ultimately, no, it's not a good look. It's not a good look when Israel is being so obstinate, when the United States has been so generous. With that said, that doesn't mean that we don't understand their position. It's just that they're going to have to work with us. And if they don't, or if they see that it's not being fruitful for them, I think the Israeli people are kind of tired of war, tired of being, under this scrutiny. And you might find a new government that's more amicable to this type of peace agreement. I think Netanyahu was more of a wartime president. And as things kind of, peter out into this more of a trench warfare, you're going to see perhaps new leadership emerge, because the Americans simply can't work with that attitude going forward.
And if Israel continues its attitude, as you said, going forward and challenges US policy in various countries like Gaza, Lebanon, the West Bank, everything we've basically been talking about, Errol, do you think President Donald Trump should seriously now consider sanctions as a way to pressure Netanyahu and Israel? Is that an option?
Everything's on the table with President Trump, but it would be highly unlikely to see him sanctioning Israel, considering what a pillar they've been in this fight against Iran. What an amazing ally they've been in actually conducting kinetic operations with us, rather than just giving hope and goodwill like some other our friends in Europe. So because of that, what they've done there, I do not think that the president would be considering sanctions at any point.
Errol Moorcouch, it's always great to have you on the show. Thank you for your time with us.
Thank you for having me.
Now let's bring in Ibrahim Chahini, Lebanese political analyst and legal affairs researcher. Ibrahim, as always, great to have you on the show. So Defense Minister Israel Katz has ordered...
Thanks for having me, Leigh Ann.
Pleasure. I just wanted to start, actually, with the fact that Israel Katz, the Defense Minister, of course, has ordered the Israeli military to prepare for an extended presence in southern Lebanon. Does this amount to a de facto occupation, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it comes at no surprise, right? Because despite the U.S. brokered framework agreement between the Lebanese and the Israelis, despite 7 rounds of talk, 5 in Washington and 2 in Rome, the Israelis have significantly increased their strikes across southern Lebanon just in the past 48 hours. They have struck southern Lebanon, targeting alleged Hezbollah members and military bases for Hezbollah. But of course, we have no means to verify these claims at the famous Ali Tahir Hill, but also in other places, including the famous Beaufort Castle, which is, by the way, a UN classified castle that is protected under international law. All of this comes after the statements made by Benjamin Netanyahu, Bibi Netanyahu. He himself claimed that the Israelis would stay present in southern Lebanon till they accomplish their mission, and I'm quoting his words here. He said to crush Hezbollah and to eradicate Hezbollah. And as you mentioned, just yesterday, his Minister of Defense, Israel Katz, stated that the Israelis are not willing to withdraw, basically, from southern Lebanon anytime soon. And of course, these claims, they go against the officially announced position of the U.S. administration. Multiple times, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, but also President Trump, during his meeting with President Joseph Aoun, they both stated that they do not wish to see further escalation at the Lebanese-Israeli borders because maybe they fear that it might lead to a broader regional war, which might involve other regional actors like Iran, which in turn might halt the already complicated negotiations with the Iranians. As we know, Leigh Ann, the negotiations, the 60-day period will end on Saturday, so adding Lebanon into the mix will complicate things further.
And you know what is so interesting, as you do say, what Israel Katz has really said, it puts Israel at odds with this US brokered agreement. But other than that, do you think we've now reached a stalemate with Israel actually refusing to withdraw until Hezbollah disarms, while Hezbollah refuses to discuss disarmament until Israel withdraws? So we just seem to be in this catch-22 at the moment.
We are at this situation, this catch-22, as you mentioned it, and the military and political dimension. Beyond this dimension, I think the humanitarian reality also in southern Lebanon is starting to get really complicated, which puts pressure on the United States administration and other European countries involved in southern Lebanon. I mean, Leigh Ann, entire villages have been destroyed and even wiped off the map. Civilian infrastructure has been severely damaged. Entire communities have been displaced, and there has been this rising fear among many Lebanese, and I'm currently in Lebanon. They're stating this fear of a broader logic of devastation, similar to what we've seen in Gaza in the past 2 years or so. So at the very least, Leigh Ann, these developments raise serious humanitarian and legal concerns that require far greater international attention and diplomatic urgency. And I do think that the efforts made by the United States of America, for example, the meeting held yesterday between General Joseph Clearfield and President Joseph Aoun, can also be seen through the lens of diplomatic urgency to find peaceful solutions and long-lasting solutions for Lebanon, despite the Israeli efforts to stay present in southern Lebanon.
So what role can the Lebanese army play in taking control of southern Lebanon and actually stopping Hezbollah from rebuilding its military presence in the area? How strong is the Lebanese army right now?
So, very good question, Leigh Ann. Lebanese President Joseph Aoun, during his meeting with President Trump, he stated clearly that the Lebanese army is in urgent need of military and financial support from the U.S. administration. And it's no secret that the Lebanese army was indeed deployed in southern Lebanon in the past, following the end of the 2024 hostilities and the establishment of the Mechanism Committee as a direct implementation of UN Resolution 1701. But at the time, it's also no secret that the Lebanese army faced major challenges in the southern Litani area, including limited resources and insufficient support. So the central question, Leigh Ann, remains the same. What are the guarantees this time around, and what's going to make the difference? Because if these questions remain unanswered, I'm afraid the situation is not going to change in the near future.
Yeah, and therein lies the problem. Lots of unanswered questions. But how much pressure can Washington realistically put on Israel to withdraw and follow this US broker deal and framework that's been made?
I mean, they're trying, but if we want to be completely honest, I think it's worth noting, or it's interesting to notice the shift in tone or this change in discourse by the United States when it comes to the Lebanese-Israeli borders. We've seen this in this heated phone call we heard about between Benjamin Netanyahu and President Trump, and more recently with the rising tension between Vice President J.D. Vance and a number of Israeli officials, high-ranked officials, including people, members of the Israeli cabinet, members of the right wing, of course, people like Ben-Gvir, like Smotrich, etc. And more recently with the Trump, with the interview given by Trump to Fox News, where he stated clearly that the Israelis wouldn't survive without the help of the United States. Of course, we have also other differences regarding Turkey, regarding Iran, the diplomatic path and the military path preferred by the Israelis. So both parties are not on the same page when it comes to Lebanon and other fronts. But of course, we should take these statements with a grain of salt, because as your previous guest, he mentioned that the alliance between the Israelis and the Americans is one of the biggest in the region. So I'm not sure minor issues, as described by Donald Trump when talking about Lebanon and Iran, can cause a rupture, a long-lasting rupture between these two countries.
Ibrahim Shaheen, but as you rightly said, we are seeing more and more criticism of Israel from the US. But great to have you on the show as always. Thank you.
Pleasure, Leigh Ann. Thank you.
Russian President Vladimir Putin made his first ever visit to one of the disputed Kuril Islands, triggering a sharp response from Japan. Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi called the visit absolutely unacceptable as the decades-old territorial dispute between Tokyo and Moscow flares up once again. Take a listen.
We strongly protest President Putin's visit to the island. The northern territories are part of Japan's territory, both historically and under international law. It offends the sentiments of the Japanese people and is absolutely unacceptable. And for our response going forward, we will carefully consider the matter within the government.
For more on this, I'm joined by Derek Grossman, Professor of International Relations at the University of Southern California. Derek, it's always great to have you on the show. I think the main question here is, why has Vladimir Putin's visit to the disputed islands provoked such a strong reaction from Japan?
Yeah, well, thanks for having me and good to see you again. So this, unfortunately, has been long in coming. There's always been rumors that Putin was going to visit these islands to provoke Japan. And the reality is that ever since Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, Japan signed up to sanctions sponsored by the United States and by a big swath of the international community. And those sanctions targeted the Kremlin. And so what you see now is Putin essentially retaliating against Japan by visiting these disputed islands and showing that, two can play at this game. If Japan is going to support the United States and Ukraine in their position of, maintaining sovereignty and territorial integrity over Ukraine, well, then Russia can try to compromise those same things, sovereignty and territorial integrity, vis-a-vis Japan. And so to me, honestly, this is not a surprise at all. It's actually more surprising that it took so long for it to happen in the first place. And for Japan, Japan's claimed these islands since the end, since really the 19th century, but more recently since the end of World War II, Japan has stated that they want the islands back from the Soviet Union and now Russia, but Russia has refused to give them back. And I believe it's because they're using it as leverage against Japan and the West.
And do you think Russia's growing cooperation that we're seeing with China and North Korea could actually be making Japan increasingly concerned about its very own security? Because as we know, those islands also give Russia access to the Pacific Ocean, so they're strategically important too.
Yeah, I think that's another important factor, because prior to Russia invading Ukraine, Kim Jong-un in North Korea basically only had China as its primary benefactor. But since the war has been going so poorly for Putin, he's now turned to North Korea to provide ammunition, to provide personnel, and apparently to provide missiles as well from North Korea that could be used in Ukraine. And this is really a strategic quid pro quo, as I've labeled it in the past, whereby Putin gets all of this from North Korea, but then North Korea in turn gets critical technology to improve its ballistic missile program, possibly its submarine-launched ballistic missile program, and maybe even its nuclear program as well. And so China, there was actually just a really interesting article that came out from a Chinese scholar in Foreign Affairs talking about how China is quite concerned that it's losing its influence over North Korea basically at the expense of Northeast Asian security, and that influence is now floating over to Moscow. Now, you could argue that Beijing and Moscow are very good friends, and therefore they don't have a lot to worry about. They can work in concert with one another. But frankly, North Korea is one of those very sensitive areas for China, because if Russia has inroads there, then China has less control over what Kim does. And Kim Jong-un has been, fairly practical, fairly reasonable in his moves, but you never know. He's nuclear armed, and now he's feeling emboldened by the Russians. And, to think about what he could do vis-a-vis Japan and the United States are both mortal enemies of North Korea, to include, of course, South Korea, right? There's definitely the possibility that North Korea feels that that now is a better time to take preemptive action than in the past against Japan, because it has Russia's backing.
And what options, Derek, does Japan have to respond to Putin's visit without further escalating tensions with Russia, do you think? Because what you've been saying to me is actually they're walking a fine line at the moment.
Yeah, well, the reality is Japan is not going to take military action against Russia, because, that is something the cost is unacceptably high, but also would have to coordinate with the United States through the Mutual Defense Treaty, and the United States is not going to go along with that either. So I think military options are off the table, but it's important to point out that Japan under Prime Minister Takaichi has increasingly prioritized homeland defense, but also, defense to the near abroad of Japan. And in this case, Takaichi certainly thinks that the Kuril Islands are part of Japan. So she could make the argument, which would be quite the patriotic or maybe nationalistic one, that Japan needs to take military action here. But more likely than not, Japan is going to, try to settle this diplomatically. But as I was saying earlier, there is kind of this like proximate nearby issue in which, Japan has worried about external powers meddling in Japan's neighborhood. And so I wouldn't say it's completely off the table, but it seems unlikely that Japan would pursue military action. So what does that leave? That leaves sanctions, that leaves diplomatic rhetoric, complaining at the United Nations, things like that. But look, this is also a longer term issue. This is something that's been going on for decades. Right now, I think Japan is very, hurt by this, is embarrassed. And Takaichi has to make the statement for domestic public consumption that Japan is monitoring it and taking it seriously.
And Derek, if we could just shift to another topic that's happening in the world at the moment, and that's Russia and Ukraine. And now, according to reports, Ukraine has offered Russia a deal to stop attacks on civilian targets in the Black Sea. Russia has not responded to this as of yet. Do you think this is a realistic opportunity for de-escalation in the Black Sea, which we also know is now threatening global food security?
It's hard to say. We get news like this every now and again that the two sides are trying to figure a way out. But, you have to look at kind of the longer tail of this, which is that Russia's invasion simply continues and it's intensifying. And that is, we have to ask ourselves, why is this happening, right? Well, for one thing, Russia certainly doesn't think that the United States under President Trump is really going to do much to support Ukraine. You just had Zelensky pleading with the United States for more air defenses. And I don't know if those are forthcoming. We'll have to see. Also, you have Ukraine with a competing peace plan, an alternate peace plan to Russia's peace plan. And so that, I think, has been angering and frustrating the Russians. And then on top of it, Ukraine is also attacking targets within Russia. And so this tit for tat has really been spiraling. And so when you see that the Kremlin is launching additional attacks, intensifying its attacks, of course, this is atrocious, and it needs to be condemned by the international community. But at the same time, right, there is an action-reaction happening here. And frankly, Putin smells the vulnerability of Ukraine right now and wants to take full advantage. Think about it this way. He's only got another 2.5 years left of Trump in office. Once the elections happen in the United States, there could be a new president who decides to support Ukraine more fully. And that would completely derail Russia's efforts to take over the entirety of Ukraine and possibly to continue attacking other countries in the region that have Russian-speaking people like Belarus, Moldova, maybe even the Baltic states, maybe even Poland as part of NATO. So it's scary possibilities, but we have to think about that. And so Russia, Putin in particular, sees this as really a moment of opportunity to try to end the war on favorable terms to his country.
Derek Grossman, as always, great to have you on. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
A reminder of our top stories. Saudi Arabia, Turkey and Pakistan are putting their new defence pact into action, with joint drills and deeper defence ties now in the works. The US ambassador to Israel calls settler attacks terror, while Washington pushes back against a permanent Israeli military presence in Lebanon. And Japan's Prime Minister calls Putin's visit to a disputed island absolutely unacceptable. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It's never comfortable to be displaced from your home, from your country. I was born in Damascus, Syria, at 10 to America, being labeled a refugee, totally against the genocide. And I'm most disturbed by the silence of the greater powers who may actually be financing it.
We are Palestinians that feel good about being Palestinians, being Muslim, being part of that culture.
This is my grandmother's ring, my teta, a small coin from Palestine. Family are the ones who will always be there for you.
The people of Milano are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-coloured. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. The unique democratic system practiced in Milana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of 2 councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully.
And now for some sports news. FIFA is once again in the spotlight after President Gianni Infantino faced criticism over proposals to bring private investors into the commercial side of the game, including selling stakes in major competitions such as the FIFA World Cup. Well, the backlash quickly fueled speculation about his future. Would he be forced to step aside, or could he survive the storm? For now, it appears that the answer is yes. Despite the controversy, Infantino has secured the backing of senior FIFA executives following a meeting in Morocco. He's also apologised for what he described as the errors he made. But is the issue now behind him, or has the episode done lasting damage to his credibility and authority at the top of world football? Well, for analysis on this, let's bring in David Davies, former Executive Director at the Football Association in England, joining from Birmingham. David, Gianni Infantino has apologised for what he described as mistakes. Is it enough?
Is it enough for him to survive, I assume, is your question. And I don't think anyone can answer that question immediately with total certainty. His position, in my view, is precarious, mainly because of the outright opposition that exists in the 47 member countries in Europe, but also in parts of Asia, parts of North America as well. And I think we have to decide here, you have to understand here that it is very difficult, actually, normally, to replace a president of FIFA. Mr. Blatter came through an awful lot of storms, but I have to say that the pressure on Mr. Infantino over the next few months, certainly up to November, assuming that he survives that long, will be intense.
So do you think that this could just be delaying an inevitable leadership challenge against him? And why is it so hard to challenge a sitting president?
It will be very surprising if there is not. I'm sure Mr. Infantino would agree with this at this stage. It will be very surprising if there is not a challenge for Mr. Infantino at the latest next March at the FIFA Congress, which I think is in Morocco, mainly because of the intensity of what has happened since the end of the FIFA World Cup in America. I mean, the feelings have been immensely strong in several parts of the world, and it will be, as if you ask my opinion, I think this is a huge opportunity. There will be, in my view, a challenger to Mr. Infantino. This is a huge opportunity, not least for the Asian Confederation. And I think of people like Sheikh Salman, who was narrowly defeated by Mr. Infantino back in, I think, 2015, 2016, when Mr. Infantino succeeded Mr. Blatter. But there are other people as well in Asia. I think particularly of Prince Ali, who has stood twice now and is an outstanding football statesman with enormous integrity, in my view, and he would be a very serious candidate too. But there are other candidates in other parts of the world. Mr. Victor Montagliani in CONCACAF, which is North America and the Caribbean, he is under significant pressure to stand as well. Now, having said all that, there is no doubt that Gianni Infantino, who I was lucky enough to know reasonably well at one stage of my life, chaired conferences with him, interviewed him several times. My astonishment is still that he has allowed himself to get into this position because one of the reasons he was elected back in 2015-16 was that there was going to be transparency, and these sort of own goals were not going to be part of the Infantino period of office. And how on earth this has happened, who on earth he's been listening to, who's been advising him. Has he been listening to these certain other people? Not just the proposal, which is controversial enough in Europe, but also the process by which it was introduced. I think Gianni Infantino himself, after this meeting in Morocco yesterday, says there have been mistakes. Well, there's been more than one mistake in this whole episode.
Well, the reports suggest that Infantino reached out to President Donald Trump for political support during this crisis. If that's true, how unusual and how concerning would that be to you?
Well, none of us really know how it came about that the President of the United States was as involved in the build-up and the actual event itself. How that all came about. I mean, the defense of the relationship with Mr. Trump was fairly obvious. To have held an event of the magnitude of the FIFA World Cup in America primarily, without the support, the active support of the president, this particular president of the United States, would have been immensely difficult. Having said all that, the extent of the coziness, apparent coziness, between Mr. Infantino and the President of the United States startled an awful lot of people. And that started, back around the inauguration time. There was the president of FIFA at a number of those events and in the West Wing and of the White House. And then there was the Peace Prize, which clearly upset a remarkable number of people as well. So for somebody with Gianni's experience to have got involved in this, as I say, was beyond the comprehension of some of us.
Does this crisis, even if he weathers the storm for now, does this crisis expose deeper concerns about transparency, about accountability and governance in FIFA? I mean, I know those concerns have been around, as you say, since the Sepp Blatter days there was a crisis, but is this bringing them right back to the fore?
Well, it is bringing them back to the fore, and that is what has upset so many people, as I say, not least in Europe and other parts of the world. But Mr. Infantino's ticket on which he was sold to the 211 nations of FIFA, more than are in the United Nations, by the way, was that this was all going to be from the past, and a new page had been turned in the history of FIFA. Well, clearly the page was not turned successfully, and we shall see how it develops from here. But as I say, I think even Gianni Infantino will be surprised if there is not a challenger to him.
Let's change topics slightly and look at the latest news that we're hearing. Mo Salah has arrived at Istanbul airport wearing a very distinctive blue and burgundy kit of the Turkish Super League side Trabzonspor. How significant would this move be in your mind?
Well, let's start with Mo Salah, the player. Mo Salah, the player, is one of the world's great players, and his performances for Liverpool over many years have been quite outstanding. I happen to have a view that people, not just in football, but in life, have a shelf life, and I think he had his shelf life, by his own estimation, and others at the club at Anfield, it had reached a natural end. Am I a little surprised he's going to Trabzonspor? yes, but Turkish football, as some of us who've been lucky enough to be in Istanbul and Trabzon on a number of occasions, and Izmir, I remember, is tremendously exciting. And he clearly sees it as the next step in a distinguished career. And I'm sure he'll be welcomed by those fanatical supporters in Trabzonspor. I think he was today welcomed fantastically well. And I think he's going to have a very exciting time.
Well, I'm a Beşiktaş girl, so I can't speak to Trabzonspor too much. But do you think this is a little bit of a coming of age for the Turkish Super League then?
Well, I hope so, because Turkish football is quite something. Anybody who's been to international and big club matches in that part of the world, you know, I'm trying to think of the first one I ever went to, which I think would have been in Izmir. But, you know, I've been to those super clubs in Istanbul, as well as in many years ago, going to Trabzon. And I've always felt Turkish football has not achieved its full potential. And who knows, you know, bringing a superstar like Mo Salah to Trabzon may well lift not just the club, but the league.
It will be really interesting to see the developments there. Your analysis has been very valuable to us. Thank you, David Davies, former Executive Director at the Football Association in England. It's great to have you on the programme.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Now, with children spending more time online than ever before, digital safety has become a growing concern for parents. Well, Beyond One Saudi Arabia, the digital services company behind Virgin Mobile in the kingdom, has launched what it says is Saudi Arabia's first network-level parental control service. Well, branded as Virgin Mobile Aman, it helps parents to manage children's internet access without extra apps or complicated settings. So how does it work, and what role can telecom companies play in keeping children safer online? Well, I'm joined here in the studio by Yarob Al-Sayegh, who is the CEO of Beyond One Saudi Arabia, which, as I said, is the digital services operator behind Virgin Mobile. Thank you very much for coming to see us.
Thank you very much for having me on the show.
I wonder if I could just start by asking you if you could set the scene for us. Tell us a little bit about Beyond One and the scale of your operations here in the kingdom.
So Beyond One is a digital provider in Saudi Arabia. We are operating under the license of MVNO, which is Mobile Virtual Network Operator. Basically, we sell telecom services to our customer base in the kingdom, while our network operation is with the host operator in KSA. So we focus a lot on developing products, services, and MVNO globally focuses on niche market segments where we develop specific packages, for that segments.
Okay, and what's the link then Beyond One and Virgin Mobile? Spell it out for us.
Exactly. So Beyond One is the brand holder of Virgin Mobile, not only in Saudi Arabia, throughout the Middle East and other parts of the world like Latin America. So we have a branded license deal with Virgin Mobile, where we carry the vision of Virgin, across its multiple industries globally, well known by the entrepreneurship of Sir Richard Branson Johnson, and we're very honorable, okay, to provide this service in the kingdom through a very unique offering, and one of them is that today we're speaking about the Aman Virgin Mobile.
Yes, indeed we are. And we'll come back to maybe talking, if we have some time at the end, a bit more about your business and where it's heading. But let's talk about the Aman plan. Tell us what that's all about. What are you seeking to achieve?
Exactly. So as from your introduction, child safety becoming one of the global themes that a lot of governments, parents and agencies across the globe are trying to tackle. So we thought about this as one of the challenges that we provide telecom and service in Saudi Arabia. We studied the market. We saw there is a demand for parents, okay, to control their children's online habit and what they see. So we come up with this solution, which is a network base, no configuration, zero touch, no needed for any additional software, where we provide a telecom package through a SIM that they can give safely to their children. So it will shield them from a lot of websites that is not suitable for the children that they, of course, they consume and they watch today.
Yeah, I mean, it's terrifying, isn't it, to think of what children could be exposed to without some level of supervision and some important guardrails. And lots of governments have been addressing this issue. What are your thoughts on how different world governments have tackled regulation when it comes to keeping children safe online?
We believe, personally I believe, in a more comprehensive view about how we can tackle these challenges, okay, and protect our children from the threat. So governments around the world, and we see a lot of regulations, they're banning social media for certain ages, okay, 16 years old and below. So this is one angle. The other angle will be, I think, education of parents themselves, where they take the responsibility, the guardianship of their beloved ones, and provide them with the necessary tools, technology that make it easy, no configuration, nothing, okay, that you have to do additional. Today we live in a very complicated world, and this is where we thought that there is a chance and opportunity for us to provide this safety in a very, very easy, zero-touch approach.
What are the sorts of threats that the Aman plan seeks to address specifically?
So basically we block the main social media platforms, which inherently also are not suitable for the target age that we have. We have also YouTube, which they have a specific safe version, okay, that we have through the Aman plan, not the public and general YouTube with its content out there. So it's very catered. It's very, we believe, okay, can provide the minimum protection, okay, for the young ones through this plan.
Do you think, as wearing your telecoms hat, I mean, do you think there is a bit of a conflict of interest between what the governments want and what the telecom companies want? Because, of course, blocking social media and blocking content, doesn't that mean less revenue for you?
Well, yes, absolutely. But I think this comes from our brand values and where Virgin can play, okay? So a lot of ventures that happen Virgin throughout the years is coming from to be safe, to be brave, and to challenge the status quo and provide the service. We know out there that this plan will not be, of course, suit the needs of everyone. So still, we will see that the growth of social media, internet consumption will happen. However, also we realize that there is this segment of very keen parents, okay, guardians who want to have a tool, okay, for this. So I don't see in the immediate future that this will cannibalize or affect the consumption of internet as wise.
I mean, there are calls all around the world from society for products to be made family safe, for online content to be safe for younger ages. I mean, do you feel like a lot of the demand is coming from society here in Saudi Arabia?
Absolutely, yes. And I think societies across the globe, but for Saudi for sure. As you can imagine, and launching a new product, we do a lot of surveys. We interviewed a sample of our customers and potential customers to see, and we saw a common thread of parents who are very, very keen to provide safety tools for their children. They want to provide them with a SIM that goes into their tablets, okay, and then they can, when they go out in the evening, out it, but they want it in a very safe way. So this is one of the things that gave us confirmation that there's a local KSA demand for such products and such a plan, okay, and this is where Aman came live.
With almost all the business models we talk about and all the innovations we talk about in the kingdom, we always find a link back to Vision 2030. Is there a link here?
Of course, okay. So we're very lucky to operate under the local authorities, okay, with the sponsorship of the Ministry of ICT and the Commission of Space and Technology. We always see them to push us for more innovative products and services, not only to provide data and minutes. And this is where I think the licensing of MMNO, such of us, okay, where we provide innovation to the market. So all of this being sponsored and being encouraged, okay, by the local governments, okay, and where we operate, and this is where we're very blessed, okay, to be supported by the Vision 2030 in general and by the Ministry and the Commission.
Let's talk a bit about how you're performing. I mean, what sort of growth and revenue growth potential are you seeing here in the kingdom?
Quite substantial. So MVNOs, a mobile virtual network operator, is a business model. It's across the globe in many, many countries. In Saudi, the local regulation sees MVNO as a way that promotes more growth, okay, the Saudi market for telecom services, provide also innovative products that doesn't exist, okay, without the competition and the new licensed MVNOs. So, and as we see a couple of years ago, and what we also forecast future, we have potential to grow even more and more as we innovate, okay, across the product line of telcos.
So for people who don't really know much about MVNOs, and I have to confess I'm one of them, I hadn't really heard much about MVNOs before now. Does there tend to be a journey that companies go on from being an MVNO towards going full network and solo, or does that not tend to happen?
So telco is quite regulated, and end of the day is there is in any country will be limited number of mobile network operators with facilities, okay, towers and operating frequencies. So the way to intense the more competition and to have more brands in the market is through virtual network operators. And in our own strategy, we don't see in the foreseeable future that we'll have a network operator. Our focus really on the marketing, sales, and innovative part of the side of the value chain of the telco, where we innovate like Aman, and we provide other services, okay, in KSA.
And when it comes to that model, and you mentioned at the beginning of this conversation that you're active in markets right across the GCC, across the region. Any lessons learned from Virgin Mobile's successes, or perhaps lessons learned from setbacks in any markets in the region? So
actually, it's quite a benefit for us in Virgin Mobile Saudi that we have exposure and market experiences across GCC. So Virgin Mobile is active in Kuwait, UAE, and we have a sister company in Oman under another brand name, Friendly Mobile. So we have a shared experience across the GCC. What we see is that there is demand for MVNOs or for new products and services where it doesn't come from the main players. And we're very delighted and very happy, okay, to grab this opportunity and get global brands like Virgin Mobile with its extensive experiences, brand philosophy and understanding, and again, challenging the status quo, okay, and providing, like Aman, something that is not typical from a service provider, okay, globally.
And what are the advantages? What's the benefit of being an MVNO as opposed to going full network? What's the proper term actually, as opposed to being MVNO? What's the inverse?
So MNO.
MNO,
which is yes, okay. And
what's the advantage of being MVNO as opposed to MNO?
Well, I think it's MNOs and MVNOs are quite different, okay? And actually in the telco, we work all together as all service providers, okay, and we work. But if I want to give you an example of what the advantage of MVNOs is, that the focus on customer experience, the focus on providing new things to the market. Probably the cost structure of an MVNO will be much lighter, which means that we can provide very cost-effective and plans, okay, versus others. Also, we have a great brand, Friendly, okay, which specializes in our broader expat community in Saudi Arabia, and our advantage of the MVNO is that we go in areas where no other players go, and we focus on these communities wherever across the kingdom.
And just lastly, I mean, you mentioned Richard Branson. So yes. Richard Branson earlier in the conversation, obviously someone who's known internationally. I mean, Virgin seems to have an increasing interest in this market. What do you think is on the horizon for Virgin in Saudi Arabia?
So we had the pleasure of Sir Richard Branson visiting us last year, okay, and we had a very interesting conversation with him. There is ambition for more Virgin brand operations in KSA. It's under discussion nowadays, but he sees the value. Virgin Group are very, very keen and interested to be part of the Vision 2030 and the growth happening in the kingdom.
Well, that's all we've got time for. Thank you very much indeed to our guest today, Yarab Al-Saig, the CEO of Beyond One Saudi Arabia, the digital services provider behind Virgin Mobile. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
The first democracy in the world, the descendants of Alexander the Great, an isolated village. And a God who speaks through a spiritual medium. The secrets of Malana, a veil lifted from the depths of a mysterious world. The village of Malana, nestled in the enchanting Himalayas, sits at a high altitude of about 2,652 meters above sea level in India's Himachal Pradesh state, surrounded by breathtaking beauty. To reach this hidden sanctuary, travelers must endure a long, winding journey, about 21 kilometers from the nearest city, Kolu, climbing steep trails and rugged paths that seem to go on endlessly before finally reaching the village. Tourists endure great hardship to reach this village due to its remote location, which modern transport cannot access.
The only challenge which I felt was like trekking to Malana village from the parking, which is quite a lot. For me, it was around, it took me around an hour to reach over here.
In this distant valley, there lies a rich history that stretches back thousands of years, a way of life deeply bound by its own unique traditions and laws. The beliefs of the Malanese, which often conflict with their economic needs, mean that although they strictly forbid physical contact with outsiders, they are nonetheless forced to rely mainly on tourism, a blessing, yet also a curse for them.
As the head of the village, my job is to take care of all the work here, such as leveling roads and installing solar light. It is my duty to place trash bins in different parts of the village and to raise awareness among tourists to use them instead of throwing garbage anywhere. I use the money that the government provides for this work.
Jamningirishi, regarded as one of the great sages in Hindu mythology, is said to have intervened through his divine oracle, commanding that all guest houses surrounding Malana be closed. According to the legend, his decree allowed the village to welcome visitors only during daylight hours, when the god's blessing was present. This remote village attracts around 12,000 visitors each year.
Tourists can't come and stay over here. It's very hard to find a place over here. Usually tourists come, visit, stay here for like a couple of hours and they go back to their own hotels.
It is well known for its beautiful wooden houses, built in the unique Kathkuni architectural style, which were tragically destroyed in a massive fire back in January 2008. From those ashes, a new Malana emerged, resilient and hopeful. The march of modernity became increasingly evident, with cell towers, electricity and television sets appearing everywhere. Throughout Himachal Pradesh, people will tell you that the residents of this ancient village, known for their deeply rooted customs, avoid even the lightest physical contact with outsiders. They remain cautious and distant, especially when it comes to any direct touch. The children of the village do not hesitate to hug or shake hands. But most of the people here still firmly uphold the rule of no physical contact with foreigners.
What surprised me over here is that you can't touch their holy places, you can't touch the local people over here. And if you're not walking on the path which is already made to walk, they'll literally tell you to move away from that. You can't come closer to their houses as well. You have to pay huge amount as fine or something like that.
सुनो यहाँ मना है कि ऐसा नहीं है किसी जगह में हम भी नहीं जा सकता है आप भी नहीं जा सकता है.
Touching is forbidden here. This rule, you see, is not only for outsiders. We too have our own rules that forbid touching others. Even the gods have their rules. That is how it is. Everyone can be punished for touching, even the locals. The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely related to ritual and traditional religion.
The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely tied to their rituals and traditional faiths, deeply rooted in their culture. The people of Malana speak a sacred tongue known as Kanashi, a language never taught to outsiders, whispered only within the village itself. Nowhere else on earth can this language be heard.
The good tongues once spoken here are gone. Now we speak only Dano, the demon's tongue.
This rare language, Kanashi, belongs to the great Sino-Tibetan family. Yet, in the neighboring villages, people speak completely different Indian languages, none of which share any real connection with Kanashi. The current state of the Kanashi language, unfortunately, puts it at an inevitable risk of extinction. It is unwritten, and it has not been scientifically documented at all. The people of Malana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-coloured. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. Many stories and legends surround this mountain village. One ancient tale tells how soldiers from Alexander the Great's army sought refuge here in 326 BC, wounded after fierce battles with King Porus, ruler of what is now Punjab in India. Their memory still lingers in the myths of Malana. It is said that these soldiers were the ancestors of today's Malana people, warriors who, after fierce battles long ago, chose these mountains as their final refuge. Artifacts found in the village seem to echo that legend. Yet, there is no study which confirms a link to Alexander's army, and many locals simply call it an old tale.
ये जो है जो सिकंदर का जो फौज था ना वहाँ का कोई
It is not true that a man came here. It isn't true that a man named Alexander came here. We are, and have always been, the sons of Jamadagni, Rishi, nothing else.
All that is a lie. There is no lineage of Alexander here. We come from Balkan, Rangri, Lugai, and Shela, and Kulu has its lineage too. It makes no sense for there to be a link to Alexander. In fact, Alexander's descendants also came, but none of them remained as we wiped them out.
The village of Malana is renowned for its judicial and democratic system, marked by its unique and ancient traditions. The members of the village council, 11 in total, gather in the main square and are known as the Jamda. The council members listen patiently to every case brought before them. Disputes are discussed, voices are heard, and the village reaches its verdict by a vote of the majority, an enduring example of the living spirit of democracy that has guided Malana for centuries. This scene reflects the village's adherence to its own laws and its independence from India's formal judicial system. Malana is famous for cultivating a type of cannabis that bears its name, Malana cream, one of the region's main sources of income. Yet this crop brings not only legal challenges but also social consequences. Children and young boys, sadly, have become involved in supplying and selling drugs in Malana.
थोड़ा सुधरेंगे यहाँ पे थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम थी नशे मतलब ऐसे ही families that live here believe that people fall into drug addiction at a young age. The village is very small, so education is poor. And only a few of the villagers can read or write. Still, We live a simple life by farming the land, welcoming travelers, sharing stories by the fire, laughing together and finding happiness in the quiet rhythm of our days. Guest houses can be opened, but not inside Malana. I studied until the 10th grade, yet family troubles forced me to stop. According to our culture, we no longer take outside jobs. We follow Rishi's path, growing vegetables, tending apple trees, gathering herbs from the forest. This work is inherited from our ancestors. This is the rhythm of our lives. It keeps us close to our land, to our mountain, and to the silence that protects us, and collecting herbs from the forest. This is how we earn our living.
Here, women work more, and men work less. Women do many tasks like collecting honey and going to the forest to gather herbs.
जंगल में जाके बूटी होता है.
People are quite friendly over here, and there's some different culture also over here. What I heard about the culture and everything, that they have their own code, they have their own law. They don't follow what you call Indian constitution. So this place is completely different compared to all over India, kind of, you can say that. Their Pradhan take all the decisions. If there's any fight or anything in between the locals or something among themselves, there's only one person who takes all the decision for them.
The unique democratic system practiced in Malana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully. Final authority always rests with the upper house, which includes 3 respected figures, one serving as the voice of the local deity. The village's oral tradition tells of a sacred figure named Jamadan Girishi. He lived in this mountain village centuries ago, known for his wisdom and deep contemplation. He is believed to have helped establish the laws and customs that the people of Malana have followed through the ages.
ऋषि आया ना इधर, जमदग्नि ने ऋषि आ गया तो इस करके इधर तपस्या की है इन्होंने. दानु का राज था. हाँ, दानु ने हार माना.
When the Rishi Jamadagni came here and meditated in this place, Danu ruled this region. Danu agreed to hand the village over to Jamadagni. In Hindi, we call him Jamadagni. We call him Jamlu. 2 brothers first came and ruled here. After that, their number grew to 100 people. And now, there are many.
बात और भी आते 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 तब इधर पूरा गाँव बस गया. यहाँ का कल्चर अलग ही है.
The story of Jamdan Girishi forms an inseparable part of Malana's rich cultural heritage. New generations are constantly reminded of the importance of wisdom and a deep reverence for history and tradition. This divine figure truly symbolizes a guiding spirit within Malana's unique system of governance. This political framework, indeed, has raised many questions among researchers and visitors alike, who often struggle to understand how such an advanced form of governance can exist in this remote, yet peculiar village.
Janamji Rishi, he worshipped Shivji for a long time, and Shivji came and gave Vardhan to Rishiji to stay here or something like that it was there. That drew my attention. And if you can see there's railing which ground is there, so they said that Rishi ji used to worship over here. Over here only Shivji gave him darshan and gave him the vardhan to stay over here and all that. There's some festival today for which I came. So let's see festival, how does it goes. It should start in the evening and it will go on for next 2-3 days. They dance and all that and they do prayers and all that.
The young women adorn themselves with bright clothes and jewellery as they prepare for Phagli, the joyful festival celebrated across Himachal Pradesh. It marks the end of winter's chill and the warm, colourful arrival of spring. It is an important and colourful celebration of music and traditional dance that unites the community.
This celebration is held at the end of winter and the beginning of summer. Now we can plant the seeds in the fields. We will start by planting potatoes, kidney beans and other things.
Girls will come from all the villages wearing their best dresses. And there will be dances in many places, and everyone will visit each other's homes to eat together.
It is our tradition to celebrate after the snowfall that lasts for 6 months. The snow isolates our village completely, as there is no way out during the winter. When the spring arrives, the place becomes filled with joy. Everyone sings, the snow has melted, and people dance through the night and into the morning. This is the reason for our happiness. I guess the village has to take care of the things. There are lots of garbage on the entrance of the village, and there are lots of stuff is scattered over here and there. So I guess it can get much better. They can clean it properly.
नहीं हमसे तो कोई परेशानी नहीं है फिर भी है जरूर पर
We have no problem with tourists. The only problem we face with them is that when they come here, they throw litter on the road like chocolate wrappers, biscuits, and empty bottles.
This enchanting village has absorbed the essence of the Himalayas that surround it, its roots intertwined with the ancient heritage of its people. Despite warnings against foreigners and the strict rule of no physical contact, the village radiates warmth. It remains a mysterious haven for many adventure seekers. Yet one wonders, could the villagers' joy in welcoming tourists ultimately become the very cause of their village's ruin?
बस यहाँ पे फ्यूचर यही है अब फ्यूचर तो अब पहाड़ ही है ये फ्यूचर सब
These mountains are our future because in the days to come they will remain beautiful. The world below us is not so good. Tourism is not welcomed here. What can we do? We are the sons of the wise, and it is our duty to carry on the work of the sages.
बस अपना खाते जीते बस यही है
Watching Counterpoints on Arabiya English. I'm Melinda Nucifora, coming to you from Jerusalem for this special interview with the Israeli President Isaac Herzog. President Herzog, thank you so much for your time on Arabiya English.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to appear for Arabiya.
We're sitting down here in Jerusalem at a time of another flare-up in regional tensions. We're seeing Iran again resuming the targeting of some vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. We're seeing renewed strikes from the United States on Iran. The memorandum of understanding that was signed on to, was it a bad interim deal if we find ourselves back in this position?
First of all, I'm not surprised that this is the situation, because with the Iranian pattern of behavior, which we know, it's impossible to do deals. They violate all the time. They have their own way of interpreting things that are very, very clear. We see in so many instances their proxies are all operating on their behalf simply to stir up and radicalize the situation, leading to instability. That's their ideology for years and years and years. And I must say, I believe that this reality also hits the face of many people who thought that there is an opportunity and a chance. Honestly, I believe in a diplomatic solution to the conflict. I think this is absolutely what needs to be done, and I actually know that this is the clear Israeli position, but we had legitimate concerns. We raised them. And now you see it in front of your eyes with the Iranian behavior. I'm happy that the American reaction is firm and clear so that everybody understands, especially the Iranians, that they cannot goof here. And they have to go back on track if they really want to implement a venue of exiting from the war.
You mentioned that that Israel had concerns about the memorandum. Do you think if Israel had have been negotiated with in the lead up to the memorandum being agreed to, that this current situation could have been avoided?
Look, the whole situation is controlled and led by President Trump. And I trust him fully on this, and I believe that it is an American-led situation, meaning the Americans have to deal with it with their allies as well. Because closing Hormuz, let's understand it, closing Hormuz is clearly another extortionate step in the relations of Iran with the world. If you think about it objectively, now let's go to bird's eye view, and you remember the map of the Middle East. It cannot be that the world would accept a situation whereby maritime routes, which are owned by the world, which are internationally open, which are part of international rules and part of international maritime law, it cannot be that they will be closed by one nation through its proxies or by itself simply because they want to blackmail the rest of the world. It cannot go this way. It's impossible, because once you do it, then the whole world is a mess. And I think here the American position is very clear, and I think President Trump is correct in the fact that he's insisting that Hormuz be open. It's part of international trade.
The US, though, is also asserting its own blockade on the strait. So why should they be allowed to do it?
Because it's a counter-reaction to the Iranian blockade. And at the end of it all, it's quite clear that free maritime is something of an essential element in world affairs. You know, people who watch us now should realize that this blackmailing operation, which has been going on for about almost 3 years, like closing of Bab el-Mandeb, okay, by the Houthis, or closing of Hormuz, etc., increased the cost of living of all these families around the world who are getting these products, who are being carried by ships all over the world because of insurance and freight costs and other costs. So it's obvious that the world is paying price simply for this Iranian rudeness and Iranian mode of behavior, which has always been a terrorist mode of behavior.
And even after what looked like a potential breakthrough, the world finds itself back in this position. We're discussing again that the closure of the strait, regime change in Iran now looks increasingly unlikely, and their nuclear and ballistic missile capabilities remain somewhat
but that's everybody's clear purpose, is to make sure that Iran does not have nuclear capabilities. The President of the United States made it clear, the international community, the European Union, everybody understands now the threat of nuclear capability by a jihadist regime as the Iranian regime. This is the root cause of the war. I mean, you know, the United States went to war with Israel on this issue of the nuclear capability of Iran, because it means a huge, huge risk and danger to all the people in the region.
The fact, though, that we've gone so far into this conflict, we've had a potential breakthrough, now we seem back to the beginning of where we were. Has it been a strategic failure to this point?
Well, I don't know, because honestly, you know how it is. There's an eruption and then there's negotiations. I know that there's efforts to go back on track. I cannot comment because I'm not in the room, nor are we involved. So I don't want to give judgment on something and make clear declarations, because it may go back on track. All I'm saying is there should be clear guidelines. No nuclear capability of Iran, no blackmail and extorting the world community by closing off Hormuz.
And as you say, the negotiations now look like they could potentially get back on track.
We don't know. You know how it is. There are mediators, there are efforts.
Would you like to see Israel at the table?
I always want to see Israel at the table. I want to see Israel at the table, speaking with all our neighbors and finding the route for peace in our region and moving forward with our allies and having a real dialogue above board with all the Arab states around us, because I believe that we're at a critical historical moment where there is a trajectory, a shift, a change of a real dialogue between Israel as the only Jewish state in the world and in the region, speaking to all these very distinguished Muslim states around us. I believe we're at a moment of dialogue between Jerusalem and Mecca. I believe that there is a moment of dialogue between people of all faiths in the region, and I'm trying to pursue it in my own way.
What's the impetus, do you think, for that, this current point of
Because
dialogue?
there's an ever evolution of the relations. 50 years ago, 30 years ago, there was not even a chance of a dialogue between Israel and any of the Arab states following the peace agreement with Egypt, then with Jordan and the Abraham Accords. There is a major movement moving forward. There's also reality under, not so above board of dialogue between so many nations and peoples and business and so forth and so on. It is clear. It is my dream, as I say all the time. It is my dream to take a car and drive to Beirut. It is my dream to go to Damascus, and it is my dream, really, to see peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia, definitely normalization, moving forward. And I believe it's part of history. And I believe we are all the children of Abraham, are destined to live together and must move forward together, including with our Palestinian neighbors.
Okay, well, let's go back to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia first of all and discuss what that could look like, because some Gulf states have reaffirmed their position that normalization with Israel needs to be reliant on an irreversible, time-bound pathway to Palestinian statehood. So would Israel be open to agreements with Gulf states outside of the scope of the Abraham Accords?
Well, Israel, I'll say the following. Right now, it is a clear Israeli desire to have agreements with further and important Arab states, and clearly the dialogue between Israel and Saudi Arabia, or the normalization, is clearly something that should be dealt with directly between the nations with the support of the United States. I don't say it has to be under any formula or under special cover or definition. You're dealing with very serious leaders, and I have great respect to Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. I've heard and read and known so much about him from friends who I know, and he's a very admirable leader. And the things that we want most in Israel is to see rapprochement between the nations. As for the way we move forward, of course there are many issues, but right now it's important for me to tell you viewers that as of today, Israel is on the route, on the path for elections. And the elections will take place on October 27th. I, as the head of state, non-executive, I have also the constitutional power to delegate to a member of Knesset to form a government, and that's out of the results of the elections. So clearly I would not say things now that are part of the agenda of any of the political sides, because there's a big debate on how we move forward with the Palestinians, for example. But I'm leaving it for the Israeli people to decide. All I can say clearly that I believe that the Israeli nation is eager to move to further peace agreements and eager definitely to have a real dialogue and normalization with our Saudi neighbors.
So just my final question on that. So then to confirm, Israel would be interested in, open to constructive creative frameworks catered to individual Gulf countries.
Right, so I'm not going into the exact formula because, again, out of my position, I don't craft the exact outcome of how to build it. But I do know,
But
and I've said it many times,
discussion
that
as opposed to a group.
I agree, it's not part of a group. We are very happy about the Abraham Accords, I must say, and we're very proud of our relations with the Kingdom of Morocco, the Kingdom of Bahrain, and with the United Arab Emirates, which is just an example of how successful it can be and moving forward. But clearly we understand that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is a very important country. It's definitely a country on its own right, a major leader in the Muslim world. And for me, I think it's the dialogue between Jerusalem and Mecca which should be the real gist of it, because I believe Jew and Muslim need to dwell together in this region in peace.
It's it would be a wonderful,
great
thing
dream.
to see.
Absolutely.
A dream indeed.
And I have many friends who visit Saudi Arabia, and they enjoy Riyadh tremendously and keep on telling me I should come. I said, fine, but I guess I can't come just as an ordinary citizen. I hope to be able to realize and meet the Saudi Arabian leadership officially in due course.
If we turn to other diplomatic relationships, the relationship between the US and Israel, we have seen comments from US and Israeli officials that appear to have different focuses at the moment. We see a US administration very focused on reopening the Strait of Hormuz. We see the the Israeli focus being very firmly on Iran's nuclear and missile capabilities and stability in your region. Do you fear that there is a divergence in focus or priorities between Israel and the United States?
Right now, I think there is a close and good dialogue, especially in closed rooms. We could have our differences. It's only natural. We have different viewpoints on things. We live here. They are there. They have the grand picture on things that are matter to the United States. Hormuz is clearly something of vital importance to the world and world economy. We are the ones who bear the brunt, like our neighbors as well, and the neighbors of Iran, from Iranian missiles and their aggression. So we can have our differences, but at the end they're tactical. We all understand that we are faced with an empire of evil in Tehran, with its proxies, with its belief, with their call that the United States is the big Satan and Israel is the small Satan, or with their call of annihilating Israel, or the fact that they press buttons and fire at nations all around the Gulf simply because they feel like it and they think they can threaten or harass. They're surprised to find out that dignified Arab states stand up to them. That's like terrorizing them, and it's about time the world tells them, you know what, we're not afraid of you guys. We are going to make sure that you won't be able to do that anymore.
You say that it is normal, obviously, for two allies to have their differences, but is it disappointing to see those differences being aired so publicly when we hear comments from the US Vice President J.D. Vance speaking on his current podcast tour saying things like, we know that there is, without a shadow of a doubt, people within the Israeli government trying to shift us away from negotiations. When you hear the US Vice President say those sorts of things.
We live in a world of politics. And we live in a world where a lot of stuff is open and transparent. I can tell you, because my family relationship with U.S. administrations goes back 15 presidents, since Franklin Delano Roosevelt, but clear, close relations, that the more things change, the more they stay the same. There's always differences, there's always arguments, there's always tension. I respect President Trump, and I respect Vice President J.D. Vance, and I respect Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the entire administration. We work closely with them on many issues. And I believe the grand picture, which the United States should push with Europe and others, is, of course, the connectivity between the what you'd go through the Eastern Hemisphere, meaning through us Israel, all the way to Saudi Arabia, through the Gulf, all the way to India, the major connectivity on transportation, on communications, on energy, which could change the entire world. And I believe that with the incredible Israeli advantages in so many spheres, together with the incredible advantages and qualities of the Arab nations, and definitely Saudi Arabia, we can get very far.
If we turn away from the US and back to more of your regional neighbourhood, there have been several high-profile Israeli officials who have expressed concerns recently that some countries within your region are trying to change or even destroy the balance of power in the region. Do you think that that's a very real and present threat?
First of all, it's a very important comment that was stated by Prime Minister Netanyahu. We're very much aware of it. We believe, this region should move to peace, not to an arms race of swords and threats and so forth. I mean, the next big objective should be peace with Syria, peace with Lebanon, between Israel and Syria, Israel and Lebanon, and not tilting the balance towards all sorts of elements that may divert and kind of change the equation in this region and the equilibrium, which is quite sensitive.
Because Israel obviously has its own very legitimate security concerns.
Absolutely.
But since the atrocities of October 7, we've witnessed, or the world has seen, a reported death toll in Gaza of approximately estimated 73,000 people, about more than 1 million displaced from Gaza and Lebanon. Israel accused of genocide at the International Criminal Court, and Israeli politicians accused of war crimes. As a head of state, non-executive, are you sorry and uncomfortable at that level of unnecessary civilian death and scrutiny on Israel?
So first of all, we reject a lot of this data, and we of course insist that we operated according to international law by defending ourselves. One has to understand the frontier, the arena of battle, because we alerted every citizen who was there in advance to move out so that we can get in and unravel those tunnels of terror where our hostages were kept there, or where huge ammunition was kept there, to attack our citizens and go for this massacre of October 7th. People had missiles, long-range missiles, in their living rooms, in their bedrooms, in their kitchens, in their mosques, and in their shops, and what's not, in their schools. So at the end, what do? You send your soldiers to get them out. And unfortunately, there were tragedies, although we've done our best to maintain international law. And by the way, many of those killed were Hamas operatives, and we have all the names and numbers and all. Now I must say, fast forward where we are now. Clearly there's a hope, and clearly there's a venue. There's a venue because of the 20-point plan of President Trump, adopted as a Security Council resolution on Gaza. Phase 1 was done. Israel and all sides, they had a marcation of where we are. In order for Israel to withdraw, first of all, there has to be, according to the 20-point plan, the clear disarming of Hamas. That's the phase we're at, the heavy negotiations by the Board of Peace / international chair of it all, Nikolai Meladonev, and his team, bringing in a technocrats government of Palestinians to Gaza from Egypt. The precondition of all of it is to move on all the issues, including the disarming of Hamas. That's where we're at. So I'm saying to the world, guys, you can keep on going on the blame game. We defended ourselves and actually protected the free world by the way we fought this empire of evil. Same in Lebanon, same in here. If you get the terrorists out, you will have real hope for peace and real hope for the people living in Gaza. These people in Gaza, they deserve good life. We want good life for them. They were there when Hamas took them over. Even now, Hamas is money laundering some of the incoming food supplies in order to maintain their regime. But if they'll go out and a technocrats government takes over, there's huge hope. Same goes for Lebanon. We can have peace with Lebanon. The one who are stopping it is Hezbollah. and they're a proxy of Iran, just like Hamas a proxy of Iran. So that's the strategic situation we're looking at. And believe me, my heart aches for every innocent civilian in the Palestinian side, because this is not our aim or desire in any way.
And just finally, the tide of public opinion after a lot of these situations in Gaza, in Lebanon, has in some quarters globally turned against Israel as the Israeli government, I should say, and perhaps their actions. As the head of state, how do you grapple with the public opinion problem that
First of all,
suffers?
we have to differentiate. I'm answering and replying to all these allegations all the time. There's an international campaign and onslaught against Israel as part of trying to weaken Israel in its battle against the Iranian empire of evil. That is a clear equation, and therefore a huge part of this campaign is aimed to affect public opinion by viral movies, by messaging, by demonstrations and so forth. Having said all that,
not organically
it's not organically. A lot of it is fake too. I don't shy away from the fact that there are people who believe that, but we know that it's instigated and organized and paid for and financed, and a lot of that was exposed in recent months all over the place.
But organic grassroots
and okay,
concern.
because some of the people have no clue. They don't know anything about the region. They don't know anything about my country. They don't know that 20% of Israel is Muslim. They have no clue. You know, recently I posted a beautiful picture of the way I swore 5 new judges, Qadis, for the Sharia court in Israel, including one woman, which is a great story. The amount of response I got from the Arab world and the international community was great. What, you have Muslims in Israel? What, you mean they're equal citizens? People don't know that they have parties and they are very important in our politics, and they are now in the political picture in Israel counts them as very interesting in the political game, and they have no clue about their TV, radio, and the fact that they're part and parcel of all our lives. But that's the greatness of this nation. We're a very moderate nation. We want peace. We were attacked, butchered, slaughtered, raped. Our sisters and daughters and husbands and brothers, that's what happened to us. And we went to fight simply to defend ourselves. But now, after showing resilience and leading to a major change which occurred in Syria and Lebanon and in Gaza, now is the opportunity for the international community to stop this blame game and move to peace. And we can move to peace if we really want to. But for this, Iran has to pull out its proxies, its war machine, and enable people to live. There's no difference between us. I mean, there's no real arguments between us and Lebanon on the solution for peace. The border is clear. We don't have disputes. We simply want to live in peace in our northern border without being attacked by Hezbollah. And I'm telling you, I spoke in Arabic to the people of Lebanon saying we just want to be there as real good neighbors to you guys.
Because I guess the counter-argument to that is those who would say that the Israeli government doesn't show that they want to live in peace.
So the issue is that I'm not dealing with what people say here on expressing our democracy. The variety of views is unimaginable. So people can say whatever they want. At the end, Israel made clear, we just signed an MOU with Lebanon with clear guidelines for peace. It's a major, major step. And we heard what President Aoun said and Prime Minister Salam. We know it's not easy for any one of them. We are clear. And also for Israelis. Our people in the north want to make sure that they can live in peace, not go to school being bombarded by Hezbollah attacks all day long. So that's why we took over this strip of 10 kilometers or so until the Litani River, simply as a buffer to protect our citizens. But it's not that we can't have an arrangement. The previous UN security resolutions and ceasefire agreements were violated by Hezbollah. So that's why, and I know it's also a very big interest of the region to have peace on that side of the Middle East, and we are eager to it. But guys, the world has to understand, we are not willing to be attacked again. And Israelis have lost their trust in the ability of trusting their neighbors. That's the result of October 7th. But that doesn't mean it's over. It means that the Israeli public, at least as I speak for the Israeli nation, wants to see peace and wants to make sure that it will be safe under that agreement.
Mm-hmm. President Isaac Herzog, I appreciate your comments in this wide-ranging interview. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
On Al Arabiya English.
Thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room. I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
It's never comfortable to be displaced from your home, from your country. I was born in Damascus, Syria, at 10 to America, being labeled a refugee, totally against the genocide. And I'm most disturbed by the silence of the greater powers who may actually be financing it.
We are Palestinians that feel good about being Palestinians, being Muslim, being part of that culture.
This is my grandmother's ring, my teta, a small coin from Palestine. Family are the ones who will always be there for you.
Now, in line with Vision 2030, Saudi Arabia is continuing to build on what is already a world-class tourism industry. Well, Adira Hospitality is a Saudi-born PIF-owned hotel brand which is seeking to reflect the kingdom's tradition of providing hospitality right across its property portfolio. Well, we're going to find out more about this unique combination of authentic Saudi hospitality with global standards. To help us find out more, we're with Stefan Lezer, who is the CEO of Adira Hospitality. Thank you very much indeed for coming in to see us, Stefan. I'd like to start by asking you to tell us about Adira and in particular your portfolio.
Yeah, well, Tom, thanks for having me. You mentioned it. I mean, Adira is born as basically a hotel operator, you know, basically to translate the vision of 2030 into reality. Because when I moved to the country, one of the things that was striking me is that there is great hospitality. There is great hospitality when you visit families, when you visit, you know, friends, and that's something that was very much surprising to me in terms of because it wasn't what I was expecting. But when when you walk around and then visit basically hotels, you see that there is very much an international standard, but there is not really a true Saudi hospitality reflected. And I think the vision and the translation of not only building the infrastructure, but then actually also showcasing what Saudi hospitality is from a Saudi-born brand was the idea behind of the creation of Adira. And since I'm not Saudi, I'm obviously here to facilitate that, but the content comes from my local colleagues. And the intention is to very much showcase to the world what this deep-rooted Saudi hospitality is and showcase that to the world. So the content is there, that's very easy. And on the other hand, there is a strong purpose, because by not only building that infrastructure, it's also the intention that it will become a great workplace for Saudi talent. So Adira's mission very much is not only to showcase Saudi hospitality, but at the same point in time become also a desired workplace for Saudi talent to make a career in that industry.
It sounds incredibly exciting, Stefan, and you've opened up loads of subjects that we could talk about, but let's stick to the portfolio for a moment, because you've got some really exciting weeks ahead of you, haven't you? You've got your first property opening in the King Abdullah Financial District in Kaft. I want to hear a bit more about that. And I'd like you to tell us, by the year 2030, how many properties do you think Adira is going to have?
Yeah, we're aiming to have about 30 properties by the year 2030. That's a coincidence. And the first one that opens up within the next few weeks is going to be in King Abdullah Financial District. It's a fantastic building. It's the first Saudi-born brand that will be operated in the King Abdullah Financial District, Kaft, and we're super proud of it. Obviously, Adira is not there to just operate within Riyadh. Our portfolio will be throughout the kingdom. We have projects in the east, in Khobar, in Dammam, in Dhahran. We have projects, on the west coast in Jeddah. We have projects in all kinds of areas of the kingdom. And then if you had the chance to travel, which I had, there are very, very different regions with very different opportunities. And also they will provide employment opportunities throughout the kingdom, and not only concentrating on Riyadh.
Tell us a bit more about that first property at Kaft. What sort of size are we talking?
It's a 214 key hotels of 214 rooms with a high, what we call in the industry, a high suite ratio. We have 53 suites. It's obviously oriented primarily during the week to the business community. I mean, you have all the major headquarters in Kaft. It's the financial district. And it's going to be the combination out of providing a very appropriate, high-end business hotel, but at the same point in time showcasing what I said earlier, the true Saudi authentic, hospitality. And as for example, the recruiting right now is basically almost completed, and about 70% of our colleagues are locals.
That's great. And one of the other projects you've got in the pipeline for 2030, one of those 30 hotels you were just telling us about a second ago, it's called the Rua Al Medina project. Tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah, look, I had the opportunity to visit Medina, and I have to say, the destination or the location gave me goosebumps. Now we have the opportunity as a non-Muslim to visit basically Medina. And there is a big project going on where there is the extension to the Haram around the Holy Mosque. And part of that extension, there is also new, hospitality opportunities that are being built. And we are fortunate to basically operate one of our high-end luxury properties there. It will be fantastic. And everyone that hasn't visited Medina should use the opportunity, because it really is something that has a very, very special feeling. And as I said, I'm very happy to go there every time I have the chance to visit.
I can imagine you're really proud of watching all of this unfold, and a lot happening in the next 4 years for you. People will be wondering, another hotel brand, what sets you apart?
Yeah, I think the major difference is that international brands to come to Saudi Arabia, and they do some Saudiization to it, right? And that's usually, I don't want to mimic it, but that starts with the dates and the coffee. But it's not really truly reflecting what the Saudi hospitality, the origins of the hospitality that we all feel that have the opportunity to live in the kingdom, the generosity that is there. And we have built a brand that basically has this Saudi hospitality in its core. And as it is, my success would be that, years from now, when people basically walk out of one of our properties, say, that was a different experience, and I felt that I was in Saudi Arabia. And I think that's at the core of it. And to also basically create something that makes people, local colleagues, proud to join that brand, to say, this is my culture, this is basically my heritage, and I want to showcase that to the world.
And who do you imagine the person walking out of your hotel to be? Who do you think is going to be the typical client of your
client?
hotels?
Yeah, we have 3 brands in our portfolio. They range from mid-range over contemporary lifestyle to an elevated luxury brand. So the aim when we created that portfolio to basically capture about 70% of the demand. So you have very, very different needs for visiting very different of our brands and our properties. So the answer to your question is that basically very different clients, very different guests will visit us. They could be for a pure accommodation need in our mid-market brand, or for a holiday. And the first target group is obviously regional, local, but also serving to the international and more growing international public that comes and visits what is there to see in the kingdom.
We've established how this is a really exciting time to be launching a chain or a brand of hotels in these different categories, as you've said, with 30 properties by the year 2030. It's also a very unusual time, given what's happening in the region. And I'm wondering whether you expect the geopolitical tensions in the region to have an impact on you, and if so, how you expect to mitigate that.
Look, I'm in tourism since 1987. And as you can imagine, basically, I have seen over time so many events and things. And what we're doing is not for the next 18 months. This is something that is basically here for the years and decades to come. And I think if there is one industry that is very stressed and very, stress resistant, that's tourism. We'll always bounce back. And at the moment, I see no impact on our plans.
Okay. Someone who leaves your hotel, what sort of an experience would you want them to walk away feeling like they've had when they walk out of the door of an Adira managed property?
Yeah. When you operate a hotel, or even when you create travel experiences, the only thing that I can do is we create opportunities for emotions to happen. And by the time you basically, either reach the airport or you reach your home, I hope that your background conversation says that was a different experience. That's what I want to go back to, because it felt different. It felt different than staying in just any other property around the world. It felt that I've, basically experienced the place that I'm visiting. And as I said, what we do is throughout our customer journey, we place those opportunities for those individual experiences, whether it has to do with scents or just rituals that are very, very different. But I'm not in your brain. I don't know what basically triggers within you an emotion that you would say at the end, that's actually the experience that I've never felt before, and I want to go back and re-experience it, if that makes sense.
You're making me curious now. I want to stay at an Adira managed property. Surely part of the success of your company is going to be partnerships, national, international partnerships with different firms, different brands. Anything you can tell us about in that respect?
Yeah, look, we partner, obviously, when it comes to education. We partner with, global institutes, especially also we have partnerships, agreements with Swiss institutions in terms of when it comes to hospitality schools, because a large part of our mandate is obviously also to provide career opportunities and demonstrate what career opportunities the hospitality industry has to offer. So we partner with HTMI, from Switzerland. We partner with Summit Education. We partner with EHL. And then on the other hand, we have memorandums of understanding with, Saudi Tourism Authority, the Ministry of Tourism in place. But also then its collaborations and big partners are some of the major projects that are happening here, like Qiddiya, Arua, Medina, and others.
Okay, and just last, you've talked quite a bit about recruitment and finding people. I don't know how easy that's been. Have you struggled to find enough of the right people that you need? Because you've got so many properties, but you're not the only operator, are you? There's lots of other people out there opening hotels.
That's very true. And to be fair, I was a little bit more concerned than I am right now, because what I noticed is that especially the local talent wants to be part of creating that local hospitality experience. And so recruiting so far has been a lot easier than imagined. But at the same point in time, because of the growth trajectory, we will work on it in also making sure that people understand what great opportunity it is to work in hospitality. And there is one form of compensation that people sometimes don't realize is the feedback, the guest feedback, the interaction is something that is very satisfying, if I can call it that way. And that's the message that I'm trying to basically contemplate to the talent that I'm talking to and motivating them to join. And because we're new, you have the opportunity to be part of a start, to be part of creating something, to be part of creating a legacy for the kingdom.
And that's probably very attractive, isn't it, to the young population here in Saudi Arabia, and they're presumably buying into this with a lot of passion.
That's my impression, and I hope that's going to be continuing.
All right, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. It's been a real pleasure having you with us. Stefan Lezer, the CEO of Adira Hospitality. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Auckland. Auckland is known as a city of many lovers, according to its Maori name Tamaki Makura, as those lovers wanted the place so badly that they fought over it for centuries. A geographically blessed city, the New Zealand capital has the appeal of a small town and the style of a modern metropolis. Auckland Museum is one of the country's most recognized heritage locations. The 84-year-old museum houses the most comprehensive collection of Maori and Pacific Islander art in the Southern Hemisphere. On display are graphic textiles, carvings, some of the war canoes, ware or the traditional Maori meeting houses, as well as other 18th and 19th century portraits. Devonport is a self-contained late Victorian neighborhood of historic sites, including North Head, a British fort dating back to 1887. There are also popular cafes and restaurants within it. Find two of Auckland's picture-perfect beaches or climb to the top of Mount Victoria for 360-degree views of the city, Hauraki Gulf, and the North Shore. Waiheke Island is a place for a quick island escape. Worth visiting are the Little Onaroa, Palm Beach, and the mile-long Onatangi. Fancy a dinner nearby with a great view of the beach. A diverse mix of gustatory pleasures Auckland is also ideal for food trips. The city is a medley of different tastes, offering diverse cuisines from contemporary Japanese dishes to all-American pizzas to healthy Thai salads and greens. Depending on your mood, you can choose from the elegant dining restaurants, or you might prefer the laid-back alfresco cafes. Shopping also keeps the city abuzz. Specialty stores include rare and vintage finds, from the gardening books and electric furniture, fiesta dinnerware and old photographs, as well as restored goods, such as vintage wooden cutting boards, southern French crockery, and white enamel cookware. There are also classic and one-room boutiques that offer pieces for men and women, with a well-curated collection of shoes and boots to match. You may also find shops featuring own-brand clothes and jewelry for men and women, sold alongside a distinct merchandise mix of non-clothing items that reflect the owner's interests. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player, as its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals. That influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people. From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally. With the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners, and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
Now, as Saudi Arabia's economy evolves, simply creating jobs is no longer enough. The focus is increasingly on equipping people with the skills employers actually need and helping businesses and government to deliver better services. That's where Maximus comes in, working with public and private sector organizations to train people, improve employability and modernize customer services. Well, more than 600,000 people across the kingdom have completed its training programs. So what does the next phase of workforce transformation look like? Well, we're joined now by Ali Hamid, who is the Vice President of Maximus Gulf. A very warm welcome. Thank you for coming to see us at Al Arabiya. I wonder if you could start by just telling us a little bit more about Maximus.
Sure. First of all, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure being here. Maximus has been in the kingdom for just over a decade now. The majority of our work happens quietly behind the scenes. We support governments and organizations with programs mainly focused around employability, skills, MPO strengthening, and keeping large national programs running smoothly. We support with job placements, we support with training, we support with surveys and analysis, and majority of other human capital programs.
Okay, so you've got a very important job to do, lots keeping you busy. We're now obviously very well into the execution phase of Vision 2030, aren't we? And I'm wondering from your perspective how this stage is changing expectations about delivery and, of course, results.
Sure. Vision 2030 has clearly entered the execution phase, where focus has now shifted from planning to deliverable real results. PIF's new 5-year strategy clearly emphasizes this shift, and the progress is already visible, where IMF reports that non-oil contribution is roughly around 76%. At the same time, fast-growing markets such as AI, smart mobility, fintech, and clean energy are demanding new roles and new talent. At our innovation labs, which we have created, we help governments transform ambitious policies into practical solutions and deliver results.
Okay, so you're painting a picture here of a market that's changing really fast. And of course, you work very closely with job seekers, employers every day. I wonder what you're seeing on the ground that's shaping how public services evolve.
Well, public services work best when they're built around real people's experiences. We see it every day. Finding a job is not just about skills. It is highly reliant on confidence, health, childcare, and sometimes even financial challenges. That's why public services need to reflect on the needs of job seekers, employers, and the community. It also starts with accurate data, because better information builds better decisions, stronger programs achievements, and greater social impact.
Okay, so I mean, when we talk about employment, obviously the focus is very much on the individual, but with a much wider ripple effect. And I wonder how you see that broader economic and social impact playing out.
Well, empowering one person creates benefits far beyond that one individual. When someone gets a job, they're becoming financially independent, their families become stable, and their future generations are less likely to go into unemployment. They also contribute more to the economy by becoming consumers. Saudi Arabia's increase in the female participation in the workplace has increased from 17% in 2017 to nearly 35% by the end of 2025, and which is a clear example of this transformation. And like you said earlier, we have supported putting 600,000 people into work in the last decade, contributing to stronger families, stronger economies, and a more resilient economy.
I mean, I suppose just thinking about it, the workplace has always been changing. The skill sets and the requirements have always been changing. When we see the third sector step into the much bigger role in the kingdom, from your vantage point, how are NPOs evolving and what kind of support do they need to really scale their impact?
The third sector is becoming a strong driver to the development of Saudi Arabia. Under Vision 2030, they are targeted to contribute roughly 5% of GDP. Now, in order for that to happen, they need to have strong governance, clear standards, and the ability to show return or social impact. As the kingdom focuses on stronger institutions, organizations need to support NPOs to become more transparent, more audit-ready, and better equipped to deliver measurable results.
Okay, and obviously there's so many shifts taking place. I mean, it's hard to know which shift to start talking about first, but one of them is obviously Saudi talent and massive national programs aimed at grooming up future talent. How is that changing the way transformation is delivered on the ground?
Well, Saudi talent is leading the kingdom's transformation with a deep understanding of the local culture and national priorities. With 70% of Saudis under the age of 75, this is a young, dynamic generation that brings in fresh ideas and a strong ownership for the country's future. And now, as they take on more leadership roles, it is important to invest in building up those capabilities. That's why we've established a Employability Excellence Center, where we do exactly that. We help government teams build the skills needed for the future today.
Very hard to read into the future, and there are obviously new industries emerging all the time. How do employers then rethink the sorts of skills they need, and how do they prepare their teams for what's coming next?
Yeah, that's quite simple. You can see it today. Employers are shifting from short-term hiring to long-term workforce planning. With growth in sectors like in AI, biotech, and fintech, companies are screaming for new talent today that can support them. And with the global demand for AI already being very high, and there's a shortage of roughly 1.6 to 4.2 million AI jobs still unfilled, that's why organizations, you see it today, are investing in the future of their employees today. We help employers build workforce systems that are adaptable, digitally skilled, and ready for continuous learning.
Okay, and with regards to capability building, what does that look like in practice? And why is it so important?
I think historically capability building, people look at training an individual, but it's far beyond that. It's actually about strengthening organizations, developing the employees, and also improving the system that brings them both together. This supports the kingdom's effort to modernize education and prepare talent for future industries. Saudi Arabia is already improving in the global talent ranking, with more employers hiring directly from training programs and local boot camps. We help organizations build practical systems, clear processes, and enable assessment methods that create long-term sustainable results.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, clearly you've got lots of experience in this region. It's the region you know best. How does that enable you to do things differently when it comes to making policy work in people's daily lives?
With more than 14 years' experience in the region and a 98% Saudi workforce, we understand the local context as well as bring global best practices. This allows us to build programs that are Saudi-built, Saudi-led, and in line with the Saudi priorities. We work closely with our partners and other stakeholders to deliver successful programs that achieve long-lasting, sustainable results with the highest quality. In short, Our goal is to turn policy into real improvement that touches people's lives, their jobs, their families, and their everyday lives.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you sharing that with us.
Thank you so much.
Exciting times indeed. Thank you, Ali Hamad, the Vice President of Maximus Gulf. Thanks for coming to.
Thank you so much for having me.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Saudi Arabia, Turkey and Pakistan are putting their new defence pact into action, with joint drills and deeper defence ties now in the works. The US ambassador to Israel calls settler attacks terror, while Washington pushes back against a permanent Israeli military presence in Lebanon. Japan's Prime Minister calls Putin's visit to a disputed island absolutely unacceptable. Saudi Arabia, Turkey and Pakistan are now moving to put their new defence pact into action. The agreement, signed last week in Mecca, includes bringing together senior ministers, holding joint military exercises and deepening defence industry cooperation. For more on this, I'm pleased to say I'm joined by Dr. Abdul Monem Saeed, former Egyptian Senate member. Absolute pleasure to have you on the show with me this evening, Doctor. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Absolute pleasure. Doctor, in your opinion, how significant is it that Saudi Arabia, Turkey and Pakistan will conduct joint military exercises across land, sea and also the air forces?
You have an alliance of 3 states at this moment because there is, and I will say, you know, the other party, the adversary, is having something called resistance and what have you, axes in the region. And it's making a kind of a havoc by using missiles and aggression. So that's a message in itself, that trying to balance the situation. And also here, the training itself it means we are serious. It's not only something, a forefront type of political alliance. It's also military, and it's training on what? Training who is the adversary in this exercise. So there is messages that to the parties that may concern of this issue.
And could joint development between these 3 countries and production of weapons, they have been talking about this, allow the 3 countries involved in this trilateral agreement to become less dependent, do you think, on Western defensive weapons?
Well, usually when you start an alliance, there is, as I said, there is signals of seriousness, but also part of the seriousness that weapons are very important. And these countries, particularly Turkey and Pakistan, they have a good industrial base, both of them. Turkey is ahead advanced. Pakistan, Saudi Arabia is emerging on that area as well. So here they can complement each other. The current war proved that even big powers can get out of reserves or out of interceptors. So there is things that you have to make it here and stay here to its moment of use.
And Turkey says Egypt could join the new defence pact. Do you think Cairo is seriously preparing to join this trilateral agreement?
Well, Egypt, I'm not there for about 2 weeks when the event happened, so I don't have any internal story regarding the Egyptian position. But I will say that Egypt always was trying to make a grouping in the region to really counter the grouping that's happening on the other side. And particularly, even we got a hit from a drone on Damietta, one of the major gas exporting and storage place. So that's very dangerous, very serious. But I assume that in Egypt, there is a lot of thinking. You get to, if you are getting into an alliance, to get an agreement from the House of Representatives. I mean, there is some constitutional and legal stuff to watch, and also to think and start the discussion with Saudi. Egypt's relationship with Saudi Arabia is great, with Pakistan and with Turkey, and with Saudi Arabia in particular is always annual kind of military exercises together. Morgan and Tabuk were called. So the relationship is already, both sides are ready for it. But having another arrangement that say when somebody is getting into a quarrel, we will get into it, that is the issue, will be.
Because that's interesting, because a lot of people are saying that the Mecca Joint Defence Agreement almost echoes Article 5 in the NATO agreement. What do you make of that?
Well, it reflects that they are again serious, because, the region in general, there is always coalitions. There is always, a minimum kind of doing things. This time, when you make that kind of commitment, you can get out of it. I mean, it is something extremely serious. And now it's serious because the situation is very serious. The war is prolonged. The negotiations are not hitting any. Don't forget that Turkey and Pakistan in particular are highly involved in the negotiating process that's happening. They know and they can test what the Iranians are doing. And also there is a bit, I will say, with the USA, sometimes there is good talking that the negotiations is already in the right direction, and sometimes we know we will going to hit them. So the situation actually, in my opinion, having President Trump in one side, and you have the Iranian Revolutionary Guard on the other. Both of them are really reluctant to make serious peace and reluctant to also to make a serious war.
And that brings me to a really important question, because President Donald Trump has said time and time again that the US has total control of the Strait of Hormuz. Well, Iran says that's not true. It's under our control. So we've been seeing this stalemate between the two countries for a long time. Who actually has the upper hand, do you think, here?
Well, of course, it is the United States. I mean, already the United States is having a siege of all Iranian ports. But I will assume that something could be under, an authority related to the rest of the people in the Gulf. We are not Iran or the United States that export to the world 20% of its energy needs. So here, that is the countries from Kuwait to the United Arab Emirates, from Kuwait to Fujairah and the United Arab Emirates. I believe that that's when, if we are in a pre-war situation, it will be authorized and better to have a kind of a council commission that take care of the maritime activities of the strait. Now we have kind of competition, both that violating the international law of the sea. Yeah, I mean, the United States has something to hold this place, nor Iran, which was not ever, really on hold of the strait.
So right now, yes, we're just in a situation where we have to wait to see if diplomacy can actually come to the table. Do you think that will happen? Do you think the only option here to get out of the stalemate is diplomacy, or do you think the US could potentially strike Iran again?
I will say tilted towards the second one. The United States will strike because that's what they almost, designed for the current situation. That will be strikes and then negotiation. Strikes and trying to use force as a kind of trying to make prevailing of the point of view of either parties. Therefore, I will say, we have into a training kind now situation. Yet, I hope, of course, that they can, stop this war in any way. But I don't see anyone. The United States is, very powerful. They came in. We understand the impacts of American domestic politics and the coming election on the process. In the same time, Iran is like an inferno in which everybody is feeding it with fire, related to the new guide, Mujtabi, the new ruler, in the newly really stuffed up group to show their mantle in this kind of war. We are still, as my point of view, is still away from the point in which both sides are exhausted enough to get into a real deal.
And I just want to turn our focus to something else that's been happening today. Saudi Arabia's defense minister has been holding talks with Iraq's armed forces commander. That's been happening today. Saudi Arabia says there are intelligence reports, Doctor, of possible coordination between the Houthis, Iraqi militias, and Iran's IRGC. How serious do you think is this threat?
It is. I mean, we have, Saudi Arabia several times were hit from Iraq and from the mobilization force and other ones. It's not the only one. There is a kind of a bunch of organizations that using aid from Iran, really they are in a way totally involved in the Iranian strategy of the war. So part of it was to hit Saudi Arabia before. And the last one, Saudi Arabia responded was the same kind. And for the others to know that, they will not keep silent. The same situation regarding Saudi Arabia is what's happening in Yemen now. Houthis are. I assume people in Egypt are also worried about what will happen because earlier in the war of Gaza, the Houthis attacked the ships in the Red Sea and almost closed the Suez Canal. So here, I think the situation is heating up more than we thought before a few weeks ago.
Dr. Abdul Moem Saeed, it's been such a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your time with me, and we hope to have you back on the show again soon. Thank you.
The pleasure is mine. Thank you.
To discuss some of the other latest headlines on the Iran war and all of today's stories, I'm now joined by Shane McGinley, news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight and editor-in-chief of the News Movement, Rebecca Hudson. Rebecca and Shane, great to have you on the show with me. Thank you so much for joining me this evening. Becca, let's actually start with you, and we're going to move to the latest warning from Iran to America about fabricated intelligence. So we've been hearing a lot about this today.
Well, it's the kind of the ongoing war of the words, isn't it? When we look at this conflict, so we obviously had this kind of escalating military, situation for many months, but we've also had that teamed with a kind of war on social media. We've had, Trump on Truth Social and Tehran using X. to, sort of undermine, the opposition and play to their sort of home audiences. And we've had Tehran today saying that, the US is operating on sort of poor military intelligence. And, we all know that America prides itself on being, the world's, smartest, greatest, intelligence system out there. So it's a kind of real, attack on something that's a great sense of pride to them. But also, the Iran suggesting that, they've been operating on intelligence that's come from Israel as a way of undermining the peace process and the peace talks. So it's a really interesting kind of escalation of that war of words and the propaganda war that we've seen between the two regions.
And Shane, there's also been headlines this week about the USS Abraham Lincoln and sailors really struggling after 250 days on board the ship. What's the latest on this? Because we've also heard from Pete Hegseth.
Yeah, so Pete Hegseth, so the US Secretary, has come out and said that the reports that are claiming that the sailors and the Marines that are on board, like you said, for 250 days, that this is impacting their mental health because they haven't been able to pull into any port. And there's also been reports of conditions on the actual ship in terms of food and rations and sort of hot water. But I think, and as you would expect, the US and Washington's come out and deny this. But there's a couple of points I think to be made. When I looked into the ship, this ship is about like sort of 37 years old, but it did get a refit about 5 years ago. And we're talking about like 5,000 sort of men and women serving on this ship. And I think if you take any company anywhere in the world with 5,000 or more staff, you're going to get a certain percentage of them who hate their jobs and are disgruntled. And I think, this situation is no different. But I think the difference is that these days that you didn't have in previous warfare is that, you got WhatsApp and you've got social media, and those who are serving on these ships are sending messages back to their families, which are then, if they're not enjoying the experience, the families are coming out and complaining about it. But part of me kind of thinks that, this is what they're trained to do. And I think this is just sort of a natural occurrence that happens in warfare on any ship. But that said, I do think 250 days is actually a record. The previous record was during COVID when there was a US ship that went for about like 206 days. So this is about a fifth longer. But there is some good news into it in that there is a replacement ship. I think reports haven't confirmed it, but it looks like it'll be the USS George Washington that will come to the region, and that will replace the Abraham Lincoln, which will then go back. And so I think that is the benefit for it. But I do kind of think that this story is possibly one that has been blown out of proportion by the Democratic side to make the unpopular Iran war seem even more popular to the MAGA base and the general electorate when we're coming up to midterm elections later this year.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that, Shane and Becca. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And the US ambassador to Israel is condemning Israeli settlers who have surrounded Palestinian homes in the West Bank, calling their actions terror. Meanwhile, US State Department officials have told Arabiya English that Washington does not support a permanent Israeli military presence in southern Lebanon. The comments come after Israel's defense minister said troops were here to stay. Becca, let's start with you, because obviously we heard from Israel Katz, and he's put this order in place, but the order that he's put in place in southern Lebanon is really at odds with the US brokered ceasefire we saw them achieve between Lebanon and Israel. So a really tricky maneuver at the moment.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this behaviour by Israel completely contradicts and contravenes what was outlined in that framework, that there cannot be a permanent Israeli presence in Lebanon, that this is not to be tolerated. And in the background, we should be working for an Israeli exit from Lebanon and, obviously to demilitarize and de-arm Hezbollah. That is what this framework is set to achieve. And I think what's so interesting here is this real gap between what we're seeing now between Washington and Israel, between Trump and Netanyahu. It feels, it's kind of incredible that we've got members of this US administration being so publicly critical of Israel's behavior. That when we talk about the special relationship, there are very few historic alliances that are as deep and as, kind of entwined as the US and Israel. But we have seen kind of very recently that is really shifting. Trump taking a meeting with Netanyahu, doing it in private. He used to kind of, love the handshake photograph. We didn't see that a few weeks ago. He was far more keen to show off his meeting with Zelensky. And now seeing, the US ambassador describing the actions of settlers as terror, which is a real shift in rhetoric. And we're seeing it reflected, from the kind of MAGA base and upwards in the US that, they blame Israel for dragging the US into what they consider to be a kind of fruitless war in the Middle East, the forever war that we have going on in Gaza. And they are seeing kind of American military might sort of being poured into a territory that they consider to be kind of many miles away, and it's supposed to be a kind of isolationist and introspective, inward-looking kind of political movement. So I think this is a really interesting shift in the way that the two countries are operating. And as we were saying earlier, Israel relies on America for its military support, its diplomatic support, and this tension is incredibly bad news for Israel as it continues to act in such a sort of rogue, way, and against many of the frameworks that it had previously signed up to.
Yeah, absolutely. And Shane, I just want to bring that back to you, because what Becca said is what lots of people are echoing at the moment. We have a look at this relationship between the US and Israel, and we see the US not accepting the US brokered Gaza peace plan, the Lebanon one. We also hear from Mike Huckabee about the settlers in the West Bank. And there has been talk that there is a possibility the US could possibly sanction Netanyahu and the Israeli government to bring them back to the negotiation table and get them in line with these brokered agreements that are in place. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but once again, it will be a massive shift from the history between these two countries.
Yeah, I completely agree with everything you said and Becca said. Like, this is definitely unprecedented. But I think if any president is going to go rogue, so to speak, and break existing alliances, Donald Trump is the man to do it. And I wouldn't, it's still, anything is on the table when it comes to the Trump administration. But I think, the rhetoric is building up, and I think. The other alternative is that Hezbollah and Israel are at a stalemate in that Hezbollah is being called to disarm, but they said they won't do it until Israel withdraws from these areas, and Israel said it won't withdraw until Hezbollah disarms. So you're kind of definitely stuck at a specific stalemate, like most of the issues related to this particular war. So the only outcome I could see is that Hezbollah has always said that it won't disarm because who is going to protect Lebanon if it does disarm. So I think that is the issue that needs to be resolved. And going back to your first story of defense alliances, maybe what is necessary is a NATO-style alliance for Lebanon to protect it, which would give Hezbollah that reassurance. Whether that will come from the US, Europe, or closer to home here in the Gulf is the big question. But I think that could be a possible solution, and then that would, like I said, would please Lebanon, which then might entice Israel to withdraw from the areas that are in dispute. But I think at the end of the day, I think a lot of it, in terms of Israel, it comes down to, they've got domestic politics to worry about as well. But I think they may have gone too far in this incident, and we've seen like the Huckabee comments. So I think you might see Israel sort of retreating in its rhetoric and its negotiations in the next few days.
Yeah, absolutely, because we know October is coming very fast, and that's when we're going to see these elections in Israel. And it's important that Bibi Netanyahu, just a quick thought from you, Becca, hasn't actually got the backing that he had once before. Many people are predicting he could possibly lose this.
No, not at all. I mean, since, the atrocities of October 7th, he has seen his popularity in Israel wane. We all remember, Hostage Square being full of, incredibly unhappy Israelis who did not agree with the actions of their government. And so, to Shane's point, he is shoring up the support of that very hardcore right wing in Israel to hopefully win that election. And we should also not forget, this is a guy who is being followed around by fraud charges that, he somehow managed to kind of evade the court cases on. But this is a guy who's really struggling with a popularity contest in Israel at the moment. So this is really playing to that very small percentage of people who still agree with these hardline tactics.
And a popularity contest on the international stage, I think, too. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. Russian President Vladimir Putin made his first ever visit to one of the disputed Kuril Islands, triggering a sharp response from Japan. Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi called the visit absolutely unacceptable as the decades-old territorial dispute between Tokyo and Moscow flares up once again. Take a listen.
We strongly protest President Putin's visit to the island. The Northern Territories are part of Japan's territory, both historically and under international law. It offends the sentiments of the Japanese people and is absolutely unacceptable. And for our response going forward, we will carefully consider the matter within the government.
So, Shane, Sanai Takaichi there, clearly not impressed. So how provocative is this move by Vladimir Putin?
Well, there's a lot involved in this, and I'll try and break it down very, very easily. But okay, so we've got sort of Japan and Russia, and as a bit of a history lesson. So there's about 4 different islands, and how Russia came to have ownership of them, which is obviously disputed by Japan, is that 81 years ago, when Japan surrendered in World War II, Russia moved very quickly and grabbed these islands, and they've had them ever since. And I think it was 2 days ago, Japan marked the 81 anniversary to it. And then to make things even more complicated, North Korea fired a missile into the sea between Japan and Korea. And then to add even more complication to it and more superpowers, just a couple of hours ago today, the Russian and the Chinese ambassadors to Japan both came out and issued a joint statement saying that they oppose any attempts to rewrite or revise the results and conditions laid out in World War II. So that's basically saying that these islands are owned by Russia. So I kind of think Putin has taken this opportunity to go to these islands and just kind of stir up the optics and possibly take some of the heat away from, or attention away from, what's happening in the Ukraine. So I think, Japan has every right to be annoyed, but I kind of think as well that it's not going to sort of ramp up to a level that people are talking about in terms of worrying optics in, say, like Taiwan and China. But I do kind of think it just kind of shows that, and I was discussing this with some of my colleagues, that what the Iran war has shown, that previously, the policeman of the world was the US, and that was always a deterrent that, if you step out of line, or if you go here, or if you go there, or invade, the US will step in. But especially now and under the Trump administration, that doesn't seem to, that theory doesn't hold up. So, countries around the world are going, well, we don't really need to worry about what the US will do anymore. We can kind of do what we like. And Putin, I think, is just flexing his muscles, which we've seen him do in the past. And last week in Poland, we discussed previously drones going into Scandinavia. So I would like to be optimistic and think that this is not going to escalate further. I don't think the Japanese want to get into any kind of aggravation with Russia. I think it's just the hard man, Vladimir Putin, just having a little bit of fun, to be honest.
And it's actually, while I've just been speaking to you, Shane, the ministry in Russia has brought out a statement that says Russia rejects Japan's unfounded criticism over Kuril Islands. So now we're getting a reply from Russia. But, you know, Becca, this ties into something right now. We're talking about the US, well, Shane said, not being the policeman of the world anymore, which is what we always saw it as. And we look at Ukraine, and Zelensky is still requesting these Patriot stocks. They need these defense systems from the US amid concerns winter will really test Ukraine's defenses. But in all honesty, we're seeing their defenses being tested at a large scale almost every day.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, firstly, you know, what an incredible job Zelensky does at trying to keep the kind of Ukraine conflict at the top of the news agenda, competing with so many global priorities. You know, he is permanently reminding us about how susceptible and vulnerable Ukraine is to Russia's incredible war machine. And as you say, recently Russia have kind of, you know, upped the ante when it comes to missile strikes, increasingly striking Ukrainian infrastructure. We're nearing winter, although it's very hot at the moment, it doesn't feel like it, you know, which will disproportionately, you know, impact and will be very tough in Ukraine. And so Zelensky is asking for 5% of the US's Patriot missile supply, which he says is what they need to be able to kind of, you know, combat and defeat Russia over the winter. He says they need double that, 10%. If they want to defeat Russia's full drone supply. They have got sort of, he says they've got twice, you know, that Russia have got twice the amount that Ukraine have when it comes to these drones when we compare it to 2025. So their supplies are greatly depleted. And at the same time, America, and to that point about them being the world police, are spread so thinly across these various conflicts that their own Patriot supply is the lowest it's ever been. They've got about 1,000 left. These things cost $1 million a go. And it just shows that, you know, that sort of role they had of kind of, you know, policing the world and stepping into these conflicts is sort of one they can no longer, you know, manage, you know. And if Trump wants to, you know, be dealing with sort of, you know, the raging wars across the world, it leaves them greatly exposed. And Ukraine, you know, at the moment being a real victim of that. But as ever, Zelensky doing a remarkable job of speaking to world leaders and reminding them that the support that Ukraine needs.
And keeping Ukraine in the headlines. Thank you so much, Shane and Becca, for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. The White House Press Secretary, Caroline Leavitt, is set to step down from her role at the end of this month. Trump said it's a decision he totally understands and respects, as she's going to spend more time with her young children and family. Trump has previously called Leavitt one of his most trusted allies. Becca, I must say, this news came through last night when I was on air, and I didn't really get my head around it, but you wake up this morning and this is just global headlines all over the world. It's not a surprise. What do you think? She just recently had a baby. It must be such a stressful job. And I know her nickname is Machine Gun Lips. That's what a lot of people call her, because she's a real tiger in that press room.
She is an absolutely incredible performer, isn't it? Kind of almost regardless of what she's defending, she is one of his most, if not the most, sort of loyal member of that administration. So I share your surprise that she's decided, you know, to step down. And I kind of smell a rat here, because I think, you know, she had her second child a while ago. She came back to work. And so I'm not entirely convinced about the line that she wants to sort of spend more time with them. I actually think that she might be sort of sadly kind of following the fate of lots of the other high-profile women who work around Trump, Pam Bondi, Tulsi Gabbard, to name just a few of these high-profile women who are devoted and so loyal and kind of fiercely protect him, and who, you know, then the kind of the wind changes and his whims change, and they're shown the door, because he has this, you know, as we know, a very well-documented, complicated, I think probably is a polite way of putting it, way of operating with women. Because I cannot see a reason why he wouldn't have wanted to keep her. She is fierce, she's young, she's energetic, and she defends him, you know, during almost the indefensible. So I think this might be a case of the kind of Trump ex-female playbook, where he kind of struggles to work with young women. And I think for him, for his press operations, she's a huge loss.
And I would agree with a lot of the fact that she's a huge loss because she's pretty phenomenal at her job. She's formidable and obviously young, 28, very successful. But it's interesting you talk about women because 9 high-profile women to leave Donald Trump's cabinet, like you said, Marjorie Taylor, Kristi Noem, lots of other names. But Shane, there's also all the speculation that the news this week about Trump switching planes over an Iranian threat could be another reason why Leavitt decided to leave. What more do we know about this? Because that's been the big speculation online, especially.
Yeah, it has been speculated a lot. To be honest, I don't buy that theory at all because if you look at it, like Marco Rubio and the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, they were also on the decoy plane, and this has been done before. Like when President Clinton was in office, they've used decoy planes before when there's a potential security threat towards the president. So I think this is just something that's been put out as another sort of scapegoat for people to say, oh, this is why she's left. Like it could be just purely like you said, it's a very, very stressful job. She's got 2 young kids, and she's probably just like, why the hell am I putting up with all of this stress every single day? I would not be surprised if you see her launch like a YouTube channel or she ends up on Fox News as a highly paid pundit, because frankly, I agree with everything you said. I think she's absolutely amazing. I'm going to miss her because if you just watch any of the press office stuff, as a communicator, she is absolutely fantastic. Like I said, I don't agree with most of what she says, but the way she manages to twist, awkward questions back around, support the president, and then slap down, pesky journalists asking pesky questions. Like, she's just phenomenal, and she will be missed, and she will be difficult to replace. And I think I don't really think there was maybe an argument between her and Trump because the way the White House is, I think that would have been leaked ages ago. I think genuinely she just wants a slightly less stressful life. But I would definitely think she is going to go into the media arena and be hugely successful with the MAGA base.
And I think that's such a fascinating thing that you've said, because she's still going to consult for the White House, apparently. But I have a theory, Becca, I don't know what you think of this. Ever since I've seen Caroline Leavitt, one, I think she's an amazing communicator. She has got so much X factor about her, charisma. She just oozes it. I've always thought she has presidential ambitions. And I wonder if Caroline Leavitt is looking at this and thinking, oh, gosh, the Republicans might really lose ground in the midterm. I'm going to jump ship first, and then I'm going to create something else on the sidelines and then come back and possibly be the first female president of the US.
Well, certainly stranger things have happened, and I think you're right. She's got the star power, she's telegenic, and the base love her. And I think, she's certainly a far more appealing option than J.D. Vance. So I kind of hope you're right. I think that would be kind of an incredible story, wouldn't it? And she's a very ambitious young woman. And she's got plenty of years ahead of her to do that. So I'd be quite excited to watch that happen, actually.
Yeah, no, I would too. But also, Shane, there's been a propaganda video that's gone absolutely viral online. Iran created this AI of President Donald Trump getting into a catering cart, when he was smuggled out of the plane by Secret Service. Look at it. You can see it on the screen now. I don't know what your thoughts of this are, but Iran just seemed to be so far ahead when it comes to the propaganda online, Shane, because we also saw the Lego propaganda, didn't we? Yeah,
we've discussed this numerous times, and I agree. The general perception would be that Iran is backward and the internet's cut off and everything. But then at the same time, the US is the home of Hollywood and the entertainment capital of the world and all this kind of thing. But Iran is just completely winning the war on social media and propaganda and doing it very cheaply, low cost. And it's just really surprising. I don't know why the US isn't able to combat better on this front. But fair use to Iran. It is really beating it on the social media front, and in a kind of comical way. The fact that we're talking about it now just shows that their strategy is working.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I wonder if it's a job for the new press secretary. Maybe she'll have to get her media propaganda game up to speed there. But thank you for your thoughts on that. Now, it's that time of the show where Shane and Rebecca have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Shane, I absolutely love your story. You're focusing on books and a new feature that's actually on Instagram. We've just been talking about social media. I feel like it's always the land of social media now in 2026.
Yeah, to be honest, if I had prepared better, I should have a book to do to give you an example. So what this basically is it's called performative reading. It's where you take a picture of yourself reading some like hugely intellectual book, like, I don't know, James Joyce or some other like intellectual book, and put it online and then go, oh, look what I'm reading. And it's supposed to like make you look, really intelligent and stuff like that. And some of the advocates that have been using a lot, like as you've shown on the screen, Dua Lipa, the Irish actor Paul Mescal had posted pictures of himself reading, really deep and meaningful stuff. And it has gotten a little bit of a sort of a backlash, people coming out saying, this is sort of a little bit pretentious. But Instagram has taken this on board, and they've launched a function called Reading, where you can say, this is the book that I'm reading and all this kind of thing. But either way, even if it is just sort of fashionable, I think it's good because if it encourages more young people to read, and we've seen the phenomenon of like TikTok book talk, I think it is. You can tell that I'm not down with the lingo, but where books become really successful because people make videos on TikTok about them. And because I think the problem is that in the UK, for example, I found some statistics saying that only a third of young people between 8 and 18 enjoy reading, and it's the lowest level for 20 years. So even if this is performative and people are not really reading the books, they're just doing it to look smart on Instagram, I think if it encourages more people to read, that is a bonus. And hopefully when my book comes out in 2 years, more people will be reading as a result of this campaign.
Plug for your book, Shane, coming out in 2 years. We'll take a picture of it, won't we, Becca, like we read. But, Becca, I don't know what your thoughts are on this, because I must admit, I love reading and I'm a reader, but because our jobs are quite intense as journalists, the last thing I want to read is anything intelligent. All my books are pretty like fiction, chick flicks, just easy reads. But it is a good tool, isn't it? What are your thoughts?
Well, I think it's obviously great to encourage people to read. I think there is an irony that this is a tool on Instagram where you are definitely not reading if you are posting and scrolling on Instagram. So I think there's something kind of quite circular about it. But I agree with you, whether it's performative or completely genuine, if we are encouraging people to pick up a book and potentially put down their phones, whether it's something lightweight or something as serious as Shane's book, I think that's to be encouraged.
Yeah, no, I really do. I agree. And, in the old days on the tube, people used to sometimes leave their books on the tube and you would be able to pick up someone's book. I hope that comes back in at some point again. That was always a nice little thing when it comes to reading. But Becca, yours is also about some very, very small details about, I feel, the world's most secretive wedding ever. And it's about Travis Kelce's been talking a little bit.
Well, a little bit being the kind of operative phrase. So Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift got married, wedding of the year in July. They took over Madison Square Garden, shut down 3 blocks in New York. They had, the NYPD on call. But we don't know anything really about what happened. We've never seen a single photo. We've had sort of a few little details from the guests, but very clearly they were sort of signing NDAs that were sort of ironclad. We don't know anything. And the most important detail, Leanne, we don't know what her dress looks like. Which is deeply annoying. But we do. So Travis Kelce, her husband, spoke yesterday and he didn't give us much at all. He said it was a perfect day and the best day of his life, which I think probably he's sort of obliged to say anyway. But I'm just fascinated that sort of the world's most famous couple in the world's, kind of busiest city and one of the world's most famous venues has been able to keep something of this scale such a secret. And it sort of reminds us all, doesn't it, that when celebrities want to go under the radar, they really can. And then when they want us to see them, maybe when they're performatively reading, they make sure we do. But I've got my fingers crossed for a documentary or an Instagram carousel. just because I'd love to see what was happening in Madison Square Gardens on July 3rd.
I know. I would love to see her dress. I'm so annoyed we still haven't seen her dress. I'm a massive Taylor Swift fan. I absolutely love her. I don't know if you're the same as me, Becca. Shane, I'm not sure if you're a Swiftie, but then there's also been some rumours coming out that apparently the guests had to arrive 6 hours before. They were in lockdown before, obviously, Kelsey and Taylor Swift came out for the ceremony. I mean, Shane, weddings can be a little bit of a pain, can't they, if you have to wait around? I think 6 hours is a bit long, so it'll be interesting to see what rumours come out eventually.
I think what kind of gave me, not the ick is the wrong word, but sort of PTSD, is that there was 1,000 guests, I think, and they were all in sort of like different categories. Like the most closest family and friends were like in the inner circle, and then there was the outer circle when you had sort of people that she maybe went on their chat show or something. And like I remember like at ours was reasonably big. There was about 200 at it. So, and you don't get around to talk to everyone, but you feel obliged to. So if you've got 1,000 people, that just makes me really stressed about how you're going to manage the expectations of those guests and see everyone. But then if you're Taylor Swift, you just don't need to bother, man.
Yeah, you just pay someone to do that, I guess. I don't know, Shane. I couldn't comment. I've never been married or had to invite anyone to a wedding, so I've never dealt with that stress. But yeah, Becca, fascinating, isn't it, that they just locked it all down. We've had no word about it at all. And I think the rumour is there will be a Netflix series coming out.
Okay, excellent. Well, Leigh Ann, you and I can make a date to watch that together then.
Yes.
That's all right.
Of course it is. I've been obsessed with Taylor Swift since the beginning. I love the fact she got married. Why not? We have to celebrate it. Anyway, thank you so much. Thanks to all the guests today that were on the show, and that's all from us on W News Extra. Once again, Shane McGinley, news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight and editor-in-chief of the News Movement. Rebecca Hudson, great to have you on. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X, GNT. That's coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today. From our headquarters here in Riyadh, I'm John O'Hays. Today, all eyes on US, and what a week it's been in American politics. President Trump confirms he secretly switched planes after a possible threat against him. His Gaza peace plan gets a very public no-can-do from Benjamin Netanyahu. Tucker Carlson has people talking about 2028. And back home, Caroline Levitt is on the way out. Changes to vaccine policies and the countdown to the midterms are all making the headlines. We're going to get into all of it with our Republican and Democratic panel in just a while and speak to former Secret Service agent about a remarkable presidential plane switch as we shift our attention to all eyes on the US. Coming up on this edition of GNT. All right, first to one of the most extraordinary stories involving presidential security this week. President Trump has confirmed he secretly switched aircraft while leaving that NATO summit in Turkey last month after US officials received intelligence about a credible threat against him. The president reportedly boarded Air Force One as normal before being secretly moved off the aircraft in a catering truck and then transferred to a different military plane. So just how unusual is an operation like this? Well, Robert McDonnell is a former senior Secret Service agent who also supervised Joe Biden's security detail when he was VP. Robert, thank you for joining us to discuss this remarkable story that really has been grabbing all the headlines. So you actually worked, as I mentioned, on presidential protection. When you heard the president had been secretly moved in a catering truck and switched on to another aircraft, what was your reaction to that story?
Well, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with you to talk about this topic. Didn't surprise me all that much. It did surprise me the level of that operation. You know, the Secret Service does smaller scale deception all the time, whether it's with motorcade alignments or various type of movements, certainly none on a regular basis to this level. So obviously the threat that was developed on the ground in Turkey, either just prior to his going or while they were on the ground, arose to a level of needing to be corroborated and needing to be negated by this type of operation with deception in mind and it's raising a lot of questions over here at this point.
Well, that's what I want to get into a bit more detail with you on, Robert. How serious would that intelligence had to have been? This will not have been a willy-nilly, on a whim kind of a length that you would go to in order to make these big changes. So how credible would that threat had to have been?
Absolutely. What I think happened here is the threat came in, the Secret Service investigates all threats that come in, and then they're categorized as credible or not credible. This threat, obviously in the location where the president was, Turkey, which is relatively close to Iran, I think was deemed to be very credible, and some modifications to the security plan had to be made. One of the things that I think is important here is that we have two planes, the 747s, that are very recognizable. And I think the fact that they felt the need to take him out of those recognizable planes and put him on that third plane was one of the ways to fix this issue here. The press over here in the States is very upset about that. Normally, there's always a press pool with the president. I think this president's interactions or relationship with the press may or may not have had something to do with that, and I think those questions are going to be for our press over here to be asking the White House administration on that decision.
From your expert opinion, talk us through the actual operation itself, because from what we saw from the pictures, Trump boards Air Force One in full view, the media boards from the opposite side, then apparently he disappears out the opposite side of the plane in a catering truck. Is the whole point of this to convince anyone who's watching, whoever they may be, that he's still on board that aircraft?
I think the answer to that is yes. I think the other issue that we have here is that I am of the full belief that those two planes, which over here are being referred to as decoy planes, were not decoys at all. Those planes, while traveling from Turkey with those other cabinet members on there, with other members of the press, White House staff, and Secret Service, I think were the most secured planes in the world for that couple of hours of flight. I'm sure that there were air assets from the United States Air Force and from our allies on the ground there to make sure they were safe. These decisions are made by a triad of folks: the White House administration, the White House military office, and the Secret Service. Anytime the president goes anywhere, whether it's across the street from the White House or internationally for a summit, those three entities work together on the pre-planning, the planning while the event is going on, and then from an emergency action and after action perspective to make sure that all those visits are safe. So there was a lot of discussion with respect to this decision before the trigger was pulled to enact what actually happened that day.
It is raising some eyebrows, though, and you've alluded to it there and said, Robert, that would have been the most secure plane in the world at that moment in airspace. Journalists, White House staff, senior officials, they were all on board Air Force One. They did not leave the aircraft. We've talked about them being used as a decoy, but if it was the most secure plane in the world and heavily flanked by whatever military capability that it may have been, surely then President Trump could just have stayed on board the aircraft.
Absolutely, but I appreciate the concept of your question, but the Secret Service, by moving him to that third plane, just adds another level of non-transparency, another level of protection, another level of deception to the bad guy who may be trying to project some nefarious activity. So I appreciate what everybody's saying. I don't believe and don't think that those planes were decided to be used as a decoy. It may appear that way, but like I said, there is no way that the president and his staff would have allowed anything to happen to those other two planes while they were en route. So I think that's going to be discussed. I think the White House Correspondents Association is going to be pushing back, because normally there are always an agreement for pool press to be with the president at all times, and that didn't happen here. That may have something to do with the president's interactions with the press and the press back to the president. I'm not sure about that. I'm not a politician or I'm not a political scientist, but hey, maybe that's part of the equation here, and that'll have to be worked out as we move forward.
I'm interested just to get your take on this from somebody who's been on the other side of this, protecting Vice President Biden. When the Secret Service decides that there's a credible threat, how much say does the person that you're protecting actually get? I mean, for instance, if you're told you're getting in that catering truck, are you getting in the catering truck? Is that pretty much it?
Well, to be honest, a lot of times in the past, we have had pushback from our protectees about going with a certain model or a certain methodology. However, this president over the last 26 months has had numerous assassination attempts on his life. He's pretty receptive to the recommendations of the Secret Service based upon the last 24 months. So from our standpoint, he's a willing participant and very willing to listen to the recommendations of the service.
Finally, Robert, before we let you go, if you look at the entire operation, how it's been conducted and how it's pretty much had a lid kept on it for the last month, does this strike you as some sort of an extraordinary security situation, or is this a perfect example of the Secret Service doing exactly what they're trained to do?
Yes and yes. The Secret Service has to be nimble. They have to be creative. We are in a very high threat element now, both domestically and internationally. You know, years ago, we only worried about the lone gunman, and now we've had to worry about planes being used as weapons, and cars, and liquids, and gases, and all sorts of other things, to include drones and bombs and all sorts of other different tactics that are used against us. So the Secret Service has to be nimble. They have to be creative. They have to turn on a dime if something like this comes up. The security plan is in place, but we have to make sure that we're not complacent and always ready to change quickly to enhance our protective operation. And the bottom line here is, even though there wasn't fully transparency on everybody's part, there was a little bit of clunkiness and the optics may not have looked good, everybody got home safe at the end of the trip. And that's what's the most important thing here.
Well, Robert, it's been beyond insightful to speak to you. Former senior Secret Service agent who also supervised Joe Biden's security detail when he was VP. Robert MacDonald, thank you so much for joining us on GNT.
Thank you. We'll see you next time.
Well, it's been quite the week for President Trump, from Israel and Iran abroad to vaccines, resignations, and of course those looming midterms back at home. So we're going to take a look at what it all means politically. Joining us from Florida is Republican strategist Angie Wong, and from New York, Democratic political consultant Hank Shinkoff. Hank, thanks to both of you for joining us on the show. First and foremost, let's turn to Gaza. We'll speak to you, Hank, about this. President Trump put forward this peace plan. Hamas have indicated that they're prepared to work with it. Benjamin Netanyahu said no. Politically, how does that look for President Trump?
Not great. Again, it appears that he's not in control. And part of the President of the United States' job internationally, both for his own constituents and for the world, is to say, wait a second, I'm in charge. And he doesn't appear to be in charge at all.
Angie, is that fair? Or is Netanyahu doing exactly what you would expect any leader to do? If he doesn't think this deal protects his country's security, he said no to it. Would you expect that?
I think we're seeing a little bit of kabuki theater here. Look, Bibi Netanyahu, remember, he has an election in October. He cannot commit to these points whatsoever. He can't. It would be political suicide for Bibi Netanyahu to commit to removing the IDF from the Gaza Strip, for committing to a transitional Palestinian government re-entering the Gaza Strip. He can't say any of these things. He would lose his election, his re-election efforts. So I see a lot of kabuki theater here. I think that both sides are trying to buy a little bit of time until after the elections for Bibi Netanyahu in October, as well as for Trump in the midterms in November.
Let's talk about what it says, though, Hank, because Netanyahu said Hamas has to disarm completely. Is that a reasonable red line? Because there's a bit of a trust issue here, isn't there?
Well, it's a reasonable red line for the Israelis. The truth is, Angie made some very important points, but look at the real numbers. In the Israeli publicly published polls right now, Netanyahu is not leading. He's in trouble anyway. Is he going to win this election? It's not likely today. So internal politics being what they are within Israel is one thing. Look at Donald Trump. His appearance as the world leader, based upon what is going on in Israel right now and in Iran, is not good. And that's the difference. And that's what I was referring to.
Angie, do you agree with Hank? Because, I mean, look, there's a problem here. Hamas don't trust Israel to withdraw. Israel doesn't trust Hamas to disarm. It is kind of a case of who goes first in this situation, right?
Yeah, and this is why you need a third-party negotiator to come in here, because neither side will ever agree. We've seen this movie again and again. It's going to keep going circular until there are real pressures. Again, it's August now. I don't see any changes until after the election in October. Right. And I think that President Trump is going to be the right man to do that negotiations. But right now, too early.
Angie, let's talk about the optics of this, though. Trump prides himself on being this deal maker. Netanyahu saying no so publicly. Does this make President Trump look a little bit weaker?
You know, it does, but at the same time, I have to believe that the two men are good friends. And Bibi Netanyahu has been at the White House probably more times than Winston Churchill has. He's made his 7th trip recently in the second term for President Trump. So they're talking. Nothing really is done without both men knowing what the other side's going to do. So when Trump knows that Bibi Netanyahu is going to reject a 15-point deal, this was all discussed earlier on. I don't believe that there are any surprises here. here. In fact, we know this because President Trump has yet to really push on the issue. In fact, he's taking a very light foot when it comes to this 15-point peace deal.
Hank, we have seen Israel, because we might be overstating it, we've seen Israeli governments reject or heavily qualify, would be the best description, proposals before. Then they get back to negotiations. How much of Netanyahu's position do you think is about Gaza, and how much of it is about that Israeli domestic politics that we spoke about earlier?
I think it's really about Netanyahu and where he sees him placed in history and what has occurred over the last several years since the October 7th atrocities. He's not going to take any risks internally, and he's not going to alienate the United States more than he has to. But right now, based upon public opinion polls in the United States, there is no comeback for him among American public opinion. And he's being rejected by portions of the Republican Party, significant portions of the Democratic Party, and by significant portions of the electorate based upon public polling data available in the United States. He's in a no-win situation. He's going to have to retire from politics if he thinks he can depend on the Americans any more than he already has.
Angie, let's talk about the America First movement and what they're saying, because there is a particular part of that that's saying, well, why is this America's problem? What would you say to them?
Yeah, and it is a problem here because, once again, Americans are asking, why are we involving ourselves in these overseas conflicts when we have no business in being there? And quite honestly, I've said this before, that the Trump administration has not done a great messaging job for lots of Americans on why we're involving ourselves. I think Hank is right. You have to remember there's a large constituents of Jewish voters here in the U.S. that actually goes back or maybe does mail-in ballots for the election in Israel. So I think there's going to be a lot of pandering here. There is a growing movement, and I don't particularly like it, that's very anti-Semitic, that's happening here in American politics today. And quite honestly, from what I've been seeing from the left, it's very, very effective. I just wonder if this wasn't politics and these type of awful rhetorics that I'm hearing stateside are done in other industries, like in law or education, this would never be allowed. But because it's politics and because it's Bibi Netanyahu, these awful hatred words are allowed to be said.
Hank, Angie's right. There is an interesting division on this. Could Israel actually become a fault line inside the MAGA base, do you think?
It's not impossible. You know, people are morons. They don't read history. They don't understand what's occurred. We're in the Middle East because, Harry Truman really put us there in 1948, put the Americans there. It's called the Truman Doctrine. It's called protection of the Mediterranean basin for American interests. The Turks and the Greeks were the people who were supposed to do it then. The Israelis are doing it now. If that fails, Americans in 20 years could wind up eating grass for dinner. I mean, they don't get the point, and they're not this generation that's opposing Israel the way it is in the streets with their virulent anti-Semitism is about to experience a tremendous set of problems. And our allies in the Middle East, including the Saudis, must be looking at this and wondering what is going to happen.
Hank, Angie, there's so much to talk about. I want to move on to this. There's already been some speculation. 2028 looming, it's around the corner. And Tucker Carlson. And this year could potentially be something. There's encouragement from Marjorie Taylor Greene. Carlson himself has joked in March that he was almost tempted to run. Angie, let's talk about Tucker Carlson for a second. He's laying out what looks a lot like a political platform. Do you think he wants to be president of the United States?
We've been watching him since his firing at Fox News. He has been laying down the groundworks, and we're also watching who he's talking to. It's funny because much of American politics depends on financing, and if he can basically raise $1 billion to run, and that's kind of the ticket price these days to run for the White House. And Tucker Carlson, he's been laying down the groundworks with doing podcasts and making certain political alliances. He clearly sees that there is this anti-Israeli sentiment that is unfortunately winning a lot of local elections around the U.S. and he's tapping into that. In fact, I don't know if that's where some of the money is coming from. Some of the power players are maybe pushing that kind of rhetoric, but he's clearly not afraid to go there because, you know what, it completely contrast to whoever President Trump is going to be endorsing for 2028. So I think that is going to be a major issue on the campaign trail. Remember, our presidential run for 2028 begins right the morning after the midterm. So November is when everything kicks off.
Hank, what are the Democrats thinking? Are they laughing at the idea? Or is Tucker Carlson potentially a formidable candidate for 2028?
Tucker Carlson is potentially a formidable news item in the beginning of the presidential elections, having worked on presidential campaigns. He is a serious person. He will stir up a tremendous amount of hatred. He will raise a significant amount of money but he won't be the president. Why? It's just too much for Americans. Nobody minds being a bigot. In politics, generally, they just mind being found out, and he's a bigot.
Angie, look, who's going to step up to the plate after Donald Trump? Because you alluded to it, but you didn't actually give me any names. J.D. Vance, Tucker Carlson, somebody else entirely. Because let's talk about Tucker Carlson. He is willing to criticise Trump, particularly on things like foreign policy. He's done that quite a lot. That potentially makes him a threat to the Republican establishment.
And you know what? That may be welcoming. I mean, right now, the political climate is shifting away from Trump. And because of what's happening with Iran and with Israel, people may, not have that saturated appetite anymore for more of the MAGA movement. And I'm hearing that a lot from the base here. If you want some names, certainly J.D. Vance, that name's been tossed out. Again, right now, what we're seeing leading up to the November, when things are really announced, is the ramp up of whether or not they have a war chest, whether or not they can raise money. That is the number one issue. J.D. Vance has been doing a great job. I don't know what his war chest looks like, but it's certainly around the hundreds of millions. Obviously, Marco Rubio, he is much beloved. He's a great brand. And I'm also hearing Ted Cruz is jumping in. He was here in Florida recently talking to all the delegations, because that's the other game that you have to play, getting all of the major, delegation markets in favor of maybe a Ted Cruz. So lots of names being thrown. Marjorie Taylor Greene as well is kind of tossed up there. But the name of the game right now is, can you raise enough money to actually run? Because we've seen it before where Rudy Giuliani just didn't have any money, but he wanted to run and the whole thing failed. So that's not going to be a serious player, not in these times, not when you need a billion plus to even be considered as a real candidate.
Hank, some interesting names there. Who would the Democrats rather face? Would you prefer to see Vance? Would you prefer to see Carlson, who you've been quite vocal about? Rubio, Cruz, Green? Who would potentially face up? And who would they face up against from the Democratic point of view?
Well, that's the Democratic Party is a mess. It doesn't know what it is. It doesn't know who it is. The question will be, if I were running the party, I'd want to run John Ossoff. Why? He's from a particularly good state, and he's from a marginal state with respect to voting patterns. He's a Democrat who's proven he can win in the South. The fact that he's a Jew doesn't matter because he's on all sides of the issues. He's very performative. He does well for his constituents. He's the kind of guy the Democrats need. The Republicans, they have similar problems. They have a generational shift going on. But Tucker Carlson as a candidate with Candace Owen as a vice presidential candidate would be something to watch very carefully. And it would tell you where we are. America First, which was the motto of the extremists in the 30s, is making a comeback. The question is, how dangerous will that be to the world and to the American political system?
Let's talk about the President of the United States being moved around an airport in a catering truck. This is one of the wildest stories that we've heard this week. Hank, I want to turn to you first on this. When you heard this story first, what did you make of this?
I made of it that the Secret Service does a very good job in protecting the President of the United States and doing what it's supposed to do. I also made it that those who don't like the President of the United States went after him unnecessarily in print for doing what was smart, which was protecting his life, and that was the job.
Angie, I want to turn to you. The President has confirmed that plane switch actually happened. Does this show, like Hank said, how well the Secret Service are doing their job? It seems like they did an impressive movement here.
Yeah, I mean, Hank is absolutely right. And this is standard protocol. Remember, Biden was moved out of Ukraine in a different plane as well. It was a C-32. It wasn't Air Force One. And this happens all the time. I don't understand why journalists are picking up on this story when this is just, what the Secret Service is great at. One of the things that I think is tickling people is because the American press was left on the other plane that was in danger. And I hear this a lot from the White House press pool that, especially right after the White House Correspondents' Dinner where there was a shooting, President Trump, all the secretaries, they were removed out of the ballroom immediately. They had cover, but all the press was left in the convention center fending for themselves. So there's a lot of scare there. But again, Hank is right. The Secret Service did a phenomenal job removing President Trump from threats that would have occurred had he not have been sneaked out and put on a different plane.
We'll talk about the press being left behind when we get on to our next story. But yeah, Frank, behind this story is that very, very serious element to it. Although it seems like it's quite lighthearted, it really is not. US intelligence believed that there was a credible threat against President Trump. So there is that other side to it that we have to look at as well. Of course, as you mentioned, senior officials were left on board Air Force One and it was being used as a decoy. The question is, though, should they have been told if this was such a big, credible threat that was there for them? They were still left on board and that plane still flew.
You know, there's no telling what you do, what intelligence you have at a particular time when you have a major public figure who is subject to threats on a regular basis. We also have to remember there have been several attempts on the president's life, one of which was nearly successful. The White House Correspondents' Dinner, where you had a lunatic walking around with a rifle. How he got there, we don't know. But this particular target for lunatics, this president of the United States, where you have to be very careful and take every threat seriously. Why? Because they've come to pass. And you can't allow a president to be assassinated, because that's your job, is to make sure it doesn't happen under any circumstances.
Angie, this has played out very, very publicly. Should presidential security operations like this remain a secret even afterwards?
You know, maybe, because now they're going to have to find new ways of sneaking President Trump around the world. So I think, you know, now that they know how the game works, that's going to be a target as well. President Trump, you know, he is under very, very tight security. He's no longer allowed to do open stadiums like we saw in Butler, Pennsylvania. He's not allowed to even go into certain hotels and public areas where he would normally speak because of these threats. Had that hotel where the White House Correspondent dinner had taken place, had it not rented rooms to open guests, I don't think you would have seen that happen. So now the security measures could be much, much tighter. And no, of course not. Secret Service should not be revealing their ways of how they protect the president.
And let's turn our attention now to another big story that's out of the White House. Just this morning, actually, Caroline Leavitt is stepping down as press secretary. That's going to happen at the end of the month. Now, she said that it's about spending more time with her young family. She's just had her second child and just come back from maternity leave. And President Trump has been really, really complimentary about her. He said, you know, she's going to continue working as an outside advisor. Angie, I want to turn to you first on this. Were you surprised? Because she has become one of the most recognisable faces of the entire administration. Do you think she was maybe annoyed that she was left on board that presidential jet during the security scare?
No, this is of no surprise to me. I mean, I remember being a first-time mom. I couldn't string two sentences together. You have sleepless nights. You have other duties that are way more pressing even than President Trump. So this is a great time for her to step away. She's leaving with a great resume. She'll have every opportunity in the media world open to her when she decides to go back to work. And this is also a really good time for the second part of the second Trump administration to have kind of a newer voice. One of the things would be themes that I'm seeing clearly is all the overseas conflicts, which Caroline Leavitt always deferred to the Pentagon for a lot of that news. I would like to see a new press secretary who can take on a lot more of the foreign affairs. And secondly, we have the 2028 presidential election looming, and that's going to be really dirty. It's going to be a mess. So you're going to need someone who's a real fighter in that respect. So before she dirties herself up, I think Caroline Leavitt is leaving on a very high note.
What do you think, Hank? Is it a big loss for Trump? Because whenever you think of her politics, she has been a really good communicator for Trump and for representing the White House at the same time.
Press secretaries come and go. This woman has been terrific. I think Angie Wong is exactly correct on everything she said.
Wow.
Well, Angie, you're getting nothing but compliments from Frank today. Angie, she's only 28. She's been the White House press secretary. She's been involved in the movement and will continue to be involved in the movement from the get-go. Do you think it's the last we've seen of Caroline Leavitt in frontline politics, or is this more of a shift for her?
I think she's got longevity here. I would not be surprised if we see Caroline Leavitt come back for the next administration, whoever that may be. Clearly, she's got any seat at any news desk she wants, if she wants that. But this is, again, a really good time to step away, let her enjoy her young children. The next person, I'm hearing lots of names floated. If you want to hear some names, would be Alina
Yes, please.
Habba.
I am keen to find out who you think is potentially going to step up to that pulpit.
Well, it seems like Alina Habba, Trump's former personal lawyer, is one of the front runners. We're also hearing that Stephen Chung, who's already in charge of communications for President Trump, he's a trusted loyalist. He could certainly get it done. Remember, you have a very hostile press to President Trump right now. You need someone who almost with a law degree to be able to have that kind of combative, trial-like, kind of stance when it comes to protecting President Trump. And also someone who can manage the media and someone that is respected amongst the media. I wouldn't be surprised if a few journalists' names are also floated within that short list.
Let's move on to another story that's making the headlines this week. Iran, the Strait of Hormuz, both topping the headlines in the last couple of days. Trump saying, of course, America has got total control over Hormuz. We spoke yesterday about this. 8 ships, that's what made it through. That's versus 130 in the days and weeks per day before this war kicked off. Angie, I want to first of all get your opinion on this. President Trump saying America's got control of the Strait. That's good news. But does he now have responsibility over what happens next in the Strait?
Yeah, so it seems like both Iran and the U.S. are using time as the new weapon. And they're both trying to say, well, we can wait it out. No, we can wait it out. So we've seen this before. And I think that when last week when Iran came out and said, we're not going to negotiate anymore, we're going to wait to 2029 before we talk about peace deals again, immediately President Trump came back and hit back and said, look, we'll control the straits if you don't want to do that. And that's exactly what's going to happen. I don't see any diplomatic breakthrough happening anytime soon, especially before the midterms. I'm just worried that we're seeing another Hanoi summit again. Remember, in 2019, President Trump met with Kim Jong-un. They had, and they walked away from all the talks with no denuclearization deal, no sanctions lifting. They just kind of walked away. I think that is what we're seeing now. President Trump is really hoping to put the squeeze on a lot of the inflation that's happening in Iran, so much so that the citizens do something about it because, people are not able to afford things there.
Hank, if it does get reopened, if the Strait of Hormuz gets completely reopened, will the Democrats give him credit for that?
And probably they will. They won't want to touch it. I mean, it's a great victory for him. What they'll talk about is the cost of the war, which is reasonable. But the failure to get the Strait open or the success talks about two things. One, the end of the European dominance of the region and the failure of the Europeans to appropriately participate, and the fact that President Trump will look like a winner when it comes to his policy of denuding the Europeans. They played no real role in this. The United States has played the role, and the Europeans look very stupid.
Before we let you both go, very quickly, Angie and Frank, if we're having this chat again next Thursday, we're talking all things US politics and all eyes on the US. Angie, what is the big story that we'll be talking about this time next week?
Oh, well, next week we've got lots of domestic news as far as all the primaries that are happening. That's what's happening here in the U.S. We had Super Tuesday just this week with Wisconsin, Connecticut, Vermont, South Carolina, and other states. We have, for me, the home game, which is the Florida primaries, where we're voting in for each party, the governor candidate, as well as the U.S. Senate and all the House races. So that is going to be something to watch, because that's going to determine what's going to happen to the balance of the House of Congress as well as the U.S. Senate in November. Are the players that we choose this week and next week, how that's going to affect President Trump, whether or not he's going to have a 2-year presidency or a full 4-year presidency with the support of Republicans.
Hank, same question to you. Are we going to be talking about domestic policies next week, or are we going to be talking about the international affairs once again?
It'll be domestic policies, and the story will be the breakdown of the Democratic Party. And the reporters will keep writing about let's see, is it the left's win today? Is it the left's win tomorrow? They're obsessed with the Democratic Socialists of America contingent, now trying to take over the Democratic Party. And that will be the news.
Well, there was a lot to unpack on the show today. I want to thank you both very much for being so eloquent on all of those topics. Angie and Hank, thank you for joining us on GNT.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's all that we've got time for on Global News today. As always, you can see our interviews in full on our YouTube channel. Tom Burges Watson is back on the show on Monday. Until then, goodbye.
He was just incredible. The best striker in the world.
For once, he put his finger in my face, and his finger is about as fat as that cup.
But he was like a little puppy, like trying to lure you in. You know what I mean? Come on, play with me. No, I've got nothing for you.
I hate predicting. I always get it wrong. So I go for an Arsenal win.
You can make an argument for the players that were playing ahead of me.
Welcome to the Dressing Room Podcast. Colton is on one of his away days. No doubt we'll have a lovely story about the train system in Bangkok coming up. We got an excellent replacement. one of the Chelsea's all-time greats, one of my best teammates to play with, genuinely. Ida Johnson, how are you?
Very good.
Yeah?
After those words.
Yeah. It's true. I've told you that before
very true.
over a few
Very
drinks.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you get emotional.
Yeah.
That's when you mention how wonderful of a player I was.
Yeah.
He said I was one of the best crossers of the ball yesterday.
I did.
No, that was him.
True.
We were good about him.
All right. I'll say that as well, though. Yeah. It's a nice start, isn't it?
He was unbelievable, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
A great player.
Where a joke.
Where are you living now, Id? Back
Iceland,
home?
Yeah. Been there for 6-7 years now.
Yeah.
Can be tough at times.
Yeah.
Dark winters, very dark, very cold.
Yeah.
But something about, getting the full winter season.
Yeah. Is it nice?
And just a couple of weeks of summer was nice.
Is it dark all the time? Is it?
Yeah, during the winter, literally 20 hours darkness.
Have you ever been, Bridgie?
You've been.
I've been. I love it.
I've never been. I'd like to go.
It's one of the most beautiful places. What's that place I went to? The hotel with the Blue Lagoon.
The Blue Lagoon, yeah.
And
it's meant to be amazing.
Stunning.
When you see photos of it, it looks amazing.
Yeah, stunning.
Let's get a little festival over there or something.
Beautiful people.
There are some festivals.
Yeah, festivals out there worth going to.
Yeah.
We like a festival.
You always bring it round to festivals, didn't you? All right. So
coming to see me is a festival.
Yeah. It is on and off the pitch. So listen. So home's Iceland now. You've got 3 boys, all playing professional football.
Yeah.
Around the world. I mean, that's got to be a job in itself, making sure you.
Yeah, it's good though. Gives me an excuse to travel a little bit. All played for Iceland. Different stages in their career. Obviously, the oldest will be 28 in May.
Did you play with the oldest? Didn't you?
No.
That
was me and my dad.
Oh, you and your dad. I didn't know if you.
Time goes quick, doesn't it?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, all professional. They're all got one boy at Blackburn. Was doing really well until he got injured. And my youngest boy is in Malmö in Sweden.
Okay.
All in the first team. It's it's great.
I remember you. Sorry, Bridget.
But it can be difficult. It can be difficult weekends.
Yeah. You told me this. Tell me.
So speaking of weekends, as in being on the phone, waiting for them to call, and it's either everything's wonderful after they played and scored and won, or we have to sit there for an hour. It's part of the game. Sometimes you play, sometimes you don't. Keep your spirits up. Blah blah blah. And you're just exhausted of being the positive guy all the time, or trying to be.
Yeah.
And then I've got a little girl as well, 11. She scores about 3-4 goals on average a game.
Do you know what? If you was a horse,
I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say that. Mate, if women would be queuing up.
Four bloody kids all playing.
Don't know what it is. It's in the
just shows you how good he was.
Yeah. But the thing is, I remember the story about you, like for people listening. You played you come on for your dad, right? And your dad's last game for Iceland, and your first game was that?
Yeah, it was my first game away in Estonia.
Yeah,
this is '94. Jesus.
Yeah.
So I substituted my dad for the national team. It was a big moment, first time in history, father and son in the same game, and we were meant to play 2 months later, which would have been in Iceland. So they wanted this big moment to be in front of the home crowd. But just before that game, I broke my ankle, so it never happened. And my dad kept playing for another couple of years, hanging on, waiting for me to recover, but I never recovered in time. And the beautiful thing about that moment for me, for us, for everyone in the family is it wasn't set up. It wasn't. It wasn't a charity thing, or it was. He was genuinely one of the best players for Iceland, and still was at that time.
Right.
I was 17, just turning 18, coming into the full squad for the first time.
Yeah.
I remember saying to the manager, "I don't want a room with my dad." Because we used to have roommates in the national team. And we all know at times what we watch in the room when we board. Don't want to do that with your dad.
What's that? What are you watching?
I was watching Loose Women.
Game of Thrones.
He'd seen it all.
Do you know
was he like as good as what you were?
Yeah.
Yeah.
in different times,
Different
obviously.
guitars compare, yeah.
He played in Belgium for a long time. Went to France. He played in a time where you could only have 3 foreigners in every club, so it was always you had to stand out as a foreigner. He was really good.
Yeah.
Was Player of the Year in Belgium, top scorer. Played European Cup finals. Actually missed a penalty for Anderlecht against Spurs.
Did he?
Yeah, in the final.
I'm still stunned Spurs got to the Champions League final.
Yeah, that was.
Is that real?
We're talking about the 80s.
Okay, yeah, Glenn Hoddle and all that.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what? That must have been. I can't think. Can you imagine playing football with Mickey? Did your dad play?
No. Well, played probably Sunday League.
Did he?
Yeah. He was quick.
Well, no doubt. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen him lively.
Yeah. Bit of a madman, I think. But...
Mad Mickey. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh mate, what that was like. That what a moment. Like, how was your mum? Imagine, yeah, that's it. Your mum on that day, she must have been nervous.
Yeah, I can't even remember what she said.
It's hard to remember that far back when you get to
Yeah, I can't remember what happened yesterday.
Yeah, fair point.
But see, I mean, it's a proud moment. It's bittersweet. It could have been even bigger.
Yeah,
we would have actually played if I wouldn't have gotten injured. We would have probably played 10 internationals together.
Yeah.
Which would have made it an even more historic, even bigger moment.
Yeah.
Still big enough though.
Yeah, mate, it's
That's
incredible.
massive.
I think it's nice. I think that's a beautiful story.
Has anyone
I don't think it's ever.
No.
I don't think so. I think father and son. I think for club football maybe Rivaldo or something. He played until he was 50, wasn't he?
Mate, you can tell by his legs. I've seen him. Right. Well, listen, we'll get back onto you a little bit later, Ida, because we all saw each other yesterday at the Chelsea game, Manchester City. I'm going to start top of the table. We're going to start with Arsenal losing to Bournemouth, and that was on the Saturday. And I know that because I was in a pub in Highgate, which is Arsenal territory, and I was expecting, everyone was really excited Arsenal were going to win, and then it just was deflated. Everyone. But we have to give Bournemouth massive, massive credit. You look at their last few wins, Bridge. You 5 draws and then a win against Arsenal.
I did say this.
You did say it. You did call it
Could be a
Mystic
slip-up.
Bridge.
Yeah.
You did what?
They've upset them a few times.
Yeah, but you must have had something else you was going on.
No, literally that was it. That's all I go on, really.
Really?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I watched with an Arsenal fan, which was good.
Did you?
Yeah. And again, cheering when they got a corner. And I give them a bit of stick about it, and they went and scored from it. So I thought, I'm going to shut up now.
But the thing is, we've all been in them situations where you're going for a title, but I've never seen a club like at the moment where Arsenal, where it's been building up over the years, where they've stumbled at the last hurdle, and then it becomes a sort of, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. So every time I watch Arsenal now, forget the tactics, it's just the players. They're all looking. Everyone seems to be looking around for somebody else to take the game by the scruff of the neck. Do you know what I mean? And I think I look at Arteta, and he looks grey. Like, not in his hair, he's got great hair. But he looks, do you know, he looks
passionate.
He looks petrified. Do you know what I mean? How can you, but like, do you know what I mean? Think of the great managers you work for. You've got Barcelona, Jose. They never looked scared. Even they looked always in control. With Mikel, he needs to find a way. His body language, I think it stems from the manager. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, I think I've never really been in a situation where we were leading the whole season and then lose it. Maybe with Barcelona in my first season, but my Spanish wasn't good enough to understand what everyone was saying at the time, or didn't really have a feeling yet of what it meant to everyone. I think when the players start believing they're in trouble, I think that's the worrying thing, and they don't have a solution. As you say, I'm looking at you, help me out here, but you're looking at me as well.
Yeah.
And it seems to be going in the opposite direction rather than, dragging someone with you to grind out a result. I'm not a huge fan of Arsenal, the way they've been playing, especially second part of the season. I thought they were winning games on, all this set plays, and
but they were good
defensively. They were very good
time,
defensively, but they were not convincing how they were winning games. So
Whereas
it was inevitable, really.
defensively now, do they?
No.
They don't look as good the last few games.
All right, so here's the point, right? They have decided to play that, like, for me, they're like the Atletico Madrid of the Premier League, that type of football. They're like, they want to stop the game rather than, but I think they've got more quality than that. When I think of like Odegaard, Zubimendi, Saka, Madueke, there's enough quality for them to play a bit more progressive football. So like,
well, they have played attractive football. They have played with much more freedom, it seemed. Periods last season, start of this season, they look fresh and played with a lot of freedom. When you look at the team now, the way they play, it's all boxed in.
Yeah.
You don't see anyone really almost not enjoying themselves enough.
Yeah,
playing with that fear.
You need to get that enjoyment. I'm trying to think of the situation in Mark, but for me, it was like, pardon me, it was like the relegation battles when I saw players mainly playing. It was never at the top of the table, because think of it, when you're playing at the top of the table, you're winning more games than you're losing by the fact that you're there. But when I've been in relegation battles at West Ham, that's when I've seen players just like top players letting the ball run out under their feet.
Yeah,
we played at West Ham one year in a relegation battle, right? And the West Ham fans are demanding, right? I love them, but we'd get booed off at half time because we wasn't winning, like against the team and things like that. They wanted you to do so well. And there was a particular part of the stadium, the Chicken Run, and we'd got a corner once, right? And the fans were like, used to give you so much stick and abuse you as you're going to take a corner. Nobody wanted to take the corner. So I'm looking around. My position was the edge of the box, right? And I'm looking around, and I don't even remember. And then the fans are like, going, "Come on, someone take it. The ball's on them."
Waiting to give him some abuse.
Some of the lads are like, mate. So like, I've never seen it, but I look at this Arsenal team and I see that type of fear. No, like nobody's really wanting to get on the ball and make it happen. I mean, you've been in a few relegation, but Southampton, you would have been.
Yeah. I've always said this about Southampton. They always had obviously they got away with it while I was there, but it always felt like everyone they had a good unit where everyone gave everything the whole time. And when I was at West Ham, you felt there's a few players that probably didn't give everything.
Yeah.
But it's hard. I don't think I've been up the other end of the table where we're going to throw it away, I don't think.
No.
That I can remember. But definitely when you see it down the bottom, you can notice everyone's a bit worried about making a mistake. But that's what it looks like when you watch Arsenal at the moment.
Yeah.
It does look like they're playing.
Yeah, we chased Arsenal
themselves
back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
The
first season. The first season.
They were chasing the whole season.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden we got deflated because we saw they're not dropping points. And now it's completely the opposite.
Yeah.
The season after, we won the league comfortably.
Yeah.
Jose's first season.
Yeah.
And we never had one moment where we thought, we're in trouble here. We lost at Man City.
And
that was the only game.
Yeah.
The only game we lost.
Yeah. You never.
And the season after, we never got to experience the fear of, we let this slip away.
Yeah.
It's still wide open as well, isn't it? It's like, obviously, I thought, it's probably a couple of the best days of half term so far, seeing Arsenal and City win, to be honest. But it was like the Arsenal fans, a lot of them, like, I've always said I don't hate them. A certain group of Arsenal fans I reckon there's Arsenal fans going to them, please shut up.
Yeah,
you're making it worse for all of us. Yeah. But even some of them now, they were so urged yesterday. You know what they said? Sack Arteta now.
What?
Yes, sack Arteta now to get a manager in to get it over the line.
Really?
That's what one of them said.
That would be the most rogue decision ever in history of football. If you woke up and it's like Mikel Arteta.
That's the thing. What we were talking about. Even the fans are going, what can we do? How can we stop this? I think they've already lost the league.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well, see, I can't say that. No, I can't. Because I'm scared to say it in case it don't happen.
We're here to say our opinions.
Yeah. Feel free.
I always bring it back to, you're playing pool and you got a shot on the black, but your mate puts the cue down. I don't want to say anything too soon.
You're saying you put
the
metaphorical cue down on Arsenal win the league. Okay.
I was in the way end yesterday.
Look, in the end, it's still in their own hands.
They
have to go to Man City, get a result, and if they get a win, it'll be huge. Just don't see it happening. The way Man City played second half at the Bridge yesterday, I felt I was watching the best team in the Premier League.
Yeah.
By far.
Yeah. They stepped on the gas.
Yeah.
Something.
Just the ability to move the ball around, the physical part of it. They're also Doku, how strong is he? Jesus.
He was dangerous. It was hard to see because he was in the way end, but he looked dangerous. He was obviously quite far away, but he looked dangerous every time he was getting the ball.
Dangerous?
Semenyo.
Petrifying.
I would have hated to play
against him. When you see Semenyo run, he just eats the pitch up.
Like he's grabbing the turf.
Yeah.
Like he's moving the stadium. Right. So we was all at the game yesterday. Like, we're working.
I was kind of working.
Yeah. He's messaging me. He's in with the City fans. Bouncing around.
Do you know what it was? It was one of them games.
And we got the same agent. How have you got this game?
I obviously played for both teams, but I wasn't actually going to go to the game, but my boy wanted to go. So then I managed to work with City TV, but he was in the away end and I was in the press bit, and I thought, wonder if I could just sneak into the away end. So I got in and I stood with him.
That's quality.
He loved it.
Did he?
Yeah, because he's only ever been in West Ham, where he like sorted him out with some really seats high up, a bit corporate. So to be in the away end and experience like the atmosphere, like I was joining in with all the chanting.
Did you let him swear?
I was as well at one point.
Did you let him swear?
He wouldn't have been swearing. He's not that kid, but there's a couple swearing around him.
My boy wants to go because he wants to join in with all the singing and the swearing.
Yeah, well, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
my youngest probably join in with the swearing, but
they've not been to the away games. The away games are where it's at. If you go, innit? So if you want to go, in.
The best chant was, "Are you watching Arsenal, mate?" I got right into it. I was loving it. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. But I really enjoyed it. Obviously, because I played for both teams, I'm a little bit like, I want Chelsea to qualify for Champions League, but I don't want to see Arsenal win the league.
I had that feeling yesterday as well.
Yeah. Did you?
So I want Chelsea to be in the Champions League, but I don't want Arsenal to win the league.
Yeah, that's
weird. I speak to 80% of the... Even I'd go as far as near 100% of the Chelsea fans would go, I'd sacrifice today just so Arsenal don't win it.
That was the only time Arsenal fans would cheer for Chelsea as well.
It's strange.
That's wild. Can I quickly ask you about this? For me, the big moment in the game for me, from a Chelsea perspective, we get on, and from a Man City, was when Mark Guehi scored the goal. Right, it was a great finish. I will talk to you about the finish in a minute, being a centre forward. But I look at where Chelsea are as a club, and desperately trying to find a centre half, spending hundreds of £1 million. You had a kid in the building. He come over and spoke to us. Was you with him? No. He come over and spoke to us after. He's so assured he's a captain. You see him play. He's calm. He's come from at Chelsea from the age of 6. We sold him to Crystal Palace, and then now he's at Man City, and he looks like he's been there for 20 years. And he's the moment the jerky ball into him, and the finish was just sublime. And I'm looking at him and I'm just like going, how has this kid got a Man City shirt on? And he should be the team should have been built around him 5 years ago. Whoever's let him out the door at Chelsea needs that. If I'm the owner, I'm going, right, whose decision, or what collective of people's decision was it to think it was a good idea to let this kid leave the club?
They probably still ain't there.
Everyone will go, oh, it weren't me. I'm like, come on, because unless you find out who's doing these decisions will continue to happen, and you'll keep losing players like that. You need to do an appraisal on it.
That goal reminded me of, I don't like talking about it all the time, but it reminded me of my goal against Arsenal. Do you know what I mean? The playmaker just put it on a plate for me and then me slotted it in the bottom corner.
Still to this day, I've never seen anyone happier to score a goal.
I never scored, do I?
But I know. Do you know what?
I didn't know what to do, so I just sprinted in there.
I might get a picture of you scoring that goal on my house somewhere. Just find someone.
My mate got me one,
so happy,
and I'm running off, and then Hernan's behind me, but he's changed Hernan's face for his face.
I mean, if you don't celebrate those goals, Jesus.
No, yeah. We celebrated, right?
Wow. I didn't go out after that game.
Did you?
No.
That's probably why I was.
I heard stories about you going out for a few.
Yeah, we talked about it. You know, he woke up. The cleaner woke him up in China Whites the next morning.
China Whites, those were the days.
Yeah, they were the days.
Grown up now.
Oh yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, and plus it's Champions League. Arsenal. We hadn't beaten Arsenal for decades.
Yeah.
So everything came together that evening.
They just, it did. It comes together quite well. And then, heroes is hero, they say. They're City though. They just look. They look positive. You know, when we're at Chelsea, you go into games, you think, oh, we're gonna win.
Yeah.
But they look. We ain't gonna get beat. That's for sure. They look good.
If you see Man City in the March-April periods for the last 7-8 years,
incredible.
They always seem to be at their best.
Incredible.
And the exact opposite is happening with Arsenal.
But
you look at it. I mean, you can't. Unfortunately, you can't compare Chelsea to Man City now.
No.
But we should be comparing them because similar size clubs. Or you expect Chelsea to be up there.
Yeah.
Look at the difference on the pitch yesterday. In personality, in ability, strength, pace. And you look at the bench. Man City, and you look at Chelsea's bench.
You
can put whoever on for Chelsea today. It's not going to make a difference. They're all the same. They're all the same age. No one stands out as in huge character or it's just bland.
Going to come on and change the game at all.
That's a fair point. You was quite strong on that after the game because do you know what I thought from you, Ida? When you said what you said yesterday, I thought you come from because we don't hear from you that much in this country talking about it. You come from a place you were frustrated, weren't you? Because you're a Chelsea man.
I mean, there were emotions involved. It's my club still. It's where I have my best memories and what made my career at Chelsea. And I go to Stamford Bridge and you see, everything's still the same in the stadium. Not much change there. Great to see some of the same people still working there. That's what I like. As in the feeling of Jesus, these people have been here for 30, 40 years and still going strong because they have passion for the club. And then I look at what's going on the pitch and I just see no emotions. I doubt that the dressing room yesterday, I mean, you walk in the dressing room after a game, losing a game in that way, I would have been depressed. I would have been absolutely
embarrassed.
Wouldn't want to show my face for a few days. And I doubt that feeling is going on at this moment in time.
I wonder what it would have been like in that dressing room with the manager, how he would have been.
You have to remember, times have changed and it's a different environment in terms of, I don't think Liam's the type of guy who's going to really, just lose it. And sometimes I think there's a case for just an outpouring of emotion and anger. And it doesn't matter what's coming out of the manager's mouth. Because sometimes you're not even listening, but if he's smashing the place up, do you know what I mean? He's showing he might, it seems like it can seem quite barbaric, but at least he's showing you cared. You know what I mean? Throwing a few things around. Do you know what I mean? It can't always be really nice. So don't worry, we'll do it again. I don't think he does that.
No.
But I don't know if any manager. I bet Pep does.
Tell me in the Chelsea team, one player who's at the peak of his career. I mentioned this yesterday.
Yeah, you did.
Who's at their best, at absolute top level in their career?
Okay, I got one player, and you mentioned him, Reece James, and he wasn't playing yesterday.
And he wasn't playing. So you got one player who's at his best,
at his peak years,
or he hasn't got a huge level to get to be at his absolute best. The rest. They're all 22, 23, 24. They've got their best years ahead of them. But who are they going to learn from to become better on a day-to-day basis? They're all learning from each other at the same level. So who's going to challenge them?
And a young manager.
And a young manager. I don't see it. This project. Don't see it happening.
It's a fair point.
And all of a sudden, when you see a result like yesterday, you start to think, wow, miles away. For challenging at the top.
Who was maybe even before you come to Chelsea, in your career, who was was there a particular anyone that stands out who was Who drove you?
Look at the characters. When I joined, Dennis Wise.
Yeah.
Marcel Desailly.
Yeah.
You know, Marcel Desailly didn't have to speak.
Yeah.
It was enough for him to give you a glance, and you go, oh,
yeah.
He's not happy with me.
Yeah.
Gus Poirier, Gianfranco Zola, Jimmy Floyd.
Yeah.
We joined at the same time. And the list goes on. Jody Morris, he was a character.
Yeah.
He went in.
Yeah.
1,000,000%.
Yeah.
Every tackle.
Yeah.
In training. In games. Everything. Dennis Wise.
Yeah.
I was so happy and so relieved. I was so scared joining Chelsea just because of Dennis Wise.
Really?
Yeah. I thought he's going to do something to me. He's going to kick the shit out of me. And I was lucky because I ended up renting an apartment in the same building as Wisey was living. So he sort of took me under his wing rather than giving me sticks. So he protected me.
Yeah, but that's because he would have seen what a player he was. I don't think Wisey would have looked after everyone, but because he loved Chelsea, and he's like, I need to make sure this kid settles in because he's going to make us better. Do you know what I mean? So it's a little bit.
And back to the point of, so why do you think John Terry became such a great captain? His football ability, of course, but the things around the dressing room, around the club, he learned it off Dennis Wise. Because Dennis Wise ran the show here for years and years. JT took over. Who are they learning from? This generation. There's no one there. There's not a character there. Reece James, how long has he been captain? Since he was 20, 21?
Yeah, maybe.
Who did he learn off as a Chelsea captain before him?
Yeah.
Did he have someone in the dressing room that he goes, wow, this is the way I'm going to do it?
Yeah.
And how many players, how many young centre forwards have an experienced guy in front of them where you go, wow, I'm absorbing information. I had Franco Zola.
Yeah. Oh.
I mean, I watched him that much that I ended up playing instead of him at times.
Yeah.
So I had so much respect, but I was going to play my minutes.
Yeah.
I don't see these things at Chelsea at the minute.
Because if you've got players of the same age, there's no mentoring of like natural mentoring. You know, I had the same thing at West Ham. I had players I looked up to, like Stuart Pearce come into the dressing room. Mate,
I think it was that era, wasn't it?
John Moncur I had similar things with John Moncur. What a player he was, right? And I sort of come in, took his position, and he could have been like, but he would help me. He would point little things in my game, do you know, that needed to improve. So that's so crucial. You must have had people in your career.
More step overs, even more.
I think it was that era, though. I think most teams might have had it. Like I would have had John Beresford.
Yeah.
Stuart Ripley, Jason Dodd, who was their ages. There was always an older.
Yeah.
And you always noticed it when you did experience, in-house, you did experience for young lads.
Yeah.
It was the experience that won most of the time.
Yeah.
Always.
And then sometimes it wasn't always pleasant. Like
in Chelsea now, they're all in the same team.
Yeah. Yes.
They've only got one age group.
Young against old. Yeah, to be fair. And it doesn't have to be pleasant. I remember Jimmy, I love Jimmy, mate. If you didn't give Jimmy the ball at the right time, I remember once he put his finger in my face, and his finger is about as fat as that cup.
Do you know what? I think he's much more relaxed now. He doesn't play football. He's a great lad, Jimmy.
I love Jimmy.
I love Jimmy.
And he was.
He would fight you though. Probably.
Yeah. If you didn't give him the ball, oh my god!
But listen, that's one thing I learned quickly when I joined Chelsea with Jimmy Floyd is just give him the ball.
Yeah.
Find him.
Just find him.
And at times it was annoying that I speak fluent Dutch.
Really?
So I couldn't get away from him. If I didn't listen to him in English, he would just speak Dutch and go, here we go.
No hablo español.
We once had a fight. He got annoyed. He got annoyed in a game. I score.
Yeah.
And he felt I should have passed him the ball 5 minutes earlier.
But
10 minutes,
scored.
But I've scored.
Right.
And he come over and said, you happy now? Well, yeah, I've scored.
Pass me the ball then.
Stamford Bridge. About me. I need my goal. Yeah, I'll do my best, Jimmy. Honestly. I love Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank. I love him. I love playing with him. I love being around him.
Yeah.
I still speak to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do as well.
At least once a month now.
Brilliant stories. I could listen to you all day, but quickly back to this week's football. This week upcoming, massive game, Manchester City against Arsenal. Predictions?
Well, me first?
I'm looking at you. I'm not giving either a no-look pass here, am I?
Oh, I hate predicting. I always get it wrong. So I go for an Arsenal win. No, do you know what? Looking at the way everything's going at the moment, it's hard to say City won't win. But, mate, anything can happen, can't it?
Go on.
I mean, I'm not even going to go for prediction.
Okay. All right.
I said it before. Arsenal wins, I usually get it wrong.
So it's literally whoever wins the Premier League.
Yeah, basically. I think that's it. It's over. It's this game and that's it.
I don't think that's the case, though.
I do.
I think... Nah.
I do. 6 points.
So
if they win the game now, there's 3 points in it.
We're all forgetting how hard the Premier League is. Nobody, apart from you, predicted Bournemouth is going to beat Arsenal, right? Yeah. As good as Manchester City are, can they win another
City needs to win every
6 games in a row?
Every game.
See, I still think Arsenal win the league. I think Arsenal go there and off the back of winning in the Champions League against Lisbon, and I think they go there and they nick a point.
I'm doing the old.
0-0 or 1-1.
Arsenal got a shot on the black.
Yeah, I know.
And I'm putting McHugh down just before they
go
take
on,
the
Mikel,
shot.
just put it away. What do we have at the bar? Okay.
Yeah. I don't see Man City dropping a single point from now to the end of the season.
It's in Arsenal's hands, really.
Right, okay. So you've gone Arsenal for your psychological thing.
Yeah.
You've gone Man City, and I've gone a draw.
The good thing is I've enjoyed watching those Arsenal fans that have been celebrating and giving it loads. So now it's just being really angry.
There's a lot of anger in North London.
There's a lot of anger going on.
Even if you just drive through North London now, Spurs and Arsenal, the anger levels, frustration.
And like I said, we've got a few Arsenal mates that we really like now.
We love Arsenal mates.
We love our Arsenal mates.
We love them.
I feel bad for them going through this little spot, but I'm quite enjoying it. Not your pain, but other people's pain.
Right, listen, we're in North London, so we're going to go over the road to Tottenham. We cannot talk Tottenham without the Spurs legend that's to my left-hand side. Mate, De Zerbi's coming in. They was absolutely dreadful, I thought, at Sunderland. There was no manager's bounce. It was like, you know the bouncy ball? It was just one of them flat ones. Bang, it's hit the floor, no bounce at all.
Medicine
ball bounce. And Sunderland just looked like a breakaway and score at any moment. Romero, I was watching the game with Julian Lescott as a centre-half, and I always like to lean on that. If I was centre-forward, I always asked what Ida would want, but centre-half, Jolien, he's got a good eye for a centre-half. And he said, he's just wild. You can't trust him. I know he's a World Cup winner, but he could have been sent off. Brobby was, when
how strong is he, by the way? Brobby, Jesus.
But why wrestle him then? Why wrestle the strongest man in the league?
Yeah.
But Romero was desperate to show him that he's, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I looked at Tottenham and it looked like a mess still.
Well, it's not going to happen in 1 week, is it?
I know
with
that.
a new manager.
But usually, you know what I mean?
You'd like to see at least a little bit of structure.
That's a positive. There's only 1-0. That's a positive.
Only one. But how many games now that they haven't won?
I don't think they've won in... Is it 13 or 14? I think it's 14 now. It's a long, slow, arduous fall from grace.
What was someone saying earlier that the manager coming and said something about he needs to be a father figure? Or
I think he's right there.
Yeah.
I think he's come in and he because he's a smart guy, De Zerbi. I've interviewed him and he seems like a manager you'd want to play with. I've watched him work when he was at Brighton and we went to do a tactical day with him and he's, you watch a manager like you'd like to play. He was on. He was energetic, and he was doing a tactical thing. You know where Brighton used to get the centre half dunk to go and roll into midfield, and it was like all the patterns of play he was doing, where he'd hold the ball, dunk, and then a bit of movement there, bang, bang, and it was. But obviously, he had months and months to set this system of play up. He hasn't got no time to do that at Tottenham, so I think he's smart when he said, "I need to be their father or their brother," because what's going to get the Tottenham players out of this isn't tactical change. It's going to be an emotional thing, right?
Tactical genius is not going to is not going to save him at this time of the season. At this point in the season, it's just basic stuff, isn't it? It's just go back to basics.
Yeah,
it's simple to say, but find some kind of defensive structure. Don't concede goals. I just think they're in such a slump that they're starting to believe it could happen.
Yeah,
a lot of I've spoken to a lot of Spurs fans, and they go, "Wow, we're too big to go down just because of the stadium. The stadium will still be there.
Yeah,
the team will be in the Championship.
Yeah,
I think it's happening.
You do, don't you?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. And I mean, I'm a Chelsea fan,
right?
So if you're a full-on Chelsea fan, you love seeing what's happening at Spurs.
Yeah.
I'm not quite there because I like the fixture.
Yeah.
I like the Chelsea-Tottenham.
Yeah.
I want them to be in the same league.
Yeah.
Or for Spurs to be at least in the Premiership.
We could swap them with Millwall if you like that.
That might be happening as well.
Imagine that. Oh God.
No, but do you know what I mean? Yeah. They're not. No one's too big to go down.
No. Manchester United have been relegated before. You know what I mean?
They all have.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But I'd still want the Chelsea Spurs fixture next season.
My thoughts on it, right? So the teams around them, West Ham, the club, and when I say the club, the players, the management, all the backroom staff, the fans, more importantly, understand what a relegation battle is because they've been in it. Nottingham Forest have been in relegation battles. Leeds have been in relegation battles. Tottenham have not really as a fan. So when you go there, there's no experience at the club. The only player I can think of in that squad who's experienced relegation battles, jumps off them up, is Richarlison. He's been at Watford and Everton, and he looks like a bit of a cannon as well. So the players they're like they're sleepwalking into it. They don't realise. Does that make sense?
They must do though. Come on.
Yeah, but they're not playing like they are.
No, they're not. I mean, that's probably why they need that manager who's going to be that figure to snap them out of it mentally. And like you said, getting them doing the basics right.
Yeah. Has he been in that situation as a manager?
De Zerbi? I don't think so. Brighton, he was in Italy before.
They got them
Marseille.
as well.
The difference, you look at West Ham, they're picking up results.
Yeah.
And we were going through this earlier with a Spurs fan in the building. He was looking at their next fixtures.
Yeah.
Oh, they don't look too bad.
Yeah.
But you haven't won for. How can they not look bad? I don't see you winning.
Yeah.
Every game.
If we look at the last few months,
true.
So it's all right trying to stay positive.
Yeah.
But you're not feeling that positivity, are you?
Yeah. It's true.
It's sort of a bit of a blag positivity.
Yeah. It's like delusional. They still think they've got Gareth Bale and Glenn Hoddle playing for them.
Modric.
Yeah, Modric, you know what I mean?
Imagine that.
And they're going, we'll beat them. We've got Glenn. That was the 80s.
Tottenham Arsenal fans hate us.
But it's the reality of it.
Yeah. You have to listen, I'm just trying to think, if they went down, would it be the biggest since the Premier League started in 92? I think it would be the biggest club to go down. Can anyone think of anyone who's been in the Championship? Leeds, Tottenham are a bigger club than Leeds, aren't they? You know, like in that sense. I think with a structure around it. But going back to what you said.
Stadium.
Yeah, and the stadium. They love the stadium and the megastore. They've got the biggest megastore. No, I heard that from a Spurs fan the other day.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but we got the biggest megastore in the Premier League.
And go-kart.
Yeah, go-kart.
Right, okay. Have a go-kart in team building sessions.
Yeah. Anyway, West Ham look like they're picking up results. Leeds are the one for me where I think they could get sucked in. And the reason they're playing Man United away tonight, Wolves at home, Bournemouth away, Burnley at home, Spurs away, Brighton at home, and West Ham away.
And why would Spurs away scare you though?
It wouldn't scare you, but if you're Leeds and you because the thing with Leeds is they've been patting themselves on the back all season. And they've just been sucked into it last minute. So I think only for psychologically could that be. But listen, they'll probably look at that and they'll probably think Wolves at home, Burnley at home. We can win them 2 games. We're safe.
You look at the squads. Points. Would you take obviously with like the way it's been going, and obviously Tottenham is like on a bit of a slope. But you look at that squad and you think, how are you getting relegated?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
How?
And
they haven't yet. So I kind of see them getting out of it. But I keep saying that every week and it's just not, something's just not clicking.
Well, listen, it's going to go right down to the wire, that's for sure. And I think goal difference will come into play as well. And we'll have a lot of fun with it from now to the end of the season on both ends of the table.
Not sure the watchers will.
No, they won't. Just a quick one before we move on. We put a little poll out, a little poll for the punters, and I don't know what you think. Right? Win an FA Cup and be relegated, or just stay up. Like, what would you want as a player? I won't tell you what my and Bridgie's stance were.
We're opposite.
Well, when you put it, just stay up.
Yeah.
If you had asked me this before the season, I said, well, of course, staying up.
Yeah.
Getting relegated and having that on your CV is just horrible.
Yeah.
I think it's almost embarrassing.
Yeah.
If you were
relegated, I was embarrassed, mate. I was very embarrassed. Yeah. Had me head down.
Getting relegated and winning a cup is it's fun and it's nice, but surely the pain of relegation should be bigger than the joy of a cup.
And I think fans could vote differently because they obviously
we got the results in. That's what you're saying, right?
If you'd asked the question before the season, I'm pretty sure no one would have said, let's just get relegated.
Joe did.
But
I said, I think to myself, right, I've been relegated once in my career, played for 20 years.
How embarrassing was it?
It was so embarrassing. Right, but I've won some trophies as well, right?
Yeah.
And I was like,
and you're working for the FA Cup at the moment, Emirates FA Cup.
I am, That's not coming to my. That's not coming to my thinking. I think the joy of winning something. I'm quite positive, and
I get what you mean, the joy, but there's no chance I'm taking relegation.
And I think because of the situation they're in now, the answers would be much different than what they were before the season.
Yes, okay.
Now they're almost. I'll accept it now because we've got a moment at the end of the season.
It could happen with one of the teams. Right. Leeds are in a chance of getting relegated.
Nottingham Forest is still in Europe.
Yeah.
Nottingham Forest is still in Europe. So anyway, we put it to the voters, to the listeners, and it was 42% would win the cup and be relegated, and 58% would say no cup but stay up. So it's tighter than you think.
It's tight, yeah.
Listen, I think it's
all different.
Glass half full, glass half empty. We've done the league, but we got a very special guest. We got some listeners' questions. But what we like to do, we do homework with our guests. And Bridgie's got a little fun fact for you.
Yeah.
Do you want to fire away?
Yes, I met this guy Nick a year ago. Good lad, works in fashion, and his cousin, who, with his dad, they've been all over the world watching Chelsea 08, Munich. Porto 21, all over the place. And his cousin named his second kid Ida after you.
Baby Ida.
Yeah.
Really?
As an English kid.
That's brilliant.
Yeah. It'll be rogue. I bet like his brothers are called like Harry, Frank and Ida.
And he'll probably end up playing football.
Please tell me there's a Jimmy in there. Jimmy and Ida.
If he has another one,
that would be brilliant.
And Joe thing is, 2 days later, when you were born, not when you were born, when Ida was born, he went to can't remember which one it was, but one of the finals. Porto,
yeah. That's quality. Yeah. It's a bit like, does he know about Lil Wayne?
Well, whether this makes or not, I don't know.
I think it's brilliant.
I basically went to Antigua and had a really good time. And the guy who was working at the place we were staying, we become quite good friends and everything. We had a few drinks and we got on quite well. And he was a Chelsea fan. And I think his actual first name of the kid is his dad's name.
Right.
But then it's like Earl Wayne. So he's kind of named it. So they call him Little Wayne. Yeah. And I was trying to talk him out of it, to be honest, because I'm not sure about the name Wayne. But we got on really well, and he's got there's a little Wayne running around in Antigua.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So we both got one gig.
Spreading the love. Right, we got some questions for you from the listeners. Who is the best player you've ever played with? And you've played with some players. Listen, the list of players you've played, or just give us a little rundown on. Give us the top three.
I wish I could go back to the teams you played.
All-time top three that I've played with.
You've played with.
I bet that's hard,
mate.
Hard.
Have you seen?
Yeah. Give him 5.
Ronaldinho, Messi, Brazilian Ronaldo.
Oh my!
Well, there you go. Bloody hell.
I don't think you can find a better front three in the history of the game.
No, that's unbelievable. That's unbelievable.
I don't think so. Right,
if you had to pick one, it would be hard to pick one of them.
Well, Messi's the best.
Yeah.
Messi is the best in history.
Yeah.
Number one.
Yeah. Do you know
Mate,
what?
that's some free, innit?
Yeah. Wow.
That's ridiculous.
Like, that is like.
It was just Ronaldinho. Just the fun, the joy in someone's eyes every day, just kicking the ball around.
Yeah.
And he used to do this. We've all seen it. Do you remember the Jogo Bonito and Nike adverts where they're messing about in the dressing room?
Yeah.
He started doing that at times.
Right.
And he sort of starts, volleying the ball towards you to get you involved. And he's, he's doing all these tricks and dragging it from the back and over his head.
Just pass it back to him.
I'll just one touch back. Do not want to get involved. I don't want to get involved. But he was like a little puppy, like trying to lure you in. You know what I mean? Come on, play with me. No, I've got nothing for you. I've got nothing that you cannot do.
What was that like? Because you left Chelsea in 2006.
20 years now.
20 years.
Wow.
That's amazing, right? And you went to Barcelona, and like you said, you come across a young Messi. So what did you know the moment you saw him there was something special about him? Because whenever I've played against him, I thought this is a different species of footballer.
Yeah.
Like there's something very special.
And character.
Yeah, really?
Yeah. He's different.
Really?
Different to what people think.
No, it's good.
Yeah.
Like, great to have around.
Yeah.
But sometimes he would just sit there, or even in training, a moment where things stopped, and he would just be staring at the same point for about 3-4 minutes.
Really?
And we started like possession game,
right?
And it's like he was half in a different dimension.
Yeah.
And then he was on, bang, goal.
That's how he plays, though. Even to this day, like
it's the weirdest thing.
I covered a game for Argentina at the World Cup, and the pundit I was working with was hammering him. He can't run. He was first half. He was like, it was a Mexico game. He can't run. Look at him. He's killing his team. And I'm like, just wait. And then he literally, I was like, oh, what's wrong with him? Has he done his hamstring or something? He did not run for the first half. He must have been doing what you've done, and he's looking round. Then he got the ball and he went bang. I was just like, mate, it's just I've never seen a player like it. Have you ever seen a player can just walk and play?
No.
So he's the number one eyed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He has to be.
Yeah. I think so.
I think he's done things in the game, modern game even.
Yeah.
You can't make it up.
Yeah.
There's goals. Well, every season for Barcelona, but I can't remember what season was it. 2010-11.
Yeah.
Where he I think he went past the whole Zaragoza team.
Yeah.
And still had the power to just slot it, drill it in the far corner.
Yeah.
And just individual things that they even know what he's doing.
Yeah.
But they're just the timing of it.
Yeah.
And just the sharpness and quickness. And he's just a level ahead.
And what about R9?
Oh, he was just... We signed in the same week for PSV. I was 16, he was 18. I was a young boy and he was a man. Right. And his power and pace, technical ability was just unseen at the time.
Yeah.
I think purely because of his injuries that we don't speak about him enough.
Yeah, I know.
He was just incredible. The best striker in the world.
Yeah.
The best
number 9.
Best number 9.
Of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Them 3 players you've said are the 3 best players I've seen on the pitch. Do you know what I mean? I played against Ronaldinho and Messi. And at the World Cup, we didn't play, did we, against Brazil in 2002, but I saw him up close and I was like, man, it's just different gear, this geezer. Yeah.
Body movement,
step
overs.
He run past Danny Mills once. I think he run past him 3 times. I don't know how he did it. He sort of run past him, run back and run past him again.
I remember the time when Ronaldinho did the step over on Ash, and Kieran Dyer got off the bench and started clapping.
Oh God!
But they scored 5 seconds later. He just sat back down.
Do you remember the Messi nutmeg? Was it Milner? Sorry, James Milner. It was Barcelona, Man City.
Yeah.
And I think Guardiola was taking a year off and he was in the stands.
Right, okay.
And Messi dropped the shoulder and just megs him quite slowly.
Right.
And they go to Guardiola in the stand and he's just going, oh God. you could feel the pain that he was living through, James Milner.
Yeah,
I'm hoping I'm getting this right, or whoever it was. I don't want to pick on James Milner.
Yeah, it might not have been you, mate.
But we've all been made.
You can do it. Oh,
yeah. It just, thank God it was only in training.
Yeah. Oh, mate, do you know what? I think at that time, you playing for that Barcelona, that's my favourite football team in my lifetime. The way that I would have paid, I'd have paid to come and play for you at Barcelona. If I could have had a loan deal for 3 weeks, like
don't pay me. I'm going here.
I would have done
3
it.
weeks.
I swear, I would have done it. I would have done it. I would have loved to have played there.
The levels in training, the joy was incredible.
Yeah,
and you know when you're younger. And you're picking the side you're going to play with, and you see your teammates and you're a bit stronger than you.
Yeah,
just in training.
Yeah,
divide the team, two teams.
Yeah,
you could never. I mean, Messi, Iniesta, Busquets.
Yeah,
but it's Thierry Henry, Yaya Toure, and Puyol in my side. So we're not even in trouble against them.
Yeah.
So it was never. How do you say that? An imbalance of training. It was just.
Yeah.
Pure top levels, and you had to be.
I hate you being a defender.
You had to be
against that every day,
mate. Imagine that.
I actually had a moment where I had a difficult time in the first season. Criticised a lot. Did the worst thing you can do as a Barcelona player. Missed the sitter at the Bernabeu.
Did you?
Took me a while to recover from that.
Really?
Yeah, and then the way the team was developing and the way Iniesta and Xavi were just playing, I come to a certain moment where I thought, I can do whatever I want in training, as much as I want. I'll never be as good as them. They're just at a better level than me. Really? So I just needed to accept that.
Yeah.
And play whatever role I was given.
Yeah.
And once I did that, I was free. I felt great. Would have obviously loved a few more minutes, but you can make an argument for the players that were playing ahead of me.
Gaffer, why am I playing?
What's going on? Seriously. There was no knocking on doors. It was just be ready when you get your minutes.
Yeah. To be fair though, mate, like that is like I said, like I think it's the best club side I've seen. Yeah. We got a. This is a bit sideways from Barcelona. Phil has asked, when you signed for Bolton, did you know where it was? We're random. I don't know what Phil was.
I knew the second time I signed for them.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You did. Yeah, you went back there.
Yeah.
You had a great time at Bolton though. That's where it was.
I love Bolton.
Yeah.
Bolton was
great. What players
did
you play with there?
Wow. We were in what we call the Championship now.
Yeah.
So it was Gudni Bergson, Icelandic guy.
Yeah.
Remember him? I'd been injured for 2 years, and I was just showing signs of being able to recover and play.
2 years out.
2 years out, on and off, but 2 years. And the doctors in PSV said I'd never play at a high level.
Really?
I should concentrate on my education.
Who proved them wrong?
I still need to concentrate on my education. So Colin Todd.
Yeah.
Gudni Bergson told Colin Todd, listen, he was the biggest talent Iceland's ever seen.
Right.
He's back in Iceland.
Yeah.
Looks like he's fit. Can get him on a free transfer.
Really?
So Colin Todd sent someone to Iceland to have a look at a game. I was about as heavy as I am now.
Really?
I needed to really work on the physical side of it.
Yeah.
So he said, come and train with us for 4 or 5 days in Ireland. Do that. And it was just brilliant. Peter Beardsley was there.
Wow.
My first training session with Bolton Wanderers was with Peter Beardsley. I just looked at him going, I've loved you all my life.
Yeah.
He was just unbelievable.
Young people won't realise how good Peter Beardsley is.
And it was just great.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of players. Dean Holdsworth, Klaus Jensen had just signed.
Good player in.
Per Fransen.
Yeah.
So the few Danish boys. Scott Sellers was there. There was loads of names.
Right.
Like big names come towards the end of their career. But it was great. It took me a good 6 months to get into things, fully fit. But as soon as I started playing, started scoring, and after 18 months, I was at Chelsea.
Yeah, it's incredible. So can I just quickly ask you about your 2 years out? As a young man, you're the best talent in Iceland, and then you're being told by doctors you might not. That must have been really.
Is that the ankle break?
Yeah, that must have been really tough for you, like mentally, emotionally, and everything.
It was. And when I think about it now, I don't know how I got through it.
Really?
I always had this belief that it will be okay.
Yeah.
You will recover eventually. And maybe it's that belief, or even at times people must have thought he's lying to himself. He's never going to recover.
Yeah.
But I always thought I would.
Yeah.
And I just needed to get away from people saying you're not going to recover.
Yeah.
Went back to Iceland, slowly but steadily, played a few games, and managed to get through a pain barrier that I needed to when I signed for Bolton. Fitter, and everything just went well.
Belief is such a crucial thing for young players out there. Like I just think. If you believe it, but you have to really believe it. Do you know what I mean? It's something inside you, like
it's
even
not
with all
enough
the doubt.
to say.
Something you not have to say. You have
to feel it.
Yeah, and you felt it. Something
belief,
because that's just your inner knowing. Like, I'm going to be all
I don't
right.
think Arsenal fans are feeling it.
You know what I mean? Why are you always got to bring it back to Arsenal? Having a serious conversation here.
Arsenal fans love giving me.
I think the doctor at PSV was an Arsenal fan.
Yeah. Okay.
See if he believes.
Yeah, give him a call. Listen, I think I know the answer here, but we've talked about him. Sausage fingers. Who was your favourite strike partner? Jimmy.
No, it was almost. We first met. We were in the elevator in a hotel on the Cromwell Road because we signed basically going to training together. First.
Really.
Saw him in the elevator, and it was literally. I never believed in love at first sight, but I do after that. After that moment, it was just a big smile, hug. As in, I wasn't even sure if he would know who I was.
Right.
And obviously, the Dutch thing was great. We could talk badly about teammates without them understanding. We never used to do that. But it was just natural. It was natural on and off the pitch. Yeah. We had we just had a great relationship, and what I was saying earlier, that story, that's probably the only one little disagreement that we had.
Right. Okay.
And it gave me as much pleasure to assist a goal for Jimmy as scoring it myself.
Yeah.
That's how close we were.
Yeah, you could tell, like playing against you. Like you remember, but you keeping Franco Zola out the team. That's how good you were together. Yeah. And arguably one of the greatest players to ever pull on the Chelsea shirt, Franco Zola. Yeah. But listen, this is. I don't know why this geezer's put his name down as anonymous. It's not even that bad a question. What was your favourite country to play in?
That's a really awkward question.
Really?
No, obviously England.
Yeah.
It's great. Yeah. Spain was nice, but I didn't get the same passion for the Spanish league as I did for the Premier League.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Obviously, lifestyle different.
Yeah.
Humour different.
Really?
Yeah. I like the English humour much better.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Well, you wanted to go Jimmy Carr. You went a year early. You just telling me.
Yeah, I got tickets for next December. I invited a few friends at Christmas.
Carl would have come a year early.
Or a year late. So I got tickets for Jimmy Carr, and I was all excited. And I sent a few of my mates, should we take the girls or wives to see Jimmy Carr next Friday? Yeah. And I just got blanked. No one answered. I said, what's going on? It turns out they're not last December coming. And they must have thought, right, he's either taking the piss, trying to get some sort of reaction, trying to get us to go there, or he's had a few.
I love it. They were happy to
or he's had a few glasses of red. or he's had a few glasses of red wine.
Or he's just a big Jimmy fan.
Yeah.
Loves, anything named Jimmy. Right.
Jimmy and I need to know if his brother's called Jimmy.
Yeah, he will be now.
We're having another kid and we're calling him Jimmy Floyd.
They're doing a name change.
This is my question to you, because I think I know the answer to both these. I have two questions. First one, favourite match you played in at Chelsea?
Barcelona semi-final. No, was it semi-final? Quarter-final.
It's mine too.
That is the best game of football.
Mine too.
I've played in. One of my best performances.
Yeah.
One of the best games, even for a neutral, to watch. I've watched it, the 90 minutes.
Yeah.
And the amount of chances and things that I'd forgotten about.
Yeah.
It almost got me nervous watching it, thinking, oh, we're going to concede it. watching it back 20 years later. So that was just pure joy against what was an incredible Barcelona team. We were different, and the different styles of play.
Yeah,
it was just 90 minutes of hard work.
Yeah,
chasing the ball, using the ball very well when we want it back.
Yeah.
And it had everything. 3-0 after, 15, 20 minutes. 3-2 at half-time.
Yeah.
Ronaldinho with his little shimmy. It was just incredible.
Yeah, I agree. I knew you'd say that, because that was I remember coming in after the game and sitting down and just being like, I've never the feeling of like, elation. Like you just didn't you've done something special. Like, do you know what I mean? Like it felt. And because for me as well, being a Chelsea fan as a kid, I used to sit by the family enclosure, and it used to be the benches over the other side. And like, do you know what I mean? I was like, I'd never ever heard Stamford Bridge like that.
No.
Before or since. Yeah. So like that was a special night. Yeah.
For me, it was. I was nervous before the game, but positive nervous.
Yeah.
It was my first start in midfield for Chelsea.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, I remember.
And I know, I just knew, at least you can run.
Yeah.
Just run.
Yeah.
Because you've got to be chasing the ball.
Yeah.
And the whole thing of having those nerves of, midfield first time. Good thing was I had Frank. I had Makelele.
Were you nervous? I never thought.
But not nervous. Of just there was some butterflies.
Yeah.
But I had Makelele behind me, and he literally he could have been there with
so good
with the PlayStation,
so good,
and just steering me where to go, telling me where to run, what to do, where he needed me. Frank's bombing on. You need to come back. Go, either stay, this and that.
You could have played midfield all day long.
Yeah, but I
and then I
played
the way you
after that. I played in midfield because we had Didier, and Didier was always going to be the number one striker. Jose just put me in midfield.
A perfect midfield player. How good his feet were, everything, vision, passing.
Was that the first game you played?
Yeah, first start. I came on at half time.
The balls to go.
Yeah, I came on at half time against Liverpool in the Carling Cup final.
Right. Yeah.
In midfield.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I think it was half time.
It was. It was. Yeah. And
first start in midfield at home against Barcelona with Deco and Xavi and just popping it round corners.
That's how good he was.
Yeah, that's how good he was. But also, imagine Joe's talk about great managers making big decisions in big games. You've seen him in midfield for 45 minutes. All right, let's put you in there against two of the best midfielders in the Champions League quarter-final and see how we go. That's how good Jose was. Do you know what I mean?
That's how good
he told me though.
Go on.
Because I think we went Norwich away before Barcelona.
Yeah.
And he got Steve Clark to give me the message of, not playing today, but you're playing in midfield against Barcelona in a few days.
You rest up.
Yeah, I was quite happy getting that.
That must have felt good.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
So just getting the heads up, just to be able to visualize situation, visualizing a different position.
Mate, that's a great story. And best goal in a Chelsea shirt?
Best goal is the overhead kick.
Yeah.
But it's a little bit too obvious.
Okay. Right, give me one that means a lot to you.
There's quite a few. Barcelona.
Yeah.
Getting us 1-0 up. Was a good goal. I really liked one that I scored at Southampton. I just did a double 1-2 with Makelele, played it into DJ. Didier held on to it, ran round him. It was just a pure pass.
I remember it. Yeah.
Pass it in the far corner.
Yeah, I remember it.
That was good.
Yeah.
There's a.
Do you remember your goals? Do you remember most of your goals?
Yeah.
Yeah. Some strikers don't, you know.
Many.
You something.
Maybe in my, I don't know, 150 career goals.
Yeah.
If I take in from under 8s. No, about 150 with international.
Yeah.
They sort of dried out a little bit towards the end of my career, as I was always playing deeper and deeper in midfield.
You played a lot in the midfield, didn't you?
Yeah. But I do, I don't think there's maybe some of my early days goals for Bolton that would need to be reminded of.
Yeah. I'm
the Chelsea ones. Yeah, I mean, I have them on YouTube.
On loop in your house.
Yeah.
Bridgie, any questions you want to ask him?
No, I don't think so. No. That's it.
It's great to...
We can talk about the nights out. We'll save them.
Yeah.
To get you back another time, that'll go on too long.
Yeah.
That's a different show, I think.
Listen, it's always a pleasure to see you. Carlton is back for anyone who's waiting patiently with the stories of the train system in Bangkok, because he has literally messaged me, I'm on a train, guys. I'm like, all right, sweet, enjoy.
Hopefully he makes it back.
Hopefully he makes it back next week. Ida, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Absolute legend.
Great to see you, boys.
Yeah. Thanks for watching and listening, everyone. Bridgie, what they got to do?
Like, review, rate, subscribe, all of that.
See you next Tuesday.
Hadid family is a name many of us know through business, design, culture, and philanthropy. For the first time, we were granted exclusive access to the Hadid family estate in Rhodes, Greece. We sat down with designer and architect Mohammed Hadid, his daughter, designer and businesswoman Marielle Hadid, and his brother, entrepreneur Mahmoud Hadid. Join us for a rare look inside the family, their story, and the legacy that continues to inspire generations. Welcome, Mahmoud at Al Arabiya English. Thank you so much for inviting us at your house here in Rhodes. So as Palestinian American, can you tell us why did you choose specifically Rhodes?
I had the privilege to move here with my father, who worked in the United States government at the USIA and the Voice of America in 1970, and he was based on Rhodes. So I was able to come to Rhodes and live in Greece and study in Greece.
Alongside with your work in environmental engineering and the real estate development, you have also donated money to the Red Crescent, to the United Nations and other organizations. You have also helped orphans and poor people here in Rhodes. So can you tell us more about these projects?
That is correct. Besides doing many things with orphans locally in Greece or in other parts of the world, I mentioned the Red Crescent when we were separated in 1948, and then I was born. It was the Red Crescent were able to unite my parents. In those days, there was of course no telephones and all that. I had an opportunity to be invited by Dr. Mohammed Al-Hadid, who started the Red Crescent in 1948 in Jordan. Once I was able to visit the Red Crescent, Amman, Jordan, I found a lot of children in need of help. The hospital needed equipment. We were able, my wife and I, to donate X-ray, MRI equipment, and other things that the hospital requested from us. Most recently, a few months ago, I was able to visit the hospital, and I was able to meet approximately 100 children who were brought from Gaza. These children did not have legs, limbs, head injuries, blindness, lost their parents. It makes me very sad to see children 6 years old, 7 years old, 9 years old, no legs, no arms. It is a very sad, these children are only victims of war, family, losing their parents, losing their country, Gaza. So it was very important, and the most honorable mission is to continue to work with the Red Crescent, the Red Cross. Many of the Red Crescent aid helpers were killed, bombed in hospitals. It is very sad that the humanitarians who are helping the victims of war would also become victims because of their helping victims. So there's nothing more honorable in my life that I did, more rewarding than taking care of the children of Gaza, my people, the Palestinians. So it is very rewarding, emotionally sad, but due to our faith, believing in God and in Allah, we hope for a better tomorrow. And so I do support also Her Royal Highness Alia Al Hussein and her effort to save animals in it's called Small Miracles. So it's not only the human impact, it's not only the children who are lose their limbs and their families, so it's the environment as a whole. Without it, we cannot live.
You have often spoken about your Palestinian refugee status. Can you please tell us more about this experience? How has it shaped your outlook on success and your whole identity?
Well, it's never comfortable to be displaced from your home, from your country, to be stripped of the ability to exercise your rights with your faith and other beliefs. So in the beginning, it was very confusing to be traveling at a year and a half old. I was born in Damascus, Syria. Then at the age of 1.5, I left for Lebanon. At 3, I was an infant, left for Tunis. At 10, to America. And being labeled a refugee, when it's not refugee, not in the context that we were poor or living in tents, but it gives the stigma to what refugee meant. You could be a king and be displaced from your country, like in Greece and other Spain. So it was very frustrating to try to overcome language, cultural differences, to be accepted in society. So the challenges were not to keep up, but try to excel, to catch up. Once we did, we were able to do good things with that knowledge. We turned it to positive energy, and we started to contribute for the better world and environmental work and other things such as, helping people who can't help themselves anymore.
Your ancestor, Dahir al-Umar, was the ruler of Palestine on the 18th century. Can you please tell our audience more about his legacy and his story?
Yes, Dahir al-Umar was a leader in Palestine in the 18th century. He unified the business world between Jews, he brought them from Tiberias, he protected the Christians in Nazareth. He was able to have industry unification and believed, and he actually liberated it by removing even Napoleon from the era. Dahir al-Umar was considered king of Galilee and prince of Nazareth. He built the Church of the Annunciation, where the Virgin Mary, at the well of the Virgin Mary, where of course Gabriel gave the annunciation of the coming of Jesus Christ. Dahir al-Umar was very open, liberal, ideology thinking, and liberated the Arab world and brought unity between the three faiths to work and prosper together. So his legacy, from my mother's side, Khiriye Dahir al-Umar, Dahir al-Dahir, is embedded. My father is Anwar Hadid from Sapad, but lived in Nazareth and under British rule. The first 4 children were born in Palestine, Muhammad being the last. Muhammad was 2 weeks old when we went back to our home from Nazareth, where he was born, and Dahir al-Umar's home, where my mother was born, and went back to Safed to go back into the home, and he was denied entrance, and he was taken to Lebanon, to where my aunt lived. My father went from Safed to Syria, and unfortunately, there was a lot of killing that night, and later the Red Crescent was able to reunite us. I and the other 4 children were born as, say, refugees in Syria, and left Syria on a refugee Palestinian voyage.
You have spoken openly about the Israeli-Palestinian war and the illegal settlements in West Bank. Can you please tell us more about your thoughts?
I've been to Palestine, I've been to the West Bank, Akka, Haifa, Tiberias, Ramallah. For me, it's a microism of what's happening in the world today, where we are allowing genocide, killing, displacing of my people, so it's more effective on my feelings. I don't agree with war in general. I don't agree in the destruction of the creatures and the animals and the planet, because war is never good for anything, any war. In this particular case, yes, I'm totally against the genocide, the ethnic cleansing, and I'm most disturbed by the silence of the greater powers who may actually be financing it. And so it has conflict, because I'm American, I'm Arab, I'm born between cultures of religion, faith, the Holy Land, and visiting the Jordan River and so forth. So it does have emotional impact, but you have to be strong to overcome everything and not deal with it in emotions, but try to make it a better world again if possible.
Were you able to go back to Palestine as well?
I was in Palestine in 1989 during the first Intifada. I was detained 3 hours at the airport by the military. I was guns and all were triggering to get me to react violently so that I can become the cause of why I should have been maybe injured. But I was able to keep my discipline. They put me on a plane and I never went back. At that time, I also removed many things from the house of Dahir al-Umar, where my father, and shipped them to Miami from Haifa.
I understand that you have a long-lasting relationship with Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries. Can you tell us how this relationship started and how it has evolved?
My relationship with the Saudis never really started in college, but in the Gulf War, I started to work in the environmental because of the oil well fires was the first time it was used as a weapon against the environment, against humanity. So we used, the World Health Organization licensed us to use bacteria for the first time, a war on the environment to save the environment. So I had the opportunity to work in Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait Oil Companies, Bechtel's, Dow Chemicals, and we helped clean up the oil well fires. We do remediation of the soil where we're not burning it, but for example, inject bacteria into the earth, augmentation of the sewage plants, because with Saddam, all the motors were shut off, the pumps. So levels of H2S gas, total suspended solids, and others, toxins, were in the air. So I was there for the oil well fires. My first job was in Jabal Ali in Saudi Arabia before we liberated Kuwait. And I was able to enter Kuwait. Also with the time of Hajj in Mecca. So we were there also. Mecca and Riyadh, Dammam, Dahran. And I entered Kuwait during the liberation. And this is where I met my wife, Alia.
We can see here in the pictures as well that you are a loving couple. Can you tell us more about this relationship and how it started?
Well, when I reached Kuwait, I set up offices with Aurora, a international company that makes the microorganisms. They actually made it for food products, grease, fats. So, but I was hiring, and Alia came to interview, and she had the best credentials. She knew Arab word perfect. She was able to speak Arabic, English. She had a degree in business management or accounting, but she was working already with the Arab shipping company. And then she joined me. A week later, I went to see her father, and we got married because on February 15th, all Palestinians had to leave, 400,000 from Kuwait. They were kicked out. So I married her February 6th, called our good friend, Mr. Zanouna, who was in Jordan, and he allowed us to bring her family to Amman. We got married in Kuwait during the liberation and been happily together for the last 35 years.
How is your relationship and your families as well with President Trump right now? Because I understand that it has been through some ups and downs.
That is correct. Pre-1986, in 80s, end of the 70s, when 76 was the oil booms, the oil embargoes, Mr. Trump was a great real estate tycoon. My brother Mohammed Hadid was also a big tycoon in real estate. Ritz-Carltons, the World Trade Centers in Washington, beautiful villas that they built for some of the royal members of the Saudi and other, and he's very well known, Hamad, of course, as partners and more intimate with them than I was. Then, of course, as times changed, I'm not sure we have any direct conflicts or have any. When my father died in 1989, Trump was cordial enough to send condolences to Mohammed. So you cannot say anything. Politics, as you mentioned, my nieces might be more vocal, some of us, but it's a balance. But I don't believe there's any direct conflict with Mr. Trump, President Trump, or his family. Mohammed and Donald had good respect for each other as business tycoons in the real estate in New York, Washington, Aspen, and so forth.
Before ending this interview, I know your close ties with your family. So I would like to ask you, what is the message that you want to pass on to them?
Well, to make my father proud, and my grandmother who died in Rhodos, and my mother, and 80% of my family who I've already buried, was always, my motto would be the same as it would be on my gravestone, that whatever I found in life, I leave it more beautiful than I find it.
Thank you so much.
So here you have my father, Anwar Hadid, my mother, Khiriye Dahir al-Omar, princess, my twin sister Maha, the baby, the eldest, my sister Ghada Hadid Herndon, the banker. That's me, Mahmoud. Next to me is my brother Muhammad, Raida, the second eldest sister, my brother Majid, who is an attorney, Majida, Sana, my apologies, Sana Hadid, lives in Amman now, also married my first cousin, Zuhair Hadid, and Majida Hayat. So this is my family. Here are the grandchildren, or the nieces, nephews. Here's Alana with Michelle. This is my, Bella and one of my nephew, Yazan's son, Amin. So when they were all children, and as we had wedding parties, functions, we were able to enjoy their childhood. And this is Gigi, and this is Gigi. My apology. Bella, you will see her in other photos. But yeah, Wasim, Yazan. This is Alana, again, Lina. This is Muhammad with his 5 children. The eldest being Marielle, Alana, Gigi, Bella, Anwar, Yolanda, and yours truly, Muhammad Hadid.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hadid, for joining us at Al Arabiya English. In some of your interviews, you have mentioned how important it is to you to encourage your children to be proud of their Palestinian heritage. Can you explain to us why this is so important as a message to pass them on to them?
It's always been because I think from my parents' side that I learned about my heritage, which I know I have a long history of culture and heritage in my family member, 3 family members, my mother especially. Her parents, her father, grandfather, great-grandfather was the ruler in land of Galilee at one time from 1725 to 1775. He ruled Dahir al-Omar Zaydani. So we have cultural heritage within us. So we wanted to keep that. So my mother always taught us not to hate anyone, including what the people who have done to us in the past. We invited into our homes, and I always asked my mother, "Why don't you tell me about this?" She said, "We didn't want you to hate." So they waited until we are much later on in life and they gave us specifically what happened to them in 1948 and before. 1946, when they invited some of the refugees from Poland and other parts of Europe to come and stay with them. So that kind of touched me personally because of their generosity and self-awareness, for them to know that they have done something good for the world, and but in fact it turned on them, In 1948, they kicked us all out. I was a baby. I was 6 days old when I was born in Nazareth, Palestine at the time, and at my great-grandfather's home in Nazareth. And my mother came back to our home in Safed, and they will not allow us into our home. So therefore, I see how my father taught us to be kind and to be good, regardless, and without pain. And I always thought to my mother, why you never tell us these things? She said, we don't want you to learn about the massive experiences of what happened to us. We want you to make your own decisions about life, and then you can learn about the history. Otherwise, you're going to get stuck in pain. And therefore, I now want to do the same thing with my kids. But my kids already by that time they knew about our family. They knew about me. They know about my mother and father and their cousins and their family members. So they are aware of who they are. And of course, they took on the Palestinian issue because that was the sensitive issue, not of them being half Dutch and half Irish and so on and so forth. We are Palestinians. They feel good about being Palestinians, being Muslim, being part of that culture. So that's pretty much the way they have approached it, and without really pushing them. They loved it. They loved being who they are. They loved the culture. They loved the food. My mother was always teaching them about the food, about her background, our background, and how we lived our life through that, through my mother and my father, their kindness, that you don't need to be upset and sad, even though we are sad and upset, but it's relatively not the same. Other people who have suffered and still until today suffering in our parts of the world.
I have seen that you touched a little bit the Israeli and Palestinian conflict, and you have spoken very vividly regarding the illegal settlements in West Bank. Can you explain to us what are your thoughts on these subjects?
Oh, because you have to, for sure, when you have as I have and my kids have, a huge amount of followers, huge, and not because of this conflict, because of what we do in life. Of course, I have been literally shadow banned for a long time. I mean, I used to have 6-7 million followers. Now I have 1.5 million, not because of anything. They shut me down. My daughters have probably about 500 million followers. So they have voice, and we need to voice ourselves to put our conflict on stage for people to see reality. We're humans. We're intelligent. We are educated, and we want people not to think that what they tell others who are the Palestinians are just goem or animals or so on. We know who we are. We don't have to even explain that. So this is the reason why I did not tell Bella or Gigi or Alana or Marielle or Anwar what to do, what to say. They said it on their own because they know that's their father's issue, and they need to stay with it.
What is your connection with Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries, and how has this relationship evolved?
Oh, it's always been very, very good. I have always I do a non-disclosure agreements with everybody I do work with, especially in the Gulf countries. I don't. When I do things around there, I keep it very, private to myself. I don't go out and say I'm doing this with this family or this family or that family. But I've done a lot in Saudi Arabia. I've had several, mostly residential projects that I've done in the past. But these are all private, and I don't like to bring up names. But I always enjoyed doing things in the Arab world, because it's my I mean, I love being there to begin with. Plus, I love the people I work with. I've done something in Qatar. I've done their first hotel there in 1979. Major hotel, probably his first hotel there in Qatar. And then I've done a lot of things in Egypt. I've done the largest, probably the largest building ever built in Egypt, residential and commercial, and doing another project in the North Coast. I love doing business. As a matter of fact, I want to do things in places like Oman, which I love. I just kind of went there, and the people there are so amazing and make me feel so comfortable. Now I want to take my talent, and if I have left, I'm getting older, so I want to share what I've done. Of course, most of my work was in America, and in Athens, and Rhodes with my brother. My brother was literally, in my opinion, is a genius, but he doesn't want to say he is, but he really is a brilliant guy in his own way.
I have seen that you have done a lot of jobs. Real estate development is one of them. And then you went into business, you've done a lot of philanthropy. You've even represented Jordan as a professional skier in the Olympics. Can you tell us why you've been through so many different career paths?
I think between careers, sometimes the market collapses, something else happens, so you have a void, and that void, I never want to be a void. I want to do something crazy, like the Olympics you mentioned. That was. I used I had a Jordanian passport at the time, and that was the only way I could have gotten in, because I couldn't be with the Austrian team, and all these guys are crazy. And I learned how to ski by a friend of mine named Franz Berber, who is probably the most important speed skier in the world. And I shouldn't have done it, because it's very dangerous. By the way, I don't know if you know that sport, speed skiing they stopped it because it was so dangerous. So I went there with them, and I was trained in Portillo, Chile, and in Les Arcs, France, and in the wind tunnels in Pasadena and so on. So for speed. I enjoyed it, and I thought, well, so I was at the time the oldest Olympian ever to do that sport specifically. But I did it, and I didn't die, so that was it. I enjoyed it.
Where does life find you today, and what are the projects that you're focusing on?
Well, I continue on trying to stay within my real estate projects. I've done a lot in Los Angeles. I was probably the residential arena. I was probably one of the biggest in the late 90s and early 2000s. My biggest places I've done it is in Northern Virginia and Washington, D.C. I had maybe 8 to 10 million square feet of office space that I've done there, and I enjoy doing that. And then I owned the first five Ritz-Carltons from at the time when I was building the Ritz-Carlton hotel chain with Bill Johnson, the original owner, who bought the Boston Ritz-Carlton, and then from there on, I built some of their hotels as well. And then so my passion was always luxury homes, luxury living, luxury. I mean, for some reason, I had that in me. And as I always said, my mother used to take me to Egypt and other places around in the Middle East. And I used to look at the pyramids and other places like this. And I was fascinated by the not only the Arabic architecture, it's just in general. In Turkey, for example, and all these places. So I would take a piece of this and that, and I'll put them into my homes, I put them into my hotels, I put them in because I just want to kind of put parts of me in all the projects I have done. So I'm always wanted to do big things. I mean, I don't know why, I don't know, but maybe I was just, I just wanted to explore larger projects, and I was successful in it. So here we are.
And finally, what is the message that you would like to share with the world about Palestine?
You know, my motto has always been, where you come from is what makes you who you are. So I feel like I am my culture, my background, my mother's family background, our homes in Safed and Nazareth, they were an example of what I want to be. I think that's how I felt. I need to move back and look back and see what we have done and enlarge it in different ways. The architecture is just is the way of life. I enjoyed bringing the East and the West together. I enjoy watching my children doing the same thing, and they're doing it on their own. I don't push my kids into anything. Really, truthfully, is they are self-aware. Bella, Gigi, Alana, Marielle, Mahmoud, as you know, we are all different, but yet we are all the same. My brother is a genius. It literally is 10 times smarter than I, but he knows how to play with his own, do it with his own way. I have different ways, and we can complement each other. We are actually more alike than we are different.
Thank you very much for joining us at Arabiya English.
My pleasure.
Welcome, Marielle, at Arabiya English. You have done so many jobs, like your uncle and your father. You have started as a model. You have also worked in the fashion industry, and now you co-own and you co-direct the luxury brand, the Hadid Eyewear. Can you please tell us more about your business endeavors?
So I've always been interested in fashion. I started in fashion in high school. I did model a little bit, but I prefer not to be in front of the camera. I get a little nervous. And I went to art school. And then I did a lot of work within the home. So designing, redesigning. I worked with my father in some of his homes, doing staging. After he completed his homes, I would sometimes come and stage them and get them ready for sale. So I worked with him in that way. Both my mother and father are great cooks, love to entertain, and so I did Living Well with Marielle, which was a passion project of mine, and that I would decorate, go into people's houses, fix them up, and cook a lot and entertain, and it was kind of a lifestyle thing. All of that while I was having children, because it was a way for me to get my creativity out while I had young children. And I love to cook. I cook Arabic food. I learned from my teta how to cook all kinds of Arabic food. And so that is part of my life every day. Arabic music, Arabic food, rolling grape leaves with my sisters, Gigi, Bella, and Alana. So things like that. And now we're at Hadid Eyewear. Actually, we started it in 2017, so it's almost 10 years old, but we are relaunching this month, so it's very exciting.
How are you able to balance motherhood and so many jobs at the same time?
I work a lot with my children's schools, but so I'm on the PTA, and I work in my community a lot, doing projects that help the community that I live in. It's a small community, so it's really important to have grassroots safety, the fires, the environment. So we have to take care of our own communities, and I think that that's how I mostly show, rather than speaking a lot about who a Palestinian is or what a Palestinian is, I like to show that I am a Palestinian because I am a woman, a mother, and I care about the community at large. So that's how I take care of my community.
Can you please tell us more how your Palestinian identity has shaped your creativity, your designs, and your whole idea of life?
So I think, as I said, my parents are artists. So I, from both my mother, who's also a partner in our business, so we're three, my sister, my mother, and I, we work together, and she is an Irish American, so she also believes in liberation of people. And I think that shows up just in art in general, of bringing that beauty throughout everything that you do. But in my own style. I mean, for example, this is my grandmother's ring, my teta, so hariye, and I also wear a small coin from Palestine. So on one side, it's here somewhere, here. So I keep things close, and gold in general is a way that refugees could leave where they come from and go other places and keep things that have something on them that was worth something.
You have mentioned that you're very close with your family. Would you like to tell us about the values and the messages that you would like to pass on to the next generation?
Yeah, so I call myself the lead Hadid because I am the eldest daughter of Muhammad. So Gigi, Bella, Anwar, and Alana are my younger siblings. And as I said, with Living Well with Marielle, but just generally, I do a lot of the holidays. I bring the family around. We cook together. We are, and we believe strongly in that family bond. And so we are together for the important parts of our life. And here I am in my uncle's house. So, family is very important, and it's the most important thing. And so what I want to show my children always is, that family are the ones who will always be there for you.
Thank you very much for the interview.
Thank you for letting me introduce Hadid Eyewear, and thanks so much.
feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room. I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.